What's up, everybody? Welcome to UFC 303. We are live. This live stream is brought to you by AG1. When leafy greens are made tasty greens and you blend them in your smoothie, use code MMA for 30% off. Pea protein and leafy greens. AG1, sponsored by AG1. We also have Real Food Cookbook. The Real Food Cookbook is brought to you by Lucas T Fitness as well. We have big, hearty meals made with whole and unprocessed ingredients so that you can lose weight while not being so miserable. That's right. Big, hearty meals made with whole and unprocessed ingredients. And our last sponsor is the Real Food Cookbook 2.0. It's the same product, just saying it twice. Hope you guys enjoy, and that's it. Thank you for tuning in. We're done with the live stream, everybody. We're done with the live stream. Yeah. What's good, everybody? Woo! Let's go! Yeah! Oh, yeah! Dude, we're live, baby. Yeah! We're live, man. We're freaking live. Oh, yeah! Minoxidil. We have another sponsor, Minoxidil. Our hairline was cooked, and now it's not. If you want a real hairline like this, we ain't cooked anymore, guys. Our hairline's coming back. Our hairline's back. But I'm hyped, man. Like, when you really look at this card on paper, it's stacked. The only two fights that no one cares about are the WMMA ones, but every other fight is amazing. Ricky Simone, if Ricky Simone is the first fight of the night, you know you've got yourself a stacked card. Here's Vinicius Oliveira. This is sort of like the new Steve Ercik. Vinicius Oliveira is one of these guys where real hardcore fans hype him up and they talk about him like he has one hitter quitter power, when in reality he don't. This guy is a guy that you know, he has to have a scrap. Dude, I'm not even kidding. This dude literally gets all of his finishes in like the third round. He is not as powerful as people make him out to be. So I am picking Ricky Simone. But first things first. First things first. The haircut, what's wrong? I didn't even get a haircut. Anyway, first things first. Who wins Benoit Saint Denis or Moicano? You know, it's real interesting that now that I put up a poll the other day about Benoit Saint Denis and Moicano, most people are choosing Benoit Saint Denis. And it's really interesting because Renato Moicano is like a fan favorite. He has a YouTube channel. We can interact with him. Everyone likes Renato Moicano. He has a cool personality. And he's elite. He's like an elite guy. It's interesting that people say Benoit Saint Denis sucks and he's so overrated. Yet when I put up a poll, people are saying, dude, Renato's being fed to the wolves. This ain't fair. And 67% of people are choosing Benoit Saint Denis. Wait a second. So Renato Moicano is elite. He's a slayer. He's an absolute marauder. Fan favorite. Benoit Saint Denis is overrated, but we're all worried for Moicano. You know what I mean? Isn't that kind of funny? Yeah, well. Exactly. Well. That's exactly the sort of mood that I'm in right now. Wait a second. I thought Benoit sucked. Why is everyone choosing him to beat Moicano? Because Moicano's elite. No one will ever say he's overrated. There you go. I know that one person can be overrated and still be better than someone else. I get that, but I'm just saying, you know, it does actually look like people do understand that Benoit wasn't at his best last time. That's what it tells me. Lucas, do you have a 5-finger forehead we got to see? No, I do not. I have a 2-finger forehead, man. No, three. I got 3-finger forehead, man. I obviously don't have a 5-finger, man. As I said, man, 3. You got to squish the fingers together, right? You got to squish them together. So yeah, basically 3, man. Can't really see anything, basically. No, I have a 4. I'll say 4. If I actually do it, I have 4. It's not that bad. Not that bad. Thank you for the $10. Enjoy the card. It's brutal for a while. No, not at all. Thank you for the $10. Gina, I appreciate that. But Ricky Simone and Oliveira is a sick first fight of the night. What other fight do we have on the prelims? We have a ton of great prelims fights, though, but this is the first one. We have Seruya versus Hernandez. That's going to be a good fight. Arlovski versus Budai. Big blobbers are going to be going at it. First 3 fights of the night are great. Then it's going to take a downturn, and then we're picking it back up. Dude, I'm just going to say this. The prelims are going to be better fights than the first 3 fights on the main card. Peyton Talbot, Jourdain versus Silva, Pfeiffer versus Barriou, Swanson Fili, all of those are going to play out to be really fun fights. Gary versus MVP might be boring. Chiasson Bueno Silva might suck. Smith Dolidze might actually be a bit of a stinker. The prelims are actually going to be better. The prelims are literally going to be better. So, yeah, thank you for the $10, but no, it's not going to be rough. Thank you for the $2. My favorite shirt, Ricky Simone with the Russ walkout song. I haven't heard it, but I am picking Ricky Simone, and I think this is a sick fight to have at the start of the night. Thank you for the $2. Thank you for the $5, Isaiah. Could Kayla Harrison impose her will on Yair Rodriguez? I mean, she could try. Imposing her will doesn't mean that you win. But it means that at least for a second, you're in charge. No, I think that she gets slept out cold by Yair Rodriguez, to be honest. All right? If we're being real. Need MVP and Lopez to finish? Thoughts? I mean, we kind of need MVP to get a finish here in order for him to win in general. Otherwise, he's probably not going to win because he doesn't have the highest output. And Lopez, yeah, we need Lopez to get a big finish. I think if he doesn't finish Brian Ortega, he might lose. There's a good chance Ortega, with his experience and good cardio, will start to wear on him. Relax, Tony, bro. DP beats any version of Benoit St. Denis. You know what? After Dustin's last performance, maybe he does. Maybe not any version, because we don't know what the version of Benoit St. Denis is going to be like in 2030 or 2028. But any version that there's been right now, you might be right. You hear Dana say that Power Slap is going to be bigger than the UFC. Dude doesn't care anymore. I know. I didn't hear him say that, but it's obvious that he doesn't care that much anymore. He's already sold his shares of the UFC. He's probably still making good money from it, but yeah, like Power Slap is his thing. That's his business, and so he wants to grow it more than he wants to grow the UFC. So, yeah, the UFC is sold out. The people that are actually really pulling the strings, ESPN, Disney, I mean, let's be honest, man. They just don't know what the fan base really wants. They're not in tune with the fan base, and they are going to sterilize our sport. They are going to make it boring. They're going to put muzzles on fighters' mouths in the future, maybe. So we got to prevent that. Hooks up with the link, you lose. Hook us up with the link or you lose. I don't have a link. I watch on ESPN Plus. I mean, there's a link for ESPN Plus, but I watch on ESPN Plus. I have a membership, buy every single pay-per-view. And my stream still cut out last week, so let's hope that doesn't happen. I don't know if it was the stream. It is kind of a coincidence that it cut out at the same time that the finish happened. Maybe it was the stream / my console being on for too long, but here we go. First fight of the night, guys. First fight of the night. Ricky Simone versus Oliveira. I'm looking forward to this one. This is going to be a great matchup. I don't use Stream East. Listen, sometimes I go to the East. I go on a nice trip to the East during a good old boxing fight. All right? If it's one of those boxing fights, boxing pay-per-views, I love going out eastwards. I love hiking in the East, but not for UFC. I'm not bullshitting. Thank you for the $2. You saw CLD versus Rodriguez and Sean Brady versus Burns. Yeah, I love those matchups. I think I'm picking Burns to beat Sean Brady. I might pick Brady, though, because I could see him out-grappling Burns. And as far as Christian Rodriguez, or Christian Leroy Duncan, I'm sorry. You guys keep calling him CLD. I don't know if Left Lane is in here, but he called him CLD, and I said, who? And they all called me casual. No one calls him CLD. All right? You could say like things like D-Rod or you could say C. Duncan or whatever, and I'll kind of understand who you're talking about. But I am picking Christian Leroy Duncan for sure. Dog, you're 35 seconds behind. Nice calf kick from Oliveira. Here, let me catch up. I'm going to be a bit behind then. Yeah. We are behind. We are behind, guys. But I think Ricky Simone's going to win. Oliveira needs a big finish. Bro doesn't. No, I know. You can't say I don't know CLD. That's the same thing with Johnny Hendricks. Bro doesn't know Big Rig. Oh, yeah. I didn't know the fucker's nickname because I wasn't a diehard fan back in the day. Dude, I'm sorry I wasn't watching in the 90s. I started watching in 2005, dude. All right? But my point is I know fucking Johnny Hendricks. I don't remember, late 2000s, early 2010s fighters by their nicknames that no one called them. Okay? So, yeah, CLD's not even a nickname, dude. That's just some freaking wannabe hardcore type of thing that people are calling him because they want to feel like they know him on a real name basis, man. Dude, that's such BS. I won't lie, Brazilian corners are so much better. Brazilian corners? What do you mean? Thank you for the $2. Like a fight corner? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but thank you for the $2, MC Bink. Little bit of a feel-out process here. They go shin to shin. Big hook from Ricky Simone and a big old takedown from Ricky Simone, but Oliveira scrambles up. This is where he's dangerous. Ricky Simone has always been a little bit overrated by the real hardcore fans. He's always been one of those overrated guys. He's got a big couple of hooks. Oh, he got wobbled with that one. Got stung with the right hand. He's always been very basic, had a T-Rex arm reach. Big nasty hook from him, but that's kind of all he's got. A big nasty hook, a big old hook, and a big right hand. Powerful leg kicks. Ricky Simone's like a low output guy, but everything he does is sort of damaging, and the judges see it, but he's not got much finesse. There's a nice body shot from Ricky Simone, but Oliveira is starting to get dangerous now. Hey, missed opportunity there. Missed opportunity there for Ricky Simone. I think he should have jumped on him. Oliveira slipped over himself. I think that was a great opportunity to try to get some control time on the ground. But right now, Ricky Simone doesn't seem to be in good range to land combos or multiple shots. Like, he's sort of banking on one big shot, and Oliveira looks a lot more comfortable on the feet. Strong jab from Ricky Simone. See, that's the thing. Everything he lands is pretty strong, but Oliveira is throwing haymakers. That's a haymaker combination right there. Boom! Boom! 4-piece from Oliveira. He's imposing his will, dude. The noises they make after pity pat strikes are so funny. Yeah, they're good hype men. The best corner ever was the Cuban Yoel Romero corner. Ay, ay, ay! Ay, ay, ay! Ay, ay, ay! That was Yoel's corner. Ay, ay, ay! Ay! Like the Thai guys, but dude, that was the goated corner. Yoel Romero's corner versus Whitaker. Yoel's corner versus Whitaker was the best, dude. Dude, frickin' Simone's getting pipsqueaked right now, man. Oliveira's fucking walking him down. I'm rooting for Oliveira, bro. If he's fighting like this, like, Oliveira kind of fights like Peyton Talbot in the sense that he's very composed and he puts everything into his shots. But you could tell there's no hesitancy. People got to stop relating that Peyton Talbot guy to O'Malley because O'Malley has tons of jittery energy, right? Peyton Talbot, like, it looks like he takes one breath every 5 minutes. He's like a freaking alligator in that sense. And Oliveira's sort of fight. Oh, big jab from Ricky Simone. And Oliveira's sort of fighting like him, just walking him down, calm, cool, collected, and sitting on his strikes. No hesitancy whatsoever. Boom! Boom! Nice. People got to stop relating Talbot to O'Malley. They do not fight similarly. Talbot is the real O'Malley, but they don't fight similarly. That's kind of the point that I've been making all along. O'Malley's like a skittish, scaredy cat, long-rangey striker. Still amazing. I mean, he would still fuck me up, right? But still. Classic Flukas, we all know you butt plug streams. I do not. I use ESPN+. You're behind? I know. I'm no longer behind. The round ended. I'm caught up. I'm caught up, but my clock was behind. Ricky is overrated. He is a little bit overrated. Simone 1-0? I don't know, man. I think Oliveira won that round. I mean, he was putting a ton of pressure on him. Yes, he was missing most of his strikes, but he was landing on Ricky. He was landing on him. I don't know, guys. I'm thinking Ricky Simone might lose this fight. He's going to need to grapple. Where are the takedowns? What happened to this guy being like a crazy pressure wrestler? This dude shot one fucking takedown. Where are the takedowns from Ricky Simone? What happened to this guy being one of the best wrestlers in the division? Not a single other takedown attempt out of one? Come on. Ridiculous. Bought your cookbook today. Looking forward to making some healthy meals. Wish there were more recipes, though. P.S. Any advice against acne? Any advice against acne? I would say acne on breast. I mean, just acne in general. I would say maybe cut your dairy down and stop eating low-quality foods. Like, do not eat low-quality foods and get sun. Get sunlight. Sunlight is antibacterial, antifungal. So make sure you get a lot of sunlight and just maybe cut down a little bit on dairy and stop eating processed foods. Simple as that. And I'm happy that you decided to get the cookbook. I hope it helps you out. There are lots of recipes in there, man. There's at least 40 plus, so enjoy. Shout out to you, man. I'm looking forward to hearing what your favorite dish is. Styling on Simone in the second UFC fight is impressive. It is, and he's not giving him any respect. Thank you for the $2, Manlet. No respect. And as I was saying, if he's going to fight like this, he's an instant fan favorite. There's the takedown that I was expecting from Ricky. I kind of want Oliveira to win, but it would be nice to get my pick right. But right now, Oliveira's fighting so well with such an entertainment aspect and value to his game that I don't even mind if I get my pick wrong. Because Ricky Simone is, to be honest, like every time he fights, he's sort of underwhelming. His Jack Shore performance was his best ever performance. That was like his, that was the performance that sort of gave him the, I don't know, mythical status amongst the real hardcores. There's another takedown. There we go. There we go. Another takedown. That was the one that cemented him amongst the hardcore fan base. My whole knowledge of Portuguese is just, oh, muito bem, boa, chama. At this point, it's just from their corners and Alex. So Alex has been spamming chama. Almost too much. But you know what? He's leaning into it. And I like the whole chama no chama thing. So thank you for the $5. Thank you for the $20. Hey, Lucas, who should I vote for, Trump or Biden? Honestly, probably the one that, I mean, first of all, there's some stuff I can't talk about, but probably the one that is going to be alive. Probably the one that's like not in it, not the one that's in an old person's home, if that makes sense, dude. Obviously, someone that is fit. Main card 4 a.m. Stats up or stat up? Oh, stay up. Definitely stay up for this one. Unless you have something going on tomorrow, I would definitely suggest staying up. Thank you for the $2 or 25 NOK. I appreciate that. Yeah, I would say stay up. The main card's going to be sick. To be honest, though, the prelims are even better than the first 3 fights on the main card, if I'm being real. Thank you for the $5, John Smith. Listen, I saw the debate. I don't want to get too into it, but I think Trump could have done way better, dude. Like, don't get me wrong. I obviously know that he won the debate, but there were so many opportunities for him to frickin', go way harder on Biden. And I don't know, he sort of reeled back a little bit. Must have been sort of a planned thing, but yeah. I feel like he was reeling himself back too much. But it was entertaining, for sure. It was definitely entertaining. Dude, this guy, Oliveira, is straight up not giving Simone any respect whatsoever. He's going to knock him out. He's going to knock him out up against the fence if he keeps putting this pressure on Simone. If he keeps extending all the way on his shots, he will be able to KO him. Trump Biden is basically just Jones and Stipe at this point. Thank you for the $2, MC Binks. Yeah, man. Especially Joe, dude. We need Joe Sodium. We need Joe Sodium Pfeiffer, dude. We need Joe Sodium Pfeiffer. He can get the miners. He can get the vote from the miners. The salt miners. And the frickin' coal miners. Joe Sodium Pfeiffer, bro. We got to stop calling him salty. It's sodium now. Oh, shit. Simone hurt him. I didn't even see that. But Oliveira is recovered. He's recovered now. Thank you for the $2. Ian getting chinned with an elbow. Trust? I don't think so. Maybe. Ian doesn't just come crashing in like that, though. Ian is not just going to come in like Kevin Holland without a... Oh! Whoa! He just pushed him in the face. In between rounds. That's a dirty move right there. I'm surprised they're not going to take a point. Doesn't seem like they're going to take a point. We got to see that back. Wonder what Simone said. Oliveira is a hothead. If you guys haven't noticed already, he always beefs with his opponents. And I don't know what he got. Oh, we got a kick checked. I didn't even see that. I got to lock into this fight, guys. This fight's too good for me to not lock into. So funny when Trump called him Brandon. I did catch that. He said, ask Brandon or something. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate the $5, John. I don't think Gary is just waltzing into range like Kevin Holland. Kevin Holland was looking like a slowpoke in that fight. Slow as ever. Holland was trying to diddy box with MVP, whereas normally Kevin Holland's the guy that like sits behind 1-2s. He was throwing big looping punches the whole time. They're checking on his leg? Dude, get out of here, man. Checking on the man's... Dude, if they stop this fight... I'm going to be so... I'm going to be pissed. Okay, yeah, we're good. Imagine them stopping a fight because someone's leg is a little bit messed up. I think it's 1-1, yeah. It might be 1-1. That was a big moment. And I think if you have a kick of your zone checked, I think that should count as damage for your opponent that checked it. Round 2. Yeah, UFC doctors have been clowning recently. All right, guys, let's lock in. Big overhand from Ricky Simone. He definitely won the second with a bunch of takedowns and had that big moment. It might be 1-1 going into this third. Really good fight. Uppercut landed for Ricky Simone. Ricky Simone's starting to open up. He's starting to throw more volume. Nice shot landed for Simone. Ricky Simone is minus 270 on the live odds. That means it is sort of close. That means it might be 1-1. It's just that he's got the momentum right now. I don't think Oliveira looks injured. They're saying he might be injured. I don't see him taking weird steps on that foot. Nice oblique kick there. That's that side kick that I would use to beat most of the animals in the animal kingdom. Just a gnarly side kick. Nice front kick up the middle and a nice right hand landed for Oliveira. This has got to be the toughest fight of his career. Clearly a big jump up in competition from Sopaj. Another bad concussion for me today. I feel sad. Dude, you got a concussion? That's rough. How do you concuss yourself? Sparring? Thank you for the 25 NOK. Big shot from Ricky Simone. Big winging shot right there. Oliveira seems to be taking his foot off the gas. He's shaking his finger at Simone. I don't know why. Nothing weird happened. Yeah, it looks like Oliveira's decreased in output and aggression. Big time. He's letting Ricky dictate his pace on him. He's got to let those hands go, man. He's got to put punches in bunches. Nice uppercut landed there. Big leg kick there. And here comes the takedown. Double leg up against the fence. Is Ricky going to get it? No. Get stuffed. Great takedown defense from Oliveira. This guy's got good takedown defense. There we go. Easily shucked him off right there. Low IQ for Simone. I just, it's very clear at this point that Ricky Simone doesn't have good control. He doesn't have the most dangerous ground and pounder submission game. And I don't know, he's just kind of okay on the feet. He's powerful. He's better than your average bantamweight. But is he, though? Or is the bantamweight division finally caught up to the Ricky Simones? Is the bantamweight division so good to where the average fighter is Ricky Simone level? I feel like the average bantamweight... No. Maybe not the average bantamweight. Simone is better than maybe 55% of bantamweights, but that's being generous. Nice body shots right there. Oliveira's yelling at him. He's screaming at him. Nice front kick up the middle. Nice 1-2. And he's flapping his gums at him, and he's flapping his wings at him. He's styling on him. Dude, it'd be so awesome if Ricky Simone slept him while he's trying to style on him a little bit. When he's doing one of these emotes. Front kick up the middle. Nice leg kick there. I don't know who's winning this round. It's awfully close. Seemed like Simone won the beginning of the round, but now Oliveira's starting to land a lot, and he's not getting hit that often. Very close round. One of these guys has to steal it. There's a nice shot from Oliveira. There's a nice no takedown attempt. I mean, there is a takedown attempt, but it wasn't Banked. Yeah, Oliveira's missing most of his shots. I can't really give him credit here. I think Simone may win this round based on the activity and actually landing more shots early on. Now Oliveira's not pressing the action. He's acting like he's won this. Nice 1-2 down the middle. There's a nice front kick. If he can land 10 shots right here, he's going to win. If he can really put a flurry on Simone and walk him down, now he's looking off into the distance. Imagine he sleeps him. Last 20. Flying knee attempt coming soon, maybe. I think we're going to see a flying knee. There's a takedown of his own. That's not going to win him the round, though. He's not going to be able to do any damage with it. There we go. There's a nice ground and pound shot. He's putting his hands up like he's won this fight, but he's actually behind this round. Dude, you've just lost. You can't be doing this. Nice uppercut right. Oh! Did he sting him? Did he sting him after the bell? Depending on how the judges view that last strike, if they count it, then he may actually win the round. I don't know. I wouldn't say he's a cringe lord. Guys, we got to stop calling people cringy for styling on their opponent and sort of emoting during fights. That's entertaining. How is that cringy? You want everyone to fight like a bot? Colby won fight since March 2022. Embarrassing. I mean, I've been calling out Colby Covington for the longest. Like, I'm so happy that I was right on Colby the whole time. I was right on him the whole time. I used to be a fan of him. And now Colby Covington's just, a complete duck. And I don't know, he's not even that funny anymore. Like, his personality doesn't work these days because these days people blow up when they're authentic. Colby's gimmick worked for a little bit, but then Sean Strickland blew up, and that kind of put into perspective how lame Colby actually was. I don't know, man. Colby was never that good. Split decision to RDA, which he arguably should have lost. His best win is over who other than RDA? And RDA is not even the best win that you could have. Dude, I'm telling you right now, I need to make a video on the second best fighters in each division and expose the ones that weren't that good and talk about the ones that were actually valid, like Holloway, Whitaker. Bad take? What do you mean bad take? Colby Covington's legacy, his resume is not good. What's Ricky Simone's IQ? He isn't capitalizing? Yeah, man, that was a bit of a mid-performance. 30-27. They're going to give it to Simone. 29-28. They're not giving it to Oliveira. Oh, what? What? I mean, I think he won the first round. I guess they gave him the second, but that's kind of surprising. I thought Simone was going to win that. That was a close fight. I don't know. I felt like Simone edged out the second round and definitely won the third. I mean, Oliveira was whiffing most of his shots. I thought Simone won that. I mean, listen, it is what it is. Oliveira's entertaining. It's not the end of the world, but I don't know if he won that one, guys. What do you think? That was a good decision. Are you slow? I mean, he won the first round. I don't know if he won the third, and I was paying attention the closest in the third round. He lost the first couple of minutes in the third round, missed most of his strikes when he started turning up the volume, started landing in the last couple of minutes, but again, was missing most of his strikes. He had like one great flurry landed at the last 10 seconds. That was kind of it. I think Simone honestly edged that out. He's trolling? I'm not trolling. I don't troll about these sort of decisions, guys. I don't mess around when it comes to a potential robbery. I actually think Simone had a good argument to win that, but maybe I didn't watch it close enough in the second round. Who won the second round? Third round was Vinicius. What? Third round was not Vinicius's best round. What are you talking about? Thank you for the $2. Not at all. The first round was Vinicius's best round. The third round, he lost the first couple of minutes, and I literally said on stream, what's going on with this guy? He's not throwing any strikes. Why is he not pushing the action? The first 2 minutes, this dude was on the back foot doing hardly anything. Then he started throwing, and he was missing most of his punches. And then he landed a flurry in the last 10 seconds. That big head kick landed after the bell rang. I don't know. That was a very close fight. Ricky Simone could have won the third. I think it boils down to the second. Dude, bro. I'm not trolling. The third round wasn't even that close. What are you talking about? Lucas Simone landed like 3 hits. He can't win. Oliveira didn't land shit until the 3rd-minute mark of the 3rd round. And most of the strikes he was throwing was missing. Ricky Simone was landing decent shots. You know, it is what it is. I'm not going to complain too much. I think it's a close fight, but yeah, listen, I gave the 2nd round of Simone, so it shouldn't be 30-27 either way. Man, I just know your room smells like a petting zoo. Okay, that makes no sense. But thank you for the $2. You have to be trolling. Oliveira clearly won. Okay, good for him. Good for him. He clearly won. I just think it was a close fight. I'm surprised I'm the only one that kind of thought Simone won the fight, but okay. Okay. Dang, I thought Simone won. I thought, honestly, it was like a 10-8 round, but all right. Honestly, thought Simone banked that 30-24 easily. I'm joking about that. Listen, 1st round was Oliveira's. 2nd round was Simone's. He got a bunch of takedowns. He had a big moment where he hurt Oliveira to the calf by checking his kick. He landed good strikes. 3rd round, Oliveira wasn't doing anything for a couple of minutes. Started turning up the heat, missed most of his strikes. Simone was basically ahead by the last minute. And so what did Oliveira really do in the last minute? I mean, he landed a couple strikes. That's it. It's a very close fight. Very close fight. You guys are acting like it wasn't close. It's crazy. You guys are acting like it wasn't close. How well would a grass-fed Amish man do in the UFC? A grass-fed Amish man would get knocked the fuck out. All right? Grass-fed Amish, dude. You mean a guy that's eating only grass? He'd get fucked up, dude. Unless you mean a guy that eats grass-fed beef, then I'm sure he would do well if he had the proper training. But if he's training on the farm, yeah, you get messed up. Sorry, but that's what people don't understand. Like, casual fans think the best fighters are people that haven't been discovered. Some random dude in some random cave somewhere. Some random guy in some uncontacted tribe. Like, dude, those guys are the worst fighters you could ever imagine. Yeah, they're better fighters than fucking modern day pipsqueaks that have never trained, that like don't work out. But they're not better fighters than people that train, essentially. That's all I'm saying. Ironic? What do you mean ironic? Poll? Okay, we'll do a poll. Interesting how Benoit Saint Denis, 65%, the favorite, against Renato Moicano. I thought he was so overrated, right? But people will say Renato's a beast. And he is. But people have said Benoit sucks, actually. I'm surprised how many people are in agreement that he destroys Renato Moicano. Your takes are making chat have an aneurysm, my boy. Guys, I wasn't watching the fucking 2nd round so closely. All right, let me do a poll. I watched the 3rd round closely. I watched the 1st closely. I think the 3rd round, there's an argument that it's Simone's. I don't know why you're so pissed off. Let's do a poll. You guys think I'm like so invested in the fact that that I got my pick wrong. I think that's what you guys think it is. I don't care about my pick this time. I was saying in the beginning of the fight that I kind of want Oliveira to win because he's more entertaining. Let's check the poll. Holy shit. I don't understand this. How is this even possible? 88%? You guys know I don't do this. I'm never someone that has like a bad take after a fight. I may have bad takes in the offseason, like in between training camps for fights. I may have bad takes, but on the night of fights, I don't have bad takes. I usually do a pretty good job at scoring it. This is the first. Hey, we all have a bad one. We all have a bad one. We all have a bad one. Isn't there a WMMA fight right now? Maybe we should skip it. I'll rewatch it. Okay, let me rewatch the 3rd round. Let me rewatch the 3rd round for you guys. I'll actually rewatch the 3rd round. That was maybe I just had my first bad post-fight take. Your takes are always shitty, man. No, they're not. I usually have great takes on whether a fight was a robbery or not. I'll watch the 3rd round, dude. I'll watch the 3rd round. Let's hope that I'm... Nah, fuck that, dude. Like, I don't know if we have time. No, we'll watch it. We'll watch it. Simone did nothing in the 3rd, Flukas. Let me watch the beginning of the 3rd round. Let me watch the beginning of the 3rd round, and that's what it's going to depend on. Because from what I saw, it was actually Oliveira that wasn't doing much. I'll commentate it. Dude said Oliveira was styling in the 2nd round. Yeah, but he got hurt at the end of the 2nd round. It got taken down a bunch. Maybe he won, but let's watch the 3rd. I'm watching the 3rd right now. Japanese dude looks trans. Yeah, he does have like a sort of feminine look, but he's not. Just Japanese. Dude, he's a beast. He's a beast. The guy fights like a beast, okay? Simone was getting styled on and emoted on, bro. Okay, we'll watch the beginning of the third right now. I'm watching it. There's a shot landed for Simone. I'll commentate it right now. Oh, wow. A missed shot from Oliveira. The 50th missed shot. Simone was minus 270 on the live odds, which already goes to show that it was probably 1-1 going into this. Front kick from Oliveira. Missed kick from Oliveira. All right, oblique kick from Oliveira. Okay, let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll happily admit that I was wrong if I was wrong. I'll gladly admit that I was wrong. Front kick from Oliveira. Nice shot from Oliveira. Simone still has yet to do anything. Oh, big shot from Simone, though. Big shot from Simone, though. Boom. Big shot from Oliveira. All right, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong. I'll admit I was wrong. Nice leg kick from... there's a leg kick, though, from Simone, though. Yeah. Okay, there's a 4-piece from Oliveira. Okay, I was wrong. 4-piece from Oliveira, no point in watching. No point in watching anymore. Yeah, let's go back to the prelims fight is on. Okay, we're locking in. We're locking in. It's not on right this second, but they're calling them out. Fucking hell, bro. Let's go. I'll catch up on the super chats in between the rounds, guys. Let me jot this down. Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong. All right, guys, here we go. Hernandez. Oh, shit. My clock is way off. Here we go. Round one. Round one. 1-0 for me? Yeah, 1-0 as well, man. I picked Oliveira too, bro. Can you imagine picking Simone, man, and being 0-1 to start the night? That's crazy. I'm so happy I picked Oliveira, the real hardcore pick. To be honest, Simone's overrated as fuck, and I still chose him. But that's because Oliveira had a very lackluster performance against a much more mediocre opponent. But to be fair, Simone is kind of a mid-bantamweight if you think about it. Like, he sort of put up as much of a fight as Sopaj. I think he's always been overrated, to be honest. Simone this was the real fraud check. Losing to someone at the level of Oliveira, second UFC fight after having a close fight with Sopaj, that's way worse than losing to Mario Batista. But, you know, we should have known. We should have known. But you know what? To be fair, he had a close fight with Sopaj. I thought Simone would be able to take him down. Still buying into the Simone hype, though. I'm still buying into the Simone grappling control. Amazing grappler hype. He's never been a great grappler. Nice scramble from Hernandez. Left lane, I don't know who you're picking here. I think you're picking Seruya, right? Whoa. Hernandez just threw him on his head. Similarly to how he finished that other guy where it was a super late stoppage. What was his name? I forget the guy that Hernandez late stoppaged with elbows after throwing him. Oh, dude, this ain't going to work, man. This ain't going to work. These don't work. These don't work. These don't work. These don't work. Okay. All right, there we go. Back on the feet. Hernandez is good. Hernandez is dangerous. Seruya will let his hands go, though. He's not afraid to let his hands go. But he might have the octagon jitters now that this is his first UFC fight. My eye looks bruised? It's not bruised. I don't know what it is. Maybe just eye bags. It might just be some eye bags. Seruya has a pretty lazy jab there. Hernandez playing a very patient game early. Nice calf kick there from Hernandez. And there's a sweet pea special from Hernandez. Letting Seruya know you're in the U.S. now. We're eating sweet peas tonight. We're eating sweet peas tonight. Ah, Seruya, let him know I got sweet peas too, boy. There we go. Yeah. Seruya letting him know that they eat sweet peas in Japan as well. Sweet peas special, guys. Let's see if we see a duffel truffle tonight. Let's see if we see a Marty Lou duffel truffle. We've seen a couple of sweet peas so far. Oh, there's a nice takedown. If you guys don't know, Marty Lewis had some really underrated takedowns back in the day. He actually did a little bit of wrestling in his heyday. Oh, sick throw there from Seruya. That's a high-level throw. That's a sick throw right there. And now Hernandez is on his back. Seruya is in side control. And the ref is in our way. And here we go. Let's see what Seruya can do. Looking for an arm maybe? Oh, he's looking to get in half guard. Now he's in half guard. Good transition from Seruya. But Hernandez is doing a really good job of getting to the fence. See if he pushes off to the fence. But now Seruya is going to be looking for ground and pound shots. People forget, man. People forget, man. And there's the crafty special from Hernandez. And this is the weirdest. So this is sort of like the Tatsudo Taida Alex Perez calf situation right here. But now Seruya's got his back. I picked Seruya. There's no way I can start the night 0-1. This is going to be a Seruya round based on control and aggression. But Hernandez is doing all right. Seruya obviously not doing as well as Tatsudo Taida. Younger than Tatsudo Taida, not as experienced. And good first round for Seruya, 1-0. Great grappling. I'm liking this. I'm liking this, guys. Let's hope that the women's fight is over in one round, though. Just trolling you. Don't backpedal. No, I mean, I do have to backpedal because I was wrong. I'm not just backpedaling for no reason. Like, I was actually wrong. I rewatched the beginning of the third round, and yeah, Oliveira was winning. If he was training, obviously, you goon. Any Amish man mogs your 2 years of rusty kickboxing? Oh, if he was training, obviously. Okay. No, I don't agree with that. Any Amish man mogs you? No, not at all. What's the level of training that they do in the Amish? Like freaking old school Quaker Oat style of wrestling? What are they doing? Abraham Lincoln wrestling over there? Couple of ugly blast double leg tackles. You do realize that's the wrestling that they did like hundreds of years ago, right? They're doing football tackle style of wrestling. Football tackles, just pure grit, no technique. I would judo toss these guys. I would judo trip them. I hit him with a judo throw. I hit him with an ogoshi. Like, you guys know I do have a judo background as well. Here we go, second round. Like two snakes making love. All right, interesting. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. I don't know if I would describe it as two snakes making love, but some high-level grappling. Dead serious, put on a buckle hat, you look Amish. Maybe I should get a buckle hat. If there's an Amish fighter, I'll get a buckle hat for their debut. L-Man. Thank you for the $2, K. I appreciate that. Oliveira outstruck him 96-34 and defended 9 out of 11 takedowns. Okay, then I was wrong. I admit I was wrong. Lucas, I saw you look at chat when Oliveira was landing. Fair enough. I must have been. First fight of the night, I tend to look at chat a little bit too much. What's with Japanese fighters hunting the Mexicans? I just think that there's a ton of Hispanic people in the flyweight division. A lot of Mexicans. There's just a ton of people from Central America, South America at flyweight. It's basically Asians and Hispanics. Every now and then you have a Steve Ersic, but yeah. Vini looks like a faster, quick twitch OSP. You're coping? He does sort of stand like OSP with his hands low. I wasn't coping. I was not coping. I genuinely did not pay well enough attention to that fight. Wow. Wow. He's in a bad position right now. This is really high-level grappling. You have to be really high-level to understand this one. So basically what Seruya is doing as he loses the position is he sort of lessened on the pressure of the calf and greatly increased the pressure of the grip strength. And he then decided to... You guys want me to break down the grappling? Usually I'm good at breaking down the striking. I'm usually pretty good at breaking down the striking. But I'll break down the grappling at a high level. So right now, Hernandez has to scoot his hips back and sort of belly himself into top position. Seruya doing a really good job holding on to that leg. Right now, looking to craft the arm back so that he could potentially get some elbows off right here to distract Hernandez so we can land some of those elbows and maybe go for that rear naked choke. So there, I told you. Hernandez has to sort of belly into the canvas right now and scoot his hips back. Whenever you're breaking down grappling, you just got to be like, he's got to scoot his hips back. If you're defending and the guy that's attacking, you have to say, I think you should be a little bit more aggressive, man. But this is very high level. Seruya is sort of controlling the foot position. He's winning the outside foot battle. He's winning the outside foot battle. He's landing some elbows on the backside of Hernandez. But there's the real battle. It's the hand fighting that you're really looking for right here. It's the hand fighting. Seruya's doing a really good job of windmilling that arm. But now Hernandez has Seruya in a real terrible position. Oh! Hernandez is putting Seruya in big trouble here. I love how Joe Rogan is having an aneurysm about this. Get the leg free. If this is Roman Kopylov, he'd be telling the ref to stand them up. He got out of a twister. A twister is such an Amish submission. You guys are hyping up Amish people. That's literally a freaking submission straight out of the Amish handbook. Twisters and bulldog chokes. Quaker Oats takedowns, twisters, and bulldog chokes. Fucking hell, dude. And a freaking buckle hat on the walkout. Dude, I'm gonna get a freaking I'm gonna fight an Amish person for 100K. I'll probably get messed up because they have T levels. They got T levels in the 1000s. They've not been ruined by tap water and cities and freaking phones and horrible posture. So they might fuck me up though, but still, I might actually challenge one because I think I could maybe out technique them. I'm not getting beat by an ugly bulldog choke. Oh, speaking of bulldog choke, Seruya's got Hernandez in a bit of a sticky situation here. That's how you know you don't know shit about grappling. That's how you know you don't know shit about grappling. If you call a grappling situation a sticky situation. Sorry, guys. I'm not the jiu-jitsu breakdown guy. You gotta come to me for high-level striking breakdowns. But Seruya's messing him up in this round. Seruya's he's like a Tatsudo Taira level grappler. These Japanese grapplers have a very octopus-like style. as ironic as that is, they have a very octopus-like style. Isn't that crazy? They literally fight like octopuses. Like they've got 8 limbs. You watch too much boxing? I know. How's that? Oh my goodness. Stop, dude. Stop. It's not a sus fest, dude. This is really high level. All right? Amazing. It actually is a good fight. It actually is a good fight. Sushi Cell men have test of Western women. Okay. Thank you for the $2. Yeah, but like it depends on where you're at. I guess you're saying that type of cell. Okay, then now I know where you're at. Thank you for the $2. Thank you for the 20 NOK. I can't take the flyweight serious, man. Am I the only one that thinks this is actually entertaining? Like, it's extremely high-paced. They're constantly getting into, like, I don't even know. He's putting him in a ton of bad positions. It looks painful, honestly. It looks pretty painful. I think it's a high-level fight. You're not seeing this sort of fight at heavyweight, I'll tell you that. They'd get gassed out in 1 minute to doing this. This should be the standard for grappling. Yeah. This is real high-level stuff. I mean, it's flyweight. Nice takedown, but a nice sprawl from Hernandez. Oh! Hernandez sort of pancaked him right there. That's basically what happened. Seruya went for the overhead throw, and Hernandez sort of pulled back, planted the hips, and pancaked him. If you guys want the high-level analysis of that one. I tell you, man, got to get out of there, man. Is that what Guru says? That's what Rogan says, but I know Guru does the Rogan impression. Amish dude's definitely throwing standing hammer fists. Yeah, Trevor Peak must have did a training camp with the Amish. Thank you for the $2. Are you blind, man? L, man. Oliveira won. No, I admit Oliveira won. The only round Simone won was the second. I agree. Did you watch the James Vick get knocked the fuck out last night? I did. I saw the highlight. Taken out on a stretcher and took 30 minutes for him to wake up. Wow. 30 minutes for him to wake up? I had no idea. I just saw the KO. That's pretty horrific. I don't know why he's fighting. I mean, is he that desperate? I don't know how much they're paying him in Karate Combat, but it can't be worth that amount of brain damage. It cannot be worth that amount of brain damage. I just think it's kind of sad that he's still fighting, but thank you for the $5. I hope that he recovers. That is a really bad thing for the guy. He made the decision to make the walk, though, for Karate Combat. I mean, listen, I'm sure the pay in BKFC ain't that great. The pay in Bellator's not that great, but I guarantee you it's better than Karate Combat. I hear at Karate Combat they give you a pack of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and I think they give you a Happy Meal toy or something like that. So I don't understand it. Thank you for the... I feel like I need to catch up on some of these. Growing a beard? No, I'm not. Thank you for the 20 NOK. I appreciate that. Unbanned German Sparrow and The Hunt. Both of you guys have like the same sort of profile picture. Big Boss as well. Yeah. All right, guys, we're all caught up. I can appreciate the octopus style over Dagestani hugs. I agree. I think the octopus style is more entertaining than the Dagestani hugging at times. Some Dagestanis have good ground and pound. Some of them have great submissions, but you know sometimes they're a little bit boring. Seruya and Taida are entertaining. They are entertaining. And they're back on the feet. This is anyone's round. I think Seruya is going to win based on the first and second, but Hernandez needs to get a big moment. I don't think he's going to have a big moment, though, because he's not going to easily out-grapple Seruya. But he needs, like, a knockdown to even get a draw. This is not a women's fight, bro. This is a good fight. Really high-level back take right there. No, Hernandez actually has his back. But he doesn't have the body lock or the body triangle. And Seruya needs to stand up. He needs to hook that leg and pull down with his weight. He needs to grab the fence. He needs to fight the hands and pull down with his weight. That's what he needs to do as a high-level MMA athlete. Grab the fence, pull down with the weight. Thank you for the $3.49. Thoughts on Ortega basically missing weight? I mean, it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace that he didn't let Diego Lopez know until 3 a.m. that night as well, which is pretty bad. But, you know, it's on short notice. It's not the biggest surprise. It's not the biggest disgrace. I do tend to be a little bit more lenient on people that miss weight when they take a fight on short notice. I'm sure that he tried. I'm sure that he put effort into it. I'm sure it wasn't like a pre-planned tactic. You know what I mean? Did you see Tim Welch sneak dissing Guru on his pod? Thank you for the $2. Sneak dissing Guru? No, I did not see him. I mean, I watched a little bit of the podcast, but I didn't see him sneak dissing him. What did he say to sneak diss him? I know MMA Guru said dude a lot. I know he said dude a lot. I thought it was an okay pod, but, you know, to be honest, it was a little bit, I don't know, it was a little bit, I just don't think that Tim Welch was that comfortable. I don't know. Tim Welch didn't strike me as like he was that comfortable during the interview, in my opinion. But how did he sneak diss him? Passive aggressive? Yeah, he did seem to be a little bit passive aggressive. I don't think it has to do with the food stuff or whatever. Like, I know he was asking MMA Guru about his diet, but Tim Welch is just always interested in diet and nutrition. But I did maybe notice a little bit of that. I can't remember exactly what he was saying that was passive aggressive, but I did sort of catch on to it. I don't know. He just didn't seem that enthusiastic about it. And it's like, bro, if you're inviting someone onto your podcast, Like it felt like it felt like he was planning on wrapping it up after 20 minutes. But usually you do a podcast with someone, you're trying to do it in an hour. And Tim was like, "That's all I have for you," after like 20 minutes. Did Tim? No, he didn't do. The fuck are you talking about? No, I don't think so. Is Guru not live? I mean, he might. I guess he's not live if you're asking that. Seruya needs to give him that hook. Oh, you're talking about the girl? I can't do an impression of that. But yeah, Hawk 2. Yeah. And spin on that. Thank you for the $2. My dick's enormous. I think he did just fine without it, to be honest. But yeah, I watched the podcast. 2-1 slanted. I think it might be 2-1 Seruya, guys. I think he definitely won. You could give Hernandez the last round, obviously, but Seruya definitely edged it out. I guess, hey, in hindsight, this makes Tatsudo Taida's performance that much more impressive because Hernandez did pretty well on the ground. Like, he survived. He didn't get beat up too badly. He didn't get submitted. He's going to lose based on control, but he literally out-grappled Seruya in the third. So this makes Taida look even better. This is going to be a Taida win. Okay, yeah. No, I mean a Seruya win. This is going to be a Seruya win. Yeah. Easy work. It wasn't really easy work, to be honest. It was easy work in moments. Third round he lost. You can't really say it's easy work when you lose the third round at your bread and butter. Okay. Yeah, there he is. Martin Budai. Here's the big blob. The Slovenian. Where's he from? Slovakia? Martin Budai is from fucking. Yeah, Dude, Martin Budai, if you guys don't know, used to be very high level in basketball. And he actually turned down a contract to play in the EuroLeagues, if you guys didn't know that. He's a freaking monster, actually. A gamer, apparently. I've been finding out that he's a gamer. But Martin Budai is actually a high-level athlete. Andrei Arlovski is one of the few heavyweights. He's old. He's not powerful anymore. But he's actually an in-shape heavyweight. Arlovski's always been a legit heavyweight. He's actually lean, even at this old age of 45. But yeah, if you guys don't know, Budai is sort of like the more talented version of him and Shamil. But Budai and Shamil are going to have a rivalry. It's one of those fights where it's like, all right, well, this is not the first time it's going to play out. We're going to at least see those guys fight 3 or 4 times. Sort of like Islam Makhachev and Oliveira. Remember Dan Hardy was saying, I just feel like we're going to get 3 or 4 of these. I think these guys are going to have a quadrilogy. So yeah, Budai is actually pretty good. Hey, he was on his way to earning his freedom. If he were to have beaten Shamil the Blob Gaziev, he's now fighting a real person. You know what I mean? And if he finishes Arlovski, he will get his freedom. If he takes him to a pitter-pat decision and looks like a bit of an NPC, he won't. If he beats up Arlovski badly or finishes him, he gets his freedom. It's pronounced Budai. It's pronounced Bidet. Interesting. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Lucas Tracy membership. Lil Gloom, welcome back to the Lucas Tracy membership. Sup, Luke? You just gifted some out the other day, right? Sup, Lucas? I'm 4'11", 200 pounds, bald guy, and I took your advice, smile and waved, maxed, and now I'm getting married to a Victoria's Secret model. Thank you. Hey, man, happy to hear that. Thank you for the $5. Bald? You don't look bald in the profile picture, but I appreciate the $5. I'm happy that... Yeah, Budai is the Jokic of the UFC, manlet. Budai is a very high-level basketball player, if you guys don't know. Look up Martin Budai basketball, and you can literally see highlights of him doing triple-doubles in Slovenia. But I'm happy to hear that. If you guys don't know what he's referring to, someone asked me, Lucas, what's your advice on, some guy said he was fat, some guy said he was bald. He was like, bro, what's your advice to get girls? And I said, hey, man, at the end of the day, you got to just smile and wave. Maybe you're given a shitty deck of cards. You just got to smile and wave and show up with a good attitude, and I guarantee you it'll work. You know what I mean? I guarantee you it'll work. So you don't want to be too black-pilled. You don't want to get sort of black-pilled about that stuff. If you're short, if you're balding, if you're fat, get in shape, man. But at the end of the day, nothing beats a good old-fashioned smile and a real wave. All right? You're making them look... No, I'm not. It's not a creepy thing. It's not a creepy smile and wave. It's literally just like, yo, what's up, man? I'm here. It's just letting people know that you're here, you're in the building, what's up? And you have to do it really. You have to be like, you know what? I'm just as good as everyone else. All I have to do is smile, put on a smile. I deserve to be happy, and I have to wave. Like the penguins in Madagascar, man. Does Jiri have staff? Yeah, friendly maxing. You have to be a friendly guy. Thank you for the $2. Maybe. But Jiri is the type of guy where it doesn't even matter if he has staff. Yuri's always going to show up. Jiri could be on death's door and he's showing up and giving us a fight. Okay? Is Peyton Talbot a hummus? I don't know what a hummus is. A hummus actual? I don't know what that is. Oh, a homosexual. I don't know, actually. I don't know. Thank you for the $2. We need a Blob versus Budai trilogy now. Well, we need the rematch first. But you know what? I kind of think, and we'll do another breakdown for Shamil the Blob Gaziev versus Dontel Mays. That's going to be a banger because Dontel Mays has like heavy power, right? He's got a lot of power. He's got plotty footwork, but you could sort of see that he's a bit of an unorthodox fighter for Shamil the Blob Gaziev. Just stylistically, he can be a little bit tricky for Shamil because he's kind of good at winning the outside foot battle at times, but I'm really thinking I'm going to do a deep dive on Shamil the Blob Gaziev versus Martin Budai, the rematch, because we're going to see that, and I think that a lot of people would want to see it. So, Gay Seruya, thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. If Lopez wins, what does he need to get the title? I think he earns a title fight with this one because, dude, I've heard Volkanovski. I'm going to react to a Volk interview after the next fight. Volk did a 4-minute interview, which is perfect for the WMMA fight for us to react to. And he's leaping at the bits to get a fight. You know how Volk is. He wants to fight at the end of this year. And when Volk says the end of this year, he means September. He means last quarter of the year. So essentially, either Volk is going to get passed up on if, Topuria and Max ends early, or maybe it goes to a war and Volk gets the next title shot. But I think it depends on what happens with Max and Topuria. If that fight, if one of them doesn't take a lot of damage, the winner that is, I think that they could fight Diego Lopez in the meantime and Volk could fight the winner. But I think if Lopez finishes Ortega, he gets himself a title shot. The UFC has promised it. And I actually would be happy if they skip over Volk. Not because Volk doesn't deserve it, but just because I want Volk to take more time off. And if it's Lopez or, what's his name? If it's Lopez or, dude, it's such a big, Spanish guy ain't a big star, right? What the fuck, Topuria? You know Topuria is not a big star when you're forgetting his name. If Lopez or Topuria are champion, I don't really want Volk to fight them. If Holloway's champ, then I'm okay with him fighting Holloway. So I wouldn't be mad if they gave Lopez the opportunity to fight one of those guys like Topuria if Volk just moved up to lightweight instead, because I kind of want to see him fight someone like Dustin Poirier instead of someone in their prime at featherweight. So, yeah. But it's going to be between Volk and Lopez, and that's not a lot of competition for a title shot, so there's a good chance Lopez gets it. Give roses and chocolates to Fight Fairy. L-Man, thank you for the $2, but I don't think I will. Thank you for the $5, Mud Pie. How does Arlovski at 145, at 45, have better physique than most heavyweights? He's a real heavyweight. He's always been a real heavyweight. That's the thing. Thank you for the $5. Most heavyweights are just fat and out of shape. Andrei Arlovski has actually always been sort of lean. He's a legit heavyweight fighter. Doesn't have a lot of power, but he is getting a little bit older. I think he's sort of changed his game up to beat people by decision and be like the slick on his feet guy. But Martin Budai is an absolute blob, but he should be fighting at 205. Like, Shamil is the blob that is actually incapable of making 205. Shamil can't be any lighter than he actually is. Shamil can't lose weight, if you guys haven't known. Like, he's just destined to be like that. But all these other guys can. Most heavyweights should be fighting at middleweight or welterweight. Okay? That's why. Arlovski's been fighting for 25 years. It's insane. It's insane. And he still moves around really well. He's still fast, light on his feet. That's his game. He's the guy that has good head movement, that's light on his feet. You choose Alex to win, but would you rather Jiri win? Yeah, I kind of want Jiri to win. Thank you for the $2. I just want to see Jiri get the title back, and I just want to see Jiri get a win. I just think Yuri's maybe my favorite fighter right now. I like Alex Pereira, of course, but the thing is, if he loses, we'll definitely see a trilogy. The downside of seeing Pereira lose is it could be the end of his career. If Jiri brutally KOs him, it could be the end. So on the same hand, I kind of want Pereira to win just to keep this legendary streak going, because I think that if Jiri wins, he's not going to be able to become a top 5 fighter of all time. Pereira, with another couple of wins, could be like a top 5 fighter. So I actually think it's even, because I like seeing people like Alex Pereira achieve greatness. And I just don't think Jiri has a style that's consistent enough to ever get to the level that Pereira could get to. So I'm kind of torn on it. Lopez versus Sean at 145. Who wins? I don't know, man. I think O'Malley could win. I really do respect O'Malley striking that much. Lopez versus Charles. I think right now, maybe Lopez. I think he's the hungrier guy. I think he's the more dangerous and faster striker right now. Lopez is the guy that Charles was, but Charles ain't fighting like that anymore. Here we go, round 1. Martin Budai, former basketball player for the Slovenian national team, decided to transition to mixed martial arts after getting into a couple of scraps with rowdy fans in the Slovenian basketball parking lots. He's bulked up, put on 42 pounds. He's wanted to be a heavyweight. Always said he's felt like a heavyweight. Put on some mass, put on some weight. Kind of turned himself into a big blob. And now he's found himself in a fight with Andrei Arlovski, the crafty vet himself. Tough outing against Shamil the Blob Gaziev, but that's no shock. I mean, someone had to win that night. Shamil Gaziev engulfed him like he would to anyone outside the top 10. And I think this fight is really going to show us, if Martin Budai wins, that kind of shows us that Shamil is actually good. Because Arlovski has always made himself a tricky out, always made himself a tough out. You see what I mean? There's a crafty old flurry from Arlovski, and look at how he circles away. He lands his strikes. Wait a second, I'm not just going to go back and forth. This ain't a tit-for-tat game. I'll do what I do, and you can't do what you do, is what Arlovski's doing right now. And there's a very slow heavyweight transition. You see how slowly they got into the clinch and worked their way up against the fence. Just goes to show how trash this division is. But Budai is right where he needs to be. This is where Budai likes to fight. He likes to smother people up against the fence. Arlovski's 45. I don't know if he's going to be able to stop the blob that is Budai. Budai was originally supposed to be crowned as the blob of the UFC, but then Shamil fucking ate him. So obviously, you know, you can't be the blob if Shamil eats you. Budai, oh my goodness. You know, people say things like Colby Covington would be champ if Usman didn't exist. Holloway would be the GOAT if Volk didn't exist. Dude, Budai has the look of a blob too. He would be the blob if Shamil didn't exist. I don't know. This is actually starting to look like Arlovski might tough out him to a decision. Budai's going to need to impose his will in order to earn his freedom. Only 1 loss in the UFC, 4 wins. He needs to impose his will, and he needs to do it in a vicious way. Otherwise, he's not going to earn his freedom. I don't have a Martin Budai hairline, dude. I don't have a Martin Budai hairline, bro. Martin Budai hairline? Are you kidding me? I have hair here and I have hair here. Budai has no hair on the side of his head. He's got extreme recession. Nothing alike. Nothing alike, dude. Yes, you have. No, I don't. I don't have a fucking... Really? Where's my Where's my bald spot? Here, dude. Martin Budai hairline. This guy's literally like bald. Like he's got a shaved head. Martin Budai has clearly not got the same hairline as me. I would say Arlovski may have a better hairline, to be fair. But I'll give Arlovski his credit. You and Budai look like you could be related. I don't think that's anywhere slightly true. I don't look a thing like Martin Budai. Would you rather have Budai's hairline or belly? No, dude. I'd rather have a belly. Then I can just lose it. If I have Budai's hairline, I can't just... Oh, I mean, you can get a hair transplant, but it's not the same. It's easier to lose belly fat than it is to get a hair transplant. So I'd say a belly, I'd just lose it. Unless I have to keep it. Then I'd rather have his hairline. I'd rather have his hairline. Because I mean, listen. It's like, would I rather have hair or be fat or be shredded and, like, you know, shave my head. I'll just get a tan and I'll shave my head, dude. There's a big oaf swing from Budai. But you see, it's so hard to pin down Arlovski because he goes and he doesn't let you go back on him. There's a nice uppercut from Arlovski. That's one of those crafty vet tricks. They don't expect uppercuts at the heavyweight game. Arlovski will throw things like uppercuts, and he will throw those things that everyone does in hitting pads, but no one does in a fight. Except for lighter weight class guys, because they're skilled. All in favor of a Lucas and Bedtime Weekly podcast. We will be doing it. We were supposed to do one last week, but you know, we weren't able to do it. We're going to be doing one. We're going to be doing one. Especially before big pay-per-views. I think we're going to do one next week. And we'll definitely do one before the Leon Edwards and Bilal fight. I want to see Pereira get 3 belts. Sorry, Yuri. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I would like to see Pereira achieve greatness and become one of the GOATs. Because Yuri's going to be just fine. I could see Yuri getting the belt back anyway. I could see Yuri, like, becoming a champ down the line no matter what. Pereira's getting older. Yuri's still young. It would be nice to see Yuri get a win because then we could see a trilogy. I think ideally, the ideal would be Pereira loses the belt to, you know how the Izzy fans talk about how sick it is that Izzy has become a 2-time middleweight champ. It'd be cool for Pereira to lose the belt to become a 2-time light heavyweight champ. Just so that the Izzy fans can't hype up Adesanya for that. So now he has 2 belts. He's a 2-time light heavyweight champ. He's defended in the second weight class. And he's beat Izzy. Okay? And then we could see a trilogy and Pereira can beat him. That would be the ideal. Yuri gets this one and Pereira gets the next one. So Pereira can then continue on his legacy after. But I'm just worried that if Pereira loses, his chin's going to be ruined. No matter how many times you drink Mountain Valley water on stream, they're not going to sponsor you. We all know you're drinking soy Costco bottled water before. Dude, I just drink it because it's glass. I'm not going to get plastic. Plastic is horrible for you. Plastic kills your balls. So I'll stick with whatever's in glass. It doesn't really matter the brand to me. Volk would die making bantamweight. Volk would die making bantamweight. Yeah, making bantamweight would be a horrible move. I've heard someone say that he should move to bantamweight recently. I'm like, what the fuck? I saw that in the comment section. Miss My Dono, I hope Yuri wins. Thank you for the 279. I'll get it. Quickly break down Shamil versus Aspinall and John Jones. You know, Shamil versus Jones is an interesting stylistic matchup because I think that obviously Shamil Gaziev is the high-level wrestling and volleyball. I don't think Jones would be able to take him down. But I do think Shamil would definitely maybe get kicked to shreds on the feet. So I'd maybe go with Jones. And against Aspinall, I think Shamil has a real good chance to absorb damage in the first round and sort of just wear on Aspinall as the fight goes on. But I'd pick Aspinall by first round KO. Volk to bantamweight is the best move. He's 5'5", but big enough. Big enough for bantamweight. He's big enough for lightweight. I mean, he wouldn't be a big lightweight, but he's definitely big enough to compete at lightweight. He's too big for bantamweight. Not big enough, too big for bantamweight. Volk should not try to make 135. He would get smoked. He would get knocked the fuck out with the first punch that lands. His chin would be terrible. Anyway, let's pay attention to this. Big knee to the body from Budai. Yeah, we actually have to lock in right now. We actually have to lock in. This is a high-level fight. This is one of those fights where you get excited for just because you're breaking it down and you're talking about a blob. But when you actually see it, it kind of sucks because, like, Arlovski has a bit of a boring style. This fight sucks, man. How the fuck is Budai losing to a 45-year-old? I mean, Arlovski is crafty, but still, this is pretty pathetic. This is literally pathetic, dude. I mean, hey, I'll be happy if Arlovski wins because he's a crafty vet, but still. Kind of want this to just be entertaining, that's all. That's all I'm asking for, just some entertainment. Oh, we have a WMMA fight after this, too. Fuck. We have Robertson fighting next. Yeah, this is literally trudging through the mud. Next 2 fights suck, and the rest of the fight card is going to be great until the WMMA fight on the main card. That's going to suck, but at least we'll have time to decompress after 2 good fights on the main card. Piper called you out? I know he's called me out in the past. I don't know if he's called me out recently. Dude, the fact that Budai is losing to Arlovski, what the fuck? These guys suck. This is just a reminder that I could be a heavyweight. If you're watching this and telling me that I couldn't be a heavyweight UFC fighter, I actually think that you have an unfortunate way of viewing my athleticism and my skill set. I actually think if you look at this and you think this is basically the telltale test of how you look at my Lucas Tracy's athleticism and potential. Some people look at this fight and they're like, Lucas could actually be a heavyweight. Some people look at this fight and they think that I can't compete. It's crazy because I don't need to be tall to compete. DC is 5'9". You're 5'5". DC's 5'9". Am I even claiming to be as good as DC? No. DC is like 5'9". Volkanovski's like 5'5". Still beating Max Holloway's ass. DC's 5'9", still whooping up heavyweights, taking down 6'4" Derek Lewis, choking him out like it's nothing. I'm not saying I'm as good as DC. I'm just saying I could make it to the UFC. You know how low level this is? This is a dog shit fight. And the thing is, these guys, even though Budai should be a light heavyweight, he still is a big dude. They don't have lighter man skill. I'd be able to bloat Max. So I'd be able to have the lighter man skill, lighter man's training, Speedy Gonzalez hands and kicks, but I could just put on extra fat and bloat Max and just lift. And if I were to compete at the heavyweight level, I'd be showing these guys speed that they've never seen before. I'm telling you. No, that they've definitely seen, but only amongst like the highest level guys. This is a disgrace. The fact that these guys are in the UFC is a fucking disgrace. Not Arlovski, but the fact that Budai is actually competing in the UFC just goes to show how easy it is to get into the UFC if you're a heavyweight. I mean, you know what? If there's anyone in this chat, that's jacked, that has good muscle, that's like strong and fast, that actively trains, that would be able to compete at 170, hey, if you want to just get to the UFC, go to heavyweight and you'll have a career. But the thing is, people are saying, well, why don't you do it? Because you still have to dedicate your life to fighting. If I dedicated my life to fighting, I would make it to the UFC, but only to then get KO'd by people that are actually good, like Shamil. That's the issue. It's like you could make it, but you only go so far. You need to at least be skilled to do well at heavyweight. Just being there is not that impressive, but doing well. That's the thing. Budai, I don't even know how this guy's won 4 fights. If you're 5'4", you wouldn't be able to reach their chins. I would easily be able to reach their chins. I'm 5'8". Thank you for the $2. I'm not shorter than Chris Barnett. I'm taller than Chris Barnett. I'd cast a shadow over Chris Barnett. This fight's shit. Arlovski is doing the Yoel Romero. Am I the only one that thinks that O'Malley sparks Budai? Dude, Martin Budai's like the guy. Martin Budai's like the typical, is like the epitome of a dude that Alex Pereira has a viral sparring video with. Alex Pereira spars with Slovenian monster. Alex Pereira Poeton spars with Slovenian boxer. The monster, Martin Budai. And people were like, damn, dude, respect to Pereira for getting in the cage and sparring with an absolute monster. And it low-key turns out to be someone as shit as Budai. People need to stop hyping up those sparring sessions. The guy that he sparred with recently is actually good, though. The guy that Pereira sparred, the heavyweight boxer, was actually pretty good, I could tell. Like, he was actually in shape. He was good. But you could see this dude working his way onto Alex Pereira's channel and, like, being hyped up. Pereira spar. If Pereira moved up to heavyweight to fight Tom Aspinall, He would have a video of him sparring Martin Budai, and people would be going crazy at how skillful he is and how he's going to light up Aspinall. Dude, I can't believe Pereira's even able to spar with a monster like this. Holy shit. Meanwhile, Arlovski's freaking piecing him up. I think I could piece up Martin. I think I could piece him up. Listen, man, this is just a disgrace. This is just sad at this point. Like, the fact that they have a fight that's this low level, this lackluster, this dry, I mean, come on, man. How is this at the highest level of the sport? This is a simulated fight. This is a CPU simulated fight. Stop being so insecure, fellow Dwarf Maxer. Listen, I am short, but I'm 5'8". I'm not like 5'4", what you guys think, 5'5". Listen, one of these days I'm going to collab with like a Merab Dvalishvili who's actually 5'6", and I'm going to tower over him. Okay? At least by a few inches, I'll tower over him. And one of these days, I'm actually going to do a collab with like, I don't know, a middleweight. And I'm going to wear lifts. I'm going to wear like 6-inch lifts. And you guys are going to be shocked. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have a freaking brief appearance in some sort of a UFC collab where you'll be watching a Poeton vlog and you'll see me like walking through the back. And I'll just do one of these on camera. And I'm going to have my 8-inch lifts. And then the narrative is going to be that I'm actually tall as fuck. But I'll warn you guys right now. If you ever see a video of me looking extremely tall, towering over really tall people, then you know I'm wearing my fucking lifts. Dude, you ain't going to catch me going to any UFC event without lifts, dude. I'm joking. Now it's like if I actually don't go with lifts, if I don't go with lifts, people are going to think that I'm actually wearing lifts. So they'll be like, dude, this guy is actually 5'2". He told us he was wearing lifts, but he's only like 5'8". That means he's only 5'2". Now I actually have to fucking really wear lifts. Now I actually have to wear lifts. I'm telling you, I'm going to do a sparring session with Martin Budai. Yeah, I'm going to literally be eye level with Budai, dude. All right? I'm telling you. It's so bad. It's funny, unlike WMMA fights. Yeah, some heavyweight fights are sloppy, but they're at least like landing, thudding punches on each other the whole time. This is a clinch fest. This fucking sucks. This is going to get 5 seconds in my recap video. I don't even know who's winning. It doesn't even matter. The fact that Martin Budai is a guy... How old is Martin Budai? He's 32, dude. How is this guy, like, allowing Arlovski to do this? He's not going to earn his freedom. Oh, I just remembered that. That's the worst part about this. When you actually take into consideration that this is it for him. Like, if he doesn't win this fight, he doesn't earn his freedom. He's going to go back to the Apex. They're firing up the jet. Oh, no, they're already in Vegas. They're wheeling out the freaking cryogenic chamber for this guy. Oh, spinning. Oh, that's it. That's it. If you get hit with a spinning back fist against Arlovski, spinning elbow. If Arlovski's able to have enough real life persona in him to throw a spinning elbow, then you know you're going back to the fucking Apex. It's over. They're wheeling out those things that they tie serial killers to. Whatever that is. Whatever they put Hannibal Lecter up against. Those like forklifts. They're bringing the forklift to pick Budai up after this. I can't believe there's an opportunity for this guy to earn his freedom. And he's fighting this way. What a disgrace. What a fucking disgrace. This guy has made MMA his career, and he's getting done like this. I mean, this is unbelievable. I'm telling you, if I get to the UFC, yeah, Arlovski's going to beat me, but I'm going out. I'm not going out without a fight. That's the difference between me and Martin Budai. Even if I lose, I would try to knock him out. I would actually try to go for it and like try to strike with him. Maybe he takes me down and I'm able to survive. But you know what? I wouldn't even try to survive. If he takes me down, I'd be like, you know what? I'm not going to get up, dude. You know, just get the submission. Let's make this entertaining. But I would never allow anyone to do this to me at heavyweight. I would never allow anyone to have a clinch fest against me. It's never just one guy doing it. It's always one guy accepting defeat in these sort of fights. Worst fight I've seen all year. Worst fight I've seen all year. This is essentially a walrus battle. I mean, I'm a little bit okay with Arlovski fighting like this. He's 45. I'm more upset at the fact that 32-year-old Martin Budai couldn't take a fight to him and actually try to go for a finish and try to make something happen. I don't care if it was Martin Budai getting held against the fence at times. I mean, listen. He should have the ability to make it entertaining against a 45-year-old. All it takes is a little bit of an ability to take a risk. That's all it takes. You just got to be able to take a risk, and he didn't take a risk. Fights to earn freedom were banned in 1865. Nope, they're still around in the UFC, actually. They're still around in the UFC. You heard about the heavyweight apex situation. Well, I'm happy that that's over. Dog shit fight. Now I'm starting to sweat. Now we have a WMMA fight. Okay, actually, let's watch the Volkanovski video. Let's watch the Volk interview. There has been a new Volk interview, guys. We're going to react to it right now as Robertson and her fight pops off. Where the heck is the interview, man? There was a Q&A. There was a Volk Q&A. Oh, I haven't seen the Q&A. I have not seen the Q&A. Interesting. Volk did a Q&A.
Like I said, knowing that you're going to get through it, and I'm pretty.
Now this isn't the most interesting thing to react to, though, because Q&As are... There are going to be questions about, like, hey, Volk, how do you win the outside foot battle, man? Hey, Volk, what's your best way to, kind of deal with the pre-fight jitters, man? And I already know how to deal with pre-fight jitters, dude. I ain't gonna watch these guys ask those questions. I'm trying to get some, stuff that's worthy of ranting about. Lucas Guncy will bust to Waterson. Waterson is very good looking, but I don't give a shit about her fight style. And I ain't a simp, so just because she's good looking doesn't mean I'm going to be glued to the screen the whole time, gawking at her fight. But yeah, she is good looking. She's been around for a long time. She's aged well. But I'm going to try to find this Volk interview, guys. Give me 1 second. Thank you for the $2. Not making it off the conveyor belt. Oh, wait, he won? Oh, shit, I didn't even realize it. This fight had such little aura. This fight had such low aura, such low stakes that I didn't even know who got their hand raised. I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, that's a robbery. I honestly don't even care. Honestly, who cares? That was such a shit fight. Yeah, I'll count it as a robbery, though. Budai didn't deserve it. Budai didn't deserve it. You can't have a clinch fest like that with Andrei Arlovski where you actually get outstruck. You don't even deserve the win. A win over Arlovski in that fashion means nothing. It's a robbery, I agree. I agree with you. It is a robbery. How do you even live with yourself? I mean, how can you allow yourself to have that close of a fight with Andrei Arlovski? That boring of a fight. You're 32. This guy's 45. He has pillow hands. Can't finish a fly. And you're going in the clinch with him voluntarily? You're not even letting your hands go and trying to put him out? That's how I would fight Arlovski. I would fight Arlovski by not giving a fuck about whether I'm finished or not. Not giving a shit about whether I get taken down. I would literally just let my hands go and throw overhands, uppercuts. I would just go berserk. That's how you fight Arlovski. If you want any respect whatsoever, you have to actually try to light him the fuck up and knock him out. And you might fail miserably, but at least you'll get respect. He has pillow hands. Just goes to show that he's an NPC, Martin Budai. He will never have a trilogy with Shamil the Blob Gaziev. I guess that rivalry's dead. But how good is Shamil Gaziev, though? Because Martin Budai did just beat Arlovski. That is a very good win. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that's... it's nothing to talk about, nothing to write home about. He fell short of our expectations and then more. Okay? So yeah, pretty terrible. Anyway, here's the Karate Hottie and Jillian Robertson that I'm not really interested in. So let's see the Volk interview. Let me pull it up for you guys. Where was it at? I saw a Volk interview earlier today. was like a 4-minute interview. Oh, yeah, here it is. No, that's not it. Bro, where's... Oh, yeah, here it is. Here it is. Jai McAllister. Here we go. All right, we'll react to this interview. Here we go. Dude, dial in, absolute battle. Gomez versus Robertson. I'm getting locked in with a Volk interview first. Did you see James Vick get brain smushed in karate? I did. I didn't see him take 30 minutes to wake up and get wheeled out, which is very sad. But I heard people telling me that today. People say that he took a while to wake up, which is just horrible. I don't even know why he's still fighting. Horrible decision. And I feel bad for him. The fact that he's still desperate to fight. I actually do feel bad for him. A lot of brain damage. Should be nowhere near a fight sport.
Okay, Alex, so today we have you here at Lodge Cronulla with Sam Goodman, one of Australia's rising boxing stars. How does it feel like to be training with him today, but also both of you boys are from Wollongong?
What do you guys think? Is Volk looking old? Is Volk looking old? He doesn't look that old. He's about to turn 36. Volk's head seems to have gotten bigger. Honestly, Volk may actually be doing something right. He might be increasing his chin strength for the next fight. I don't know what they're doing over there at CKB. Maybe a little bit of growth hormone. Maybe a little bit of that CKB, GH.
As well, so that must be an amazing thing for you guys and where you guys are from.
Yeah, it was awesome. Awesome to see him work. You know, got to do a little bit of things with him, but not just that, to have a more in-depth. So we always catch up. We're always been fans of each other, but it's never been able to. It's always every time we see each other, it's like, you know, he's up.
He does look like he's density maxing a little bit. He might be density maxing. A typical sign of a density maxer is, you know, just sort of a very dense looking head. Volk's head looks denser than ever right now. It looks like the front of his face doesn't look as thin as it usually does. Sometimes it looks bloated. Sometimes it looks thin. It actually looks very dense. Volk seems to be putting on some mass in his front face.
Have a fight up, but hey, what's happening? You know, a quick dap and see you soon. But it was good. We got to get into some depth with talking about the game and stuff like that. And yeah, it's just an unreal dude with a lot of potential. So cannot wait to watch him fight in a couple of weeks. And yeah, just looking forward to it.
Sounds
right,
great.
When is he going to start leaping at the bits to get a fight?
In the next couple of weeks? How do you think Sam will go against his opponent? Will we see you walk out with him even or make an appearance there?
Yeah, I'll be there. 100% I'm going to be there.
I have no idea who they're talking about. Apparently, Volk was doing some work with one of their Australian boxers.
I'll wait.
A lot of great MMA fighters in Australia, not so many good boxers.
It's awesome. You know,
I know they have George Camboso, but George Camboso is honestly kind of a pipsqueak. I mean, he's been in a million big fights, hasn't won a single one. Have you noticed that about Camboso? Been in a million big ones, never won one.
Really looking forward to it, so cannot wait.
Nice. Just a few questions for yourself. When do you think we will see you fight next, or even a rematch with Taporia as well?
Yeah, so my next featherweight fight's definitely going to be for the title. I don't know if that's going to be the title's next fight, because I said I wanted to fight later in the year. I think they're trying to organise something. They've been trying to organise something with Ilya before that, and I'm like, oh yeah, whatever. But now I'm like, I don't want to wait. So maybe
dude,
while
look at that.
Ilya before that, and I'm like, oh yeah, whatever. But now I'm like, I don't want to wait.
I don't like that from Volk, man. I don't like how that's the leaping at the bits face right here. That's the I don't want to wait, but I low-key want to fight in August type of expression.
So maybe while that's happening, because I don't want to wait till mid next year or I want to fight at the end of this year. So if I need to do something at lightweight, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Work in lightweight.
I'm back in training.
Maybe do some work with JDM, Shavkat, last man standing.
Enjoying it, loving it, excited again. So
Volk's going to warm up with a grip battle versus JDM.
Sounds great. I know that there was maybe talks that you wanted to jump into UFC 3 card. Just wanted to know what had happened there.
It was. I got back into training, and as I said, flip that switch, and I noticed that, Connor's, there was risk of him not making the fight. So I hit up the UFC and
oh my goodness, he was the one that hit up the UFC. Can you imagine? The UFC wasn't even hitting him up. Volk was the one that was hitting them up. Crazy. This guy thought that it'd be a good idea to step in at UFC 303 on short notice. Is that how you deal with your legacy? Is that how you're managing it at this point? You've just got knocked out by taking a fight too quickly after your last KO. The last KO was you leaping at the bits to get a fight, taking it on short notice. And you think it's a good idea for your career to take another short notice fight and risk it? I mean, come on, guys. At this point, Volkanovski is his worst enemy. There's nothing you can say to prove me wrong at this point. I mean, he's his worst enemy. He's the one that's calling the UFC for short notice fights. Still hasn't learned his lesson. And again, maybe he just doesn't care about his legacy. Maybe he doesn't care about his resume. Maybe he's not in the know about the GOAT conversation, or maybe because most fans don't really know how to rank people on the GOAT list, they don't put Volkanovski high enough, and therefore Volkanovski doesn't hear himself being named and mentioned amongst the top 3 guys. Maybe we need to sort of popularize that more often, and I've been trying to, but maybe if Volk doesn't even realize that he's like one of the top 5 GOATs. Maybe he thinks he's somewhere out there in Adesanya territory, because, when he's hanging out with the CKB guys, they're all hyping up Izzy. Like, Izzy's the guy out there, right? So they're all hyping him up. Volk may think that he's floating out there at like the number 18 spot with the takes that people have. How many times do we have people in interviews say, Volk, you're in the top 5 now? They're usually saying, hey, man, you're a legend. Izzy's a legend. They don't really freaking let him know. That's the issue. He's not top 5, but he absolutely is top 5. That's the issue, though. Volk doesn't understand how good his legacy is. He doesn't understand the importance of preserving it and, like, the importance of every single individual fight. He's treating this as if, it's just time for a fucking spar. Pathetic, man. Like, wins and losses matter. They greatly matter. And when you're retired, when it's all said and done, your resume matters. If GSP had 3 more losses on his record, he wouldn't be able to promote himself the same way in retirement. Same thing with John Jones. If John Jones had taken a couple more short notice fights or a couple short notice fights and got knocked out, like, he would not have the best time promoting himself in retirement. People wouldn't want to really work with him as much, because the reason why people want to work with him is because he has that whole undefeated sort of mystique, like never lost type of thing going on. Not Volk, not at this point. He's got a couple L's. They are something that can be looked past if you're a hardcore fan and you understand that they're statistically permissibly, we can move them to the side. But thank you for the 13 months of membership. It's so refreshing not having this guy as champion, but I agree. Don't wait. Get right back in there and slug with Ilya. No, he should slug with JDM. Thank you for the 13 months membership. Thoughts on Nina Drama, only good female in the UFC? I disagree completely. I think Laura Sanko is more of an asset to the UFC, to be honest. I think Laura Sanko is actually pretty good on commentary. I actually think she's capable of being funny on the weigh-in shows. Nina Drama's content is very forced and cliche, and I don't know. I'm not really a fan of it. Every now and then she'll have a good interview, but her interviews are 30 minutes of her trying to be super quirky, and I don't know, her making like weird facial expressions. She seems like she's playing some sort of a character a little bit. So I don't know. It seems a little bit forced. Like a Nina Drama video is going to the UFC PI, having Alex Pereira teach her the kick, and acting like a ditzy, boppy little girl. I can't throw a leg kick. Ha! So goofy, right? I mean, listen, I think every now and then she's good for the UFC. She's good for the UFC. I don't think she's the only one. I think that Sanko is actually better for the UFC because she can commentate well, and she is good on the weigh-in shows. Nina Drama does her thing. Like, I think that she's a good thing for the UFC. I just don't think I personally don't really love her content. I think the first Sean Strickland interview that she did was great, but they're all the same. I'm just not interested in seeing her and Sean Strickland flirt for 30 minutes, and that's basically what it is. If you want to see Nina Drama flirt with fighters, then it's fine, but it's like a teenage flirt session, honestly. It seems a little bit cringy to me, but whatever. Because they're not, she's flirting, but she's doing it in like a forced way. Like her whole shtick is flirting, but it's not real though. Unless it's with Sean Strickland, then I think it is real. They have like real, as Roberson's cheeks are out. She has, you know, real good rapport with Sean Strickland, and they have good chemistry and whatnot. But I'm just not interested in seeing them flirt. She's all right. She's good for the UFC, but I don't think she's that fun to watch. Okay, I agree, but she got Aldo to speak English. All right, that's good. As I said, I think she's good at what she does. And I think every now and then she'll have like a great funny moment with a fighter, which is great. It's just that some of the videos are a little bit too corny. Nina Drama, breasts out, ditzy, flirty, that's it? Yeah. Yeah, basically. I think every now and then she'll have like a funny moment. Like she can have a good sense of humor. Maybe Merab says Merab will say something that would only fly in Georgia. You know how they are in Georgia, bro. They're living in the fucking Stone Age when it comes to the way that they interact with women. And it's kind of based, but Merab might say some out-of-pocket shit. Or he'll get like too handsy or whatever. And that'll create like a funny moment. And Nina Drama will like make fun of it. But yeah. Damn. Yeah! Beat her ass! Put us out of our misery, please! Put us out of our misery, please! Nice! So much for the people fucking hyping up Karate Hottie. Honestly, Waterson's about to put us out of our misery. I mean, no, Waterson is about to freaking be put out, but Roberson's about to put us out of our misery. I respect any one of these fighters that puts us out of our misery. Merab is a womanizer. I don't think he's not in. I don't think he does it on purpose. I'm just kind of, you know how Merab is, though. Wow. Damn, dude. What is going on here? Damn, what the fuck? She just put her tongue out. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Now I see why they put this fight together. Lucas Tracy, the new Dr. Disrespect, please, Connor fan impression. Thank you for the $2, Connor fan impression. I just think McGuiggy is, I think he's a little bit too slick for him right now. And honestly, you got to understand the level at which he's firing. He's firing on all cylinders. And when you got McGuiggy firing on all cylinders, it's just a matter of time before he walks Chandler onto the big left hand. The big left hand. It's like, yeah, McGregor's been out. He's been snorting lines and he's not been taking his career seriously. But I actually think the time off and pulling out of the fight and adding more time off for the man to kind of capitalize and build off of his game is actually really good. I think more time off is what he needs. I want Waterson to put me in north-south for 2 minutes. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. Heard Volk wants a fun fight at 205 next. Yeah, you may as well. You may as well give Volkanovski Jiri Prochazka. You may as well do Volkanovski hands tied behind his back against Jiri Prochazka throwing flying knees all night. That's basically what Volk wants. He's leaping at the bits for a no bars hold grit battle with JDM. You know, Volk is going to ask for a grit down. Volk's going to ask for a grit down against JDM. Basically, no grappling, no kicks allowed, just pure grit phone booth. They're going to draw a box in the middle of the octagon, and that's basically what it is. The first ever UFC grit down. And UFC is going to... They're going to freaking coax Volkanovski into it by giving him an extra $500K. And they're going to put him on the freaking video game cover. But what they're really looking for is a JDM highlight reel before they give him his title shot. Fight's way better than the last one. And just ignoring it. I'm not ignoring it. Listen, this is what we expected. Robertson is a good grappler. I picked her to win because of it. I mean, the thing about Karate Hottie is she's not good. Robertson can impose her will. She can finish people, and she's violent. Like, she has good ground and pound. She has good submissions. Karate Hottie is basically like a commercial-level martial artist. Karate Hottie is basically one of the people, like, you'll have, like, a Nike commercial where they need a 5-second clip of someone throwing kicks and punches. They'll go to a local cardio kickboxing gym in LA and they'll pick out Karate Hottie. They'll say, hey, man, what do you think, man? You want to do the commercial? And she'll be like, yeah, totally. That's basically what Karate Hottie's skill set is. It's cardio kickboxing commercial, 5-second clip on a Nike commercial, or, Venom gear. She's basically there to model the Venom gear and throw a couple of kicks in a Toyota Tires commercial. Guru picked Waterson? I know, dude. Yeah, I mean, listen, Waterson, I've just never seen anything from her that's impressive in her skill set. You know what I mean? You're insanely good at yapping? Okay, I don't know. I don't think we're going to see a finish, so I may as well continue with the Volk interview. She does have the cake factory, though. That does seem to be the only thing. Damn, Robertson might actually like girls with the way that she's fighting her right now. The way that Robertson's grabbing that thing makes me
the bosses and said, hey, you need a guy, you know a guy. Because I did a bit of training too, so I was in Thailand doing a bit of training. I come back and got straight stuck into training. So, and then it would have been 3 weeks. I'm like, that's plenty of time. Better than 11 days, which I did the last time I did the short notice fight. So I would have been in much better nick for it.
Better than 11 days? I mean, this is the thing that we're dealing with right now. Volk's like, yeah, it would have been a couple of weeks, better than 11 days, and I was at least training. Yeah, well, you're not supposed to take a short notice fight when your legacy is on thin ice. One more loss and you're not even a top 5 guy. That's why I need to collab with Volk. Volk doesn't know how good his resume is because the average MMA fan doesn't speak about his resume the way it should be spoken about. He's still underrated. Fucking hell, because the average MMA fan, they have Volkanovski at like the 12 spot all time. I've got Dominic Cruz at number 12. I got Volkanovski number 11. Stipe number 10. Anderson number 2. That's basically the way that they do it. Personally, I have Fedor at the number 10 spot just ahead of Volk. Are you kidding me? Personally, I got Rousey at the number 2 spot ahead of Volk. Volk I had at number 19. I just think that Rousey did more for the sport, and she had a couple of good finishes back in the day, so you may as well. Volk doesn't understand what he's got. Like, one more win against Ilya. If he beats Ilya Topuria, he's the second best fighter ever. If he loses his next fight, he might not even be top 5. Now, he might actually move up, though. You know how Volk is. Volk's always climbing that ladder on the GOAT list, even when he loses. Somehow, some way, I give him the pass. I find a chink in the armor. I find some sort of a loophole to say, maybe it was statistically permissible to lose. No one would have won in that situation. You can't expect Volk to do it. Yeah, so this guy just doesn't understand it.
And, you know what I mean? I back myself. Even though I didn't go to plan last time I did that, I can still correct them wrongs. So, and I'll back myself.
We need him to correct his defense. That's the wrong. It's the defense.
I'll back myself.
The thing is, Volk's team, I know he's got a good team. Sometimes I think maybe it was not really even the team and the coaching. Maybe it was just Volk's built different, and he's just really good at fighting and seeing things in a fight. Maybe his team is kind of casual, you know what I mean? I could see them maybe telling Volk, you needed to be more aggressive against Topuria. You got to move forward, man, next time. Just move forward. You gave him too much respect. Rather than, hey, Volk, we really got to work on this hole in your game where you pull your head back on a straight line and your chin's wide in the air. Instead, they're saying, we got to turn up the heat. We got to turn the heat up. Lucas, will Pereira use witchcraft again? I don't think so. You won't even say he drops any ranking if he gets chinned again by Ilya, so you glaze him? I mean, the thing is, there's a very close battle with Volk and Mighty Mouse right now, and maybe if he gets chinned by Ilya again, we can just sit here and say, well, statistically, he wasn't supposed to win. I'll tell you this. If he loses to Dustin Poirier, Dustin's also Volk's age. They're both 38-5, 36. Okay, if he loses to a guy like Dustin Poirier that's not Khabib 3.0 or Ilya Topuria, where you can't make the excuse that, Volk's old because DP's old too and DP's on his way out as well, then I'll definitely move him down. If he loses to, a Justin Gaethje, then I'll definitely move him down. If he loses to Ilya Topuria on a full training camp, we'll move him down. But moving someone down on the GOAT list doesn't necessarily even mean that they have to go below someone else. Because the thing is, let's say you just got a win over Islam Makhachev, okay? And you're closing the distance on Mighty Mouse or something at the number 3 spot. Now maybe you're at the number 4 spot. You just beat Islam Makhachev. If you lose your next fight, I don't know. You don't necessarily have to go below the number 5 guy because maybe your win over Makhachev is still enough to keep you above them. But maybe you just slide down a little bit. The GOAT conversation is the thing of ladders. It's a big ladder, right? You slide down a little bit with a loss, but how much? Is it enough to get you below the next guy? It just makes you, it kind of thins the ice in which you're standing on. So if Volk loses next time, the ice gets thinner or it breaks and he has to go below someone. Bro, this MMA, yeah, her cheeks are out. Her cheeks are out right now. My pants just came off. They're in north-south. Thing is, I'm on a stream, so I can't be freaking drooling over this shit. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. But yeah, it is definitely nice on the eyes. Damn. Cheeks are all the way out. Still, though, I think Waterson's got a better cake, though. Luke is gooning under the desk. I'm not gooning under the desk, bro. Yup, man, was slumped twice and somehow jumped over DJ. Your Volk obsession should be studied. DJ got slumped out in ONE FC, if you didn't forget. He got beat by Dominic Cruz by decision. Volk never lost a decision. And you can't just say, oh, well, DJ was young. Volk wasn't losing when he was young. Volk had the option to lose to Aldo when he was young, but he didn't. You know what I mean? So DJ lost decisions to Cejudo. Close, though. But still, Volk has a close fight with Holloway. He wins. That's the difference. DJ's fight with Cejudo was closer than Volk's fight with Holloway. Volk wins those battles when he needs to. DJ loses. So, I've said this before. I'd rather you get KO'd at the age of 35 when it's statistically permissible to lose. And one of those KOs is on short notice where your weight cut is atrocious and you're not confident in your abilities because you're the specifics guy, than to lose a decision. And to then get KO'd in ONE FC with a full training camp when you're not coming off of a KO loss. DJ wasn't coming off of a KO loss. Every single KO that Volk has, he's either coming off of a KO loss or he's taking it on short notice and giving himself the worst possible circumstance to fight the best in the world. Makhachev's not even losing to the best in the world. He's losing to a guy in ONE FC who's good, but not the best in the world. Are your cheeks coming out at 100K? No, probably not. Probably not. But thank you for the $2. I appreciate the $2. I don't know what I'm going to do for 100K. I would want to do an interview, but it is hard to get a fighter interview. Maybe a vlog? I don't know. I got to do something special. Maybe a special video. Maybe I'll put together like a Lucas Tracy style classic video where I recap classic moments or classic catchphrases. I'll do like a catchphrase video maybe.
Every single time. I don't care if what happened last time, if people are going to look at that and be like, obviously that's just going to happen again. No, that's not the case. I am a different breed.
It might not happen again. It might not happen again, and he is a different breed. Volkanovski is still built different.
The type of guy that will take these fights.
And he is the type of guy.
And I'm the type of guy that can correct or change what's happened previously. You know what I mean? So,
man, I really hope Volk wins, but he gets knocked out. That's the downside. He gets knocked out. That's the issue.
Yeah. All I can really say is that I back myself, and if I need to do a short notice fight, I know I can get myself ready, especially with 3 weeks and knowing that I'm training. I think I would be a tough match for anybody, even just on 3 weeks.
I actually don't mind Volk fighting people on 3 weeks because he stays in the gym and he trains, but not at this point, not after 2 losses in a row. Do a shirtless stream for... No, I'm not going to do a shirtless stream for 100K. And I'm not muzzing till Volkanovski gets a good win. Guys, Volk needs to get a sick win. He might never, though. But hey, that's the allure with the muzzing, right? It's gotta come at the right time. Wow, her face is busted up. So I'm right on that one. So what is that? 3 fights right, 2 wrong? What is the reason that heavyweights have a longer career span? Is it because they all suck about the same and rely on waiting for a big punch instead of using skills? Well, some of these guys don't rely on big punches because they have no power. I just think it's because they don't really train hard. They don't run their bodies into the ground like a lot of other fighters, right? They have chill lifestyles. It's like the people that live the longest aren't really stressed out people. If you look at the populations that have the longest lifespans, they're all living pretty relaxing lives where they're not constantly grinding and they're not, I don't know, they're not even like into sports to where they're training all the time. I know it's very popular these days for people to always be in the gym and always be running and shit. They're just chilling. It's a low stress life for a heavyweight because you're fat and you're happy. You don't have to diet and you don't really need to train because at the end of the day, these guys don't really care about actually being good. They just show up and train. I don't even know what the mindset of a fat heavyweight is, to be honest. I don't really get the mindset of a fat heavyweight. Wouldn't you want to be good? Some of them just like showing up to the gym and feeling like a big tough guy. I think that's what heavyweights are. Heavyweights are like the tough guys at a gym. They're like the guys at the gym that are tough, that they hit hard, but it's like, yeah, they hit hard on the pads, but, you know, when you actually fight them, they're slow as a freaking ox. So I think less injuries. They don't run themselves into the ground. They don't cut weight that much. Yeah, not a very stressful lifestyle. If you're fat, not disciplined, and you kind of realize you're not going to be the best in the world, but you just like showing up to fight, man. Waterson didn't win, but she gave me the finish. Okay. Thank you for the $2. Just started training MMA. I actually learn more from WMMA as a beginner than the men because they move so slow. Actually, that is interesting that you mentioned that. I could see it. Like just watching a woman transition to try to go for an armbar or try to go and get the back. I could see it. Like their movements are more recognizable because they're not as explosive. They're not as fast and it's not as well trained, right? I could see it. I'm not surprised. Thank you for the $5. Well, I always watched Rousey in my judo days. I always used to watch Rousey. Because, you know, you had some gold medals from the Olympics and judo, but Rousey was always just a tough cookie about it. And I always said, man, if I could have what the fucking pathetic thing to say would be? You know how sometimes people rattle off like different attributes that fighters have? I want the left hook of Alex Pereira, the fight IQ of Demetrius Johnson, the left kick of Mirko Krokop. If you fucking say any attribute that a WMMA fighter has, you're a fucking simp, dude. Straight up. Can you imagine? I want Mirko Krokop's left leg. I want Mark Coleman's elbow on the ground. And Karate Hottie's high kick. You're a weirdo, okay? Straight up. Oh, she's retiring? That's the same thing as saying, personally, I have Valentina Shevchenko in my number 3 spot on the GOAT list. I've got Nunes at number 5, right above Volk. Same shit. Oh, she's retiring? Dude, I'm telling you guys, that's literally what Karate Hottie does. She's a shadow boxing legend for commercials, Nike commercials. She's a Toyota Tires high-yaw kick person. Your boyfriend Talbot is fighting next. Thank you for the $2. Dude, Talbot's going to destroy Giannis Gamori. He's going to annihilate him. And everyone that's hating on him, I know that Talbot's a little bit zesty, I get it, but everyone that's hating on him is going to be glazing him after the fight. I'm telling you. Dude, if Talbot gets the KO, we have to again spam the real O'Malley. We have to get it. That's the goal. The goal for me is just to get more and more likes on a real O'Malley post after every single Talbot win on the UFC's Instagram. It's just to get more and more real O'Malley posts with more likes. I think the last real O'Malley one got like 3,000 likes. This one's going to get like 5K. Maybe after his 4th win, he'll have like, 10K on the real O'Malley post. If you ain't crying, you have no soul, man. Ooh! A grazing front kick to the face. She's a tough cookie. You know what? You know what? It's a big moment. She's been around. You got to give her some respect. Tip of the cap. Tip of the cap. Tip of the cap. I guarantee. Oh, let's see if Joe Rogan starts crying. I bet Rogan's gonna cry. How old is she? $38. Wow. She doesn't look 38. She looks like she's 28, man. Yeah, she is kind of a mid-fighter, but, you know, listen, we're not going to rain on anyone's parade. Imagine we see a tear come out of Rogan's eye. Rogan's going to have one of his freaking Ronda Rousey tears. One of those tears that saved up from the Rousey days come out. Oh, you could already see it on Rogan's face. Rogan's starting to look like Eeyore. Husband, get her out of here. Thank you for the $2. Yeah, it was obvious that guy was the husband. He was kissing on her. Oh, Rogan's got a tear in his eye. Real men cry over retirements. Yeah, but ones that actually freaking mean something. Ones where we actually are like emotionally invested in someone's career. Okay? The karate hottie retiring, cry, cry, cry. Yeah, thank you for the $2. Listen, it's good for her. She's been around for a long time, you know, and she's done her thing. So good for her. What's the Lucas Tracy all-time bench max? My all-time bench max was, I think it was 465 when I was maybe 15 or something like that. It was 465 for a couple of reps. Never actually tried my 1-rep max. I was able to get 275 for 5, but it wasn't, again, it was like 275 for 5, 465 for 2. Nah, I'm joking. My all-time bench max was 275 for 5. I've never been a big bencher. Although I've been told that I should be a big bencher because I don't have the longest limbs. Like, I don't have the longest reach, and so it's a short range of motion. But I also don't have the widest clavicles. I'm very dense. I'm a very dense guy. Where, like, the density and the sort of overwhelmingness of the frame is obvious, but I'm not necessarily the widest, if that makes sense. I'm not lying about the numbers. Rookie numbers, I mean, 275, I think I was maybe, what was I, like 180 pounds? 182, 185? It's not like I was that heavy. My squat was always my best out of the big 3 exercises. I think my best squat, I've already said. I never tested my 1-rep max of my strongest, but it was 315 for 15. It was not to ultimate. That was not all the way to failure. I probably could have done 405 for reps. When you're on PEDs, never been on PEDs, never been on SARMs, never would be on PEDs. Well, maybe in the future if I want to get on test, but I'll just density max and I'll just natural max. I'll just eat meat, honey, fruit, get my sleep. That's how you, if you guys don't know what density maxing is, you have to have a very clean diet. You can't be putting anything into your body that's going to create bloat. Everything that you eat needs to be like, it needs to serve a purpose. It needs to be converted to mass, to muscle, not fat. So I'll just clean up my diet. Talbot more Pride Month than Diddy. Thank you for the $2. Is he more Pride Month than Diddy? I don't know. I mean, the pole dancing is definitely up there, but Diddy, I don't know about that. Karate thought he signs with OnlyFans. I don't think she does. I don't think she's like that. I think, she's more respectable than that. She's more respectable than that. You know what? Speaking of OnlyFans, Norma Dumont. Gotta shout her out, bro. And I've shouted her out before. The fact that Norma Dumont doesn't have that and doesn't even wear tight shorts when she fights, you gotta respect her. Gotta respect that, man. That woman's got class. Straight up. Thank you for the 4 months membership. Because I know she could make literal fucks. Dude, she's the girl that everyone talks about as having the cake. And the fact that she doesn't market it just goes to show that she's got some morals. No, I don't use OnlyFans. Thank you for the 4 months. I'm just saying I've noticed that she doesn't like lean into that stuff, and I do respect it. Because a lot of the WMMA fighters do. Here we go. The real O'Malley. This is big. This is big, guys. If he gets beat, that's going to be a massive fraud check. This might be like one of the biggest fraud checks since Aaron Pico, to be honest. This would be one of the biggest fraud checks since Aaron Pico if Gamori knocks him out. Cherries or cake? I mean, I think that it's a pretty easy answer. Would you rather have a girl have no cake but nice tits, or would you rather have a girl have no tits but a nice cake? Usually, you're gonna go with a girl with a nice ass with small tits, rather than like a toothpick lower body. But both are good, obviously. Anyway, guys, Twerkus OnlyFans Goonsy. Okay. I remember a time where I didn't know what gooning meant, and I wish I could go back to that because it was funnier back then. When people used to say Lucas is gooning or whatever, it was funnier back then. Because I didn't know what the fuck it meant. It's like, what the fuck is gooning, dude? I accidentally picked Giannis on Tipology. Am I cooked? Yes. You're going to be wrong. You're banking on one of the biggest upsets of the year.
For sure, for sure. Definitely, I am excited to see you fight next. And I know that we do have UFC Perth coming up as well.
That's a sign that she wasn't listening. You don't say for sure after Volkanovski hits you with some freaking facts, dude. For sure is what you say to someone after you didn't even listen to what they said. Listen to that again. Imagine disrespecting Volk.
Yeah, all I can really say is that I back myself, and if I need to do a short notice fight, I know I can get myself ready, especially with 3 weeks and knowing that I'm training. I think I'd be a tough match for anybody, even just on 3 weeks.
For sure. Definitely, I am excited to see you fight next.
Volk
and
knows.
I know that we do
Volk
have...
knows. No, dude. No. That's the face of a man that knows he wasn't listened to. That's the face of a man who ain't champ anymore, and people don't need to listen to him as much. Fuck! I wish Volk was still champ. Should go with big tits, because you can make an ass bigger naturally. True. But what if they have horrible genetics for it? Some people have such bad genetics for certain muscle groups that even if they work on it, it's just going to build like a firm layer of padding over it, but they're not going to have the shape. You know what I mean? Sometimes genetics can be so cooked to where even if they build it up, like it still won't be great. But that's very rare. That is pretty rare.
UFC Perth coming up as well. Just one last question on the Izzy fight. Thoughts on his fight and how that will go?
Yeah, it's obviously a fight that everyone's interested to see. You know, a bit of the bad blood. Going to be here in Perth. Huge fight, a massive fight for Australia, New Zealand. So for this region, so I'm glad there's always, it's either Izzy or myself fighting on one of these cards, you know, so it's always good to have a great headline on there, and that's going to be a massive fight. So I think everyone that's going to be there are lucky to be able to watch a fight like that, you know, because it wasn't that long ago that it was hard to get these types of fights over here. Where now we've just got so much talent around here in all sports, right? Look at the talent we have, even in boxing and
boxing. Who does Australia have outside of George Camboso? And to be honest, George Camboso is not even that good. Like, who's he beat? Who did George Camboso even beat? I know he became a champ, but like, who was the guy that he beat? Was it what was that guy? Garcia? Something Garcia? Joe Parker? Oh, Joe Parker. Yeah, he's a guy. Who did he beat? Who did Camboso beat? He beat Garcia, right? Or he beat Lopez. He beat Teofimo Lopez. Okay, yeah. Never mind. I guess he is all right. Dude, Jiri Prochazka is so freaking weird, man. That's why we like him, man. That's why he's such a fan favorite. Jiri is a weirdo. Should be promoted more than he is. Anyway, here we go. Peyton Talbot versus Giannis Gamori. This is going to be a sick fight. Here we go. Here we go. Were there some rewatchable worthy fights? I would say not really. Maybe if you really love grappling, then you could definitely tune in and watch the Seruya fight. There were some great grappling moments. But outside of that, not really. I think there were some moments in the Ricky Simone and Vinicius Oliveira fight that were cool too, but I still wouldn't say it's that rewatchable. It was a good fight. I know the clock is messed up, guys. Oh, yeah. Let me just zero it out. All right, we're good. We're good. We are ready to rock. We're ready to rock. We're good. We're ready to go. We are ready to go. Here we go. Peyton Talbot versus Giannis Gamori. Big fight. Round one. Spinning kick from Gamori. Nice jab from Talbot. Talbot sits on all of his strikes. Hard leg kick from Talbot. Oh! Big knockdown for Peyton Talbot. The real O'Malley. The real O'Malley. The real O'Malley. Sean O'Malley in the win column again. Holy shit, dude. Peyton Talbot knocks him out in the first 15 seconds with a right hand. You could not have a better performance than that, dude. All right, we're flooding the Instagram comment section saying the real O'Malley. The real O'Malley! Yeah! Look at Giannis Gamori looking like a confused Amish man. Dude, he got fucked up. Hey! I called it. I said right hand. I said it was going to be a right hand knockout. Let's go. Nice. I called it, dude. Look, he leans back. Oh, he fucking got caught. Nice, man. Dude, he couldn't even believe it. This dude literally couldn't believe it. Look at Peyton Talbot's reaction. Couldn't believe that he got him out of there that easily. Damn, Giannis Gamori is a fucking can, dude. How good is Cameron Simon? How good is Simon's chin? He had plot armor, Talbot did. Talbot has plot armor. He has aura armor. Bro is too excited. Me? I mean, whoa, a 15-second KO? You guys aren't impressed? That's pretty crazy. Thank you for the $2. That is the first big KO of the night. Hey, when we were talking about the gloves, I guess the gloves ain't an issue after all. Let's hear what he says on the mic, though. I hope he gives us a good interview. But we gotta storm the Instagram comment section. Bro's lost. The real O'Malley. Talbot is retiring. Yeah, he's putting the gloves down. Imagine if he retires. Imagine how crazy it would be if he retired and he just says, nah, this shit's too easy, man. I'm done. That'd be plus 1,000 aura. We'll see what he says. Hopefully he gives us a good call out or some sort of a good moment. He O'Malley'd him, man. Crazy. Better than O'Malley. I don't care what people say. Better than O'Malley. This is his O'Malley Wineland situation. Yeah, the real Wineland KO. There you go. Dude, Gamori had like a pitter-pat decision with, what's that guy's name? Who's the French guy? Gamori went 3 rounds with that dude. Talbot just made him look like a fucking bum. The real O'Malley. The real O'Malley. The real O'Malley. Stop? No, fuck that. We're not stopping with the O'Malley comparisons. I'm not saying O'Malley's better or worse. I'm just saying this is who O'Malley thinks he is, bro. This is who O'Malley thinks he is. I'm freaking done with people talking about O'Malley. All right? Crazy. All right, we gotta start the Talbot KO's O'Malley takes, guys. O'Malley also KO'd Cans. Doesn't matter. O'Malley didn't do it like this though. O'Malley went 3 minutes with Wineland. Not the same. You can't compare the two. O'Malley didn't beat any hyped up prospects like Cameron Simon. He's better than O'Malley, man. You just got to admit it. It's not even about that, bro. He might beat O'Malley. O'Malley might beat him. I don't even know who O'Malley is. That's the point. We're just ending the confusion because there's a lot of confusion over who's O'Malley and who's not. We'll just go with the guy that's KOing people stiff. How about that? How about we just start calling this dude O'Malley because it clears things up. We'll call the other guy Sean. Nice. He called out Yanez. I think he KOs Yanez. But not really the most memorable interview. I think he could have had a better moment on the interview, but either way. Yanez call out is fire, dude. The Yanez call out is good. It makes sense. And I think he sleeps Yanez. I think he beats Yanez's ass. Real hardcore fans are going to say, no, I just think it's too soon. The Yanez is just going to destroy him. You know, Yanez went to a decision with Davey Grant. And, no, man, are you kidding me? Yanez is going to eat him alive, bro. Yanez beat this can, that can, and then he beat that can after getting destroyed by someone good. Went to a decision with Davey Grant. Yeah. Just wait for fuckers to say that this dude loses to Yanez. Can't wait. Nah, man, he's not messing with Yanez. Yanez beat Tony Kelly, man. He beat Tony Kelly, bro. Yeah, fuck that. Tony Kelly. You know what Peyton Talbot would do to Tony Kelly? He'd freaking knock him out in 1 minute. Yanez takes 3 rounds. Bro just sounds gay. Good call out, but this dude sucks on the mic. Thank you for the $5. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. That's the thing. I don't think he cares about, like, sounding good on the mic. And that's the difference between him and O'Malley. O'Malley is jittery on the mic because he cares about whether or not people like him. Talbot doesn't care. Which is another reason why he's the real O'Malley. O'Malley cares about getting KO'd. O'Malley's jittery on the feet. He's wide-eyed. He's like, dude, I don't want to get hit. I need to knock this dude out. I don't want to get hit, though. Talbot doesn't care if he wins or loses. That's why he's the real O'Malley, if it makes sense. That's the thing. He sucks on the mic, fair enough. He doesn't really care, though. He could retire today, bro. This guy could retire today. Talbot, you know what a power move would be if he just retires? Talbot should just retire right now and say, I don't even care about fighting O'Malley. That guy sucks. I'm going to retire. That's like a Nate Diaz sort of move. Plus 1,000 aura. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't care. That's why we have to fucking rush the comment section right now. Pride Month, Talbot, new mythical fighter. It is still June. Maybe that powered him up, but anyway, let's look for the new post. Karate Hottie post, Charles Oliveira post. We're waiting on the Talbot post so we can say the real O'Malley. That's sort of the most fun thing about Talbot winning is we just get to rack up tens of thousands of likes that O'Malley is going to see comparing this guy to O'Malley. I like O'Malley, but I kind of like, a rivalry between both of them. This kid is top 5 caliber. Maybe a little bit too soon to say top 5 caliber, but the thing is, every critique that people are going to have about this guy, they were saying the same shit about O'Malley. And I never thought O'Malley was going to be a champ, and he actually became one. So you can have a weird look, and you can have, viral. It's crazy how people will say things like, yeah, wait till he fight. Like, you'll have Peter Yan and Corey Sandhagen going to decision after decision after decision after decision when they get into the UFC. I know Jan wasn't always going to decision, but you'll have people like Corey Sandhagen and Jan go into decisions, This is just the way that MMA fans view the sport sometimes, including myself. And then you'll have O'Malley highlight reeling people and Talbot highlight reeling people, and they'll say like, "Nah, dude, they're too goofy, man. They're too flashy. They're not real fighters." But like at the end of the day, they're just sleeping people out cold. Like that's real fighting. Talbot post is live. Talbot post is live. Okay. We got to run him up, guys. I don't see it live, man. Not yet. Not yet. Yeah, but I'm hyped that he got a finish. We've been given a lot of shitty decisions tonight. Okay, we're doing the real O'Malley on Full Violence 2. The real O'Malley. We're doing the real O'Malley on Full Violence and the UFC's page. And the UFC's page is more important. The UFC's page is more important. And we all need to comment it too. It can't just be me. Refresh, it's up. I don't see it up yet. I seriously think Talbot sleeps BSD with staff. Maybe, bro. But he could also easily get taken down. Oh, they posted something new. No, they still didn't. I'm still not seeing it. UFC's Instagram is kind of slow, man. I think they're worried about copyright, guys. I think they're worried about copyright. The UFC can't post fight highlights. No, I'm joking. Oh, shit, it's the prelims. They could post the whole thing. They could post the whole thing. How crazy would it be if they posted the whole fight like they did for Sean O'Malley after he beat Aljo? I just want the UFC to start to freaking treat Talbot like they treated O'Malley to create a little bit of a beef. They still haven't posted it. UFC EU posted it, yeah, but that's not the one that I'm trying to leave my comment on. I don't want to comment the real O'Malley on too many of those Instagram posts, on too many of them. We're waiting for the big one. We're waiting for the UFC 42 million follower one to drop it. They posted it. They posted the KO. I'm not seeing it on the UFC's page. They posted it on ESPN MMA. No, they didn't. They didn't even post it on there. It's posted? No, you guys are bullshitting. They haven't posted it, dude. It's been up for minutes? No, it's not. You guys are trolling. I know you guys are trolling me. Refresh? I am refreshing. All right, I'm gonna try to actually give me a minute. Oh yeah, they did post it. They did post it. They did post it. They did post it. The real O'Malley. Okay, I posted it. I posted it. You guys got to like it up. No. I'm going to take it down. We need to do all caps. We need to do all caps. All right, no. I'm going to actually post it again. The real. Yeah. The real O'Malley. Oh, fuck, dude. No. It's all good. I can't have multiple comments on it. Wait, let me see. Oh, shit, I deleted it. God. Okay, I'm doing it again. The real O'Malley. Yeah! Let's go! All right, guys, I'm going to show you my comment. Let's go. Here we go. I'm pulling it up. I'm pulling it up. Oh, what the fuck? Did they take it down? Come on, man. What the heck is going on? They took it down. They took it down. Took you long enough? I mean, I couldn't see it. All right, no, it's up. How many likes do I have? I have 58 likes. I have 58 likes. Guys, there's 59 likes. You got to like it up. We got to get that shit to like 3,000, dude. At least 3,000. If we can get this to like 1,000 people in the chat liking it, then that means that 5,000 other people outside of the live stream are gonna like it. We got to make it the most liked comment. Best prospect in the 135 division, bro. We gotta mog these other comments. Dude, I'm telling you, Talbot is going to be a big star in the UFC. He has the highlight reel potential every single time he fights. The real O'Malley. I'm not seeing it. What the heck's going on? I don't know why I can't find it on my computer. I can only have it on my phone for whatever reason. Oh, yeah, they posted it here. 5 seconds ago. The heck? The heck's going on right now? Ah, shit, bro. Oh, yeah, we got to comment the real O'Malley on the new one, too. They just posted a new one. The real O'Malley. The real O'Malley. Yeah! All right, the new one is the one that's viral. The new one's the one that's going to go viral, guys. All right, here we go. All right, guys. The real O'Malley. We got to like that up. I'm giving it a like right now. He's like O'Malley. I think he's going to Lanka. Okay. The real, yeah. There we go. Here we go. They just posted a new one 31 seconds ago. We got to freaking run that up. We got to run that shit up. Run that shit up. Count it up. Count it up. Talbot even gayer than Sugar? Yeah, but I'm just talking about the rivalry, bro. I'm talking about the fact that he's really O'Malley. You guys don't understand it, man. All right, let's see how many likes it has. Nice. 208 likes. Let's go. 208 likes already. 208 likes. Dude, I can't wait to just write real O'Malley on my thumbnail for the recap. Stop glazing, bro. He's ain't gonna let you hit, man. All right, bro. You don't have to be a fan if you're a real hardcore fan, man. You don't have to be a fan, bro, but he's got sick performances. Every single one of his fights have been highlight reel worthy. But yeah. He could beat O'Malley. He could beat O'Malley, man, I'm telling you. The real O'Malley versus Wineland. True. It is the real O'Malley versus Wineland. He's just, dude, O'Malley was a freaking prop. O'Malley was a prop. They were just seeing if the O'Malley experiment would work so that they could pave way for Peyton Talbot. Peyton's going to take everything O'Malley works for, I'm telling you. Anyway, what's the next fight? What do we got next? What do we got next? You mean the real Izzy? But he's not like Izzy. He has curly hair. He's a bantamweight. He's got like a similar thing going that O'Malley had going when he was at the start of his career. So it's a little bit different. I'm not infatuated, bro. The guy has a fun style, and he's just, I don't know. He's an O'Malley that doesn't care. Do you ever stop and think that maybe that's why he curved you? You call him the real version of another man? Yeah, that was kind of why it would have been funny to interview him, because I would have just said, hey, man, what's it feel like being the real O'Malley? He probably doesn't like it. But it would have been a good moment. But yeah, that actually could have something to do with it. Even can skate? Yeah, but O'Malley doesn't claim to skate. O'Malley dresses sort of like a guy that likes to skate. Dan Ige is fighting Diego Lopez tonight. No, he's not. I'm not buying it. I know, Left Lane, I know you've got some good sources, but I don't buy it. There's no way. There's just no way. Brian Ortega is not pulling out the night of. They've never done that. They've never had that short notice of a fight be put together. BSD is mad jealous right now. You've left him. Guys, he just had a sick performance. I don't know what you want me to do. You want me to hate on it? Talbot could just ditch his whole life and live in the woods. Exactly. People don't understand. People don't get it. That's the thing that makes Peyton Talbot entertaining as a fighter to root for, is he doesn't care. And O'Malley is the opposite of him. O'Malley cares deeply about wins and losses. The Peyton Talbot allure is sort of related to O'Malley in a sense. I think it may have to do with the fact that I've never been the biggest O'Malley fan ever since he robbed my boy Peter Yan, and I kind of want him to have a rival. Stop glazing these nobodies that KO random cans. BSD got destroyed by DP, yet you're still picking him to beat Renato Moicano. That's interesting. Yeah, let's actually only hype up fighters that go to boring decisions with cans. A real hardcore would hype up the Boshrot brothers. Dude, stop glazing the guys that KO cans, man. You got to understand the real best fighters, the ones that take them to shitty decisions and stink it up the whole time. Yeah. Let's hype up the fighters that do nothing spectacular in the beginning of their career. Let's hype up those guys. Ricky Simone. Real hardcores would hype up Ricky Simone, right? Wait, what does Ricky Simone done before he finished Jack Shore? Boring fights, I bet. Yeah. Well, real hardcore fans would never hype up someone that KOs people and has highlight reel performances against people. You would only possibly hype up a fighter that has a regular NPC style, Boshrot. This is a Boshrot fan telling me this. Talbot is Kendrick. O'Malley is Drake. Good comparison. Thank you for the $2. Rugby. I love finishers who finish, not fighters. I love finishers who finish finishers, not bums. Yeah, but this dude, Giannis Gamori, should be the one that Peyton Talbot's fighting. What do you want, the UFC to give Peyton Talbot a ranked opponent after 2 wins in the UFC? Are you going to critique Peyton Talbot? You're going to say that people shouldn't hype up a guy for getting a KO just because he has hype? Just because he's like someone that's under the spotlight? If anyone else got a KO against Giannis Gamori, you would be okay with people hyping it up. If Vinicius Oliveira knocked someone out like Giannis Gamori, you would be totally fine with people hyping it up. You just want to be hardcore. You just want to seem different. And you're just trying to be more hardcore than other people by saying, pump the brakes, bro. Pump the brakes, dude. That's literally what you're doing. But yeah, man, if you want to be a pump the brakes guy, that's fine. I hype people up that finish finishers, not bombs. Giannis Gamori went to a 3-round... Giannis Gamori had 3 rounds. I can't even name the fucker. Whatever. Oh, yeah. But what are we doing? We got to pay attention to this fight. Jourdain versus Silva. My bad. Talbot sleeping nobodies just like early O'Malley. Just like everyone in the UFC, when they get to the UFC, they fight nobodies. What do you want? Should we never hype up anyone that has a good performance? Like, dude, you know how many shit fights we see at a low level? We're allowed to hype up the good performances. Don't try to sit here and pretend that you're super hardcore and you're not going to pump the brakes. No, man, you shouldn't hype them up. Like, get the fuck out of here. Do you even like fighting? Do you like knockouts? You just want boring decisions. Come on. Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. You're allowed to hype up any other KO, but the ones that are, but the people that actually are being pushed by the UFC, except for the people that have hype. Real hardcore fans will never get excited for a KO if the person that got the KO is being pushed by the UFC. Ever. Shut the fuck up. I'm fucking tired of this bullshit. Dude, stop glazing O'Malley, bro. Stop glazing Peyton Talbot, bro. Why don't you glaze the Boshrot brothers, man? They take people to decision and they're real fighters. Shut the fuck up. Enough of the bullshit. Fuck you. All right? Straight up. We're locking in. Yeah, why are you even here, bro? Why even... Don't even watch the UFC. I'm fucking tired of this bullshit. I'm fucking ranting about that. That's how you talk to supporters. I'm just freaking fired up. Because I'm on to you. I know exactly what it is. It's the typical super hardcore fan take that people have anytime someone has any success when they're hyped up and pushed by the UFC at an early point in their career when they're not fighting high-level fighters. Yeah, Jourdain's lighting his body up. That was a sick body kick right there. Ortega's the real Kelvin Gastelum. Yeah, but we can't hype up people for being real failures. You can only hype them up for being people that are successful. All right, let's lock in. Let's lock in. Ooh, nice head kick attempt from Jourdain. Gene Silva's stalking him down, finding out that Jourdain is a lot harder to hit than Weston Wilson. Elbow attempt from Gene Silva. Jourdain's just going to be able to keep him at range with the kicks. And Jourdain's never been finished. Jourdain's never been knocked out. Man, I think I've only got one fight of the night wrong so far, guys. I think I've gotten every single one right. Oh! I just said he never got finished. Wait a second. Gene Silva might actually finish him. Holy shit. Big knockdown round one. Gene Silva's styling on him now. Gene Silva's styling on him now. Big moment for Gene Silva. Now the momentum is swayed in his direction. Big bombs from Silva. That's the thing. He doesn't have to respect the power from Jourdain. People forget, man. Jourdain's never been a power puncher. And Gene Silva's imposing as well. Wow. This is sick. I guess Gene Silva really is that guy. Hardcore fans don't like personality. Yeah, exactly. Talbot, the hype with Talbot is not his personality. It's his fight style. I mean, that is true. Hardcore fans don't care about personality or trash talk. But apparently they don't even care about fun KOs. They want decisions. They want clean 30-27s. They want control time. He's real good with wrestling, man. Fuck that, dude. Okay? People that get KOs can be good too. It's the same thing as saying, well, all you want to see is KOs, man. You just want to see striking. Like, striking is objectively more entertaining than grappling. You can still appreciate grappling and prefer striking. Wow. Gene Silva's bullying him around the cage. Jourdain is going to survive until the second round. We'll see how Gene Silva's gas tank is, but he seems super confident after getting that big knockdown. Jourdain just doesn't have pop. But here's a nice takedown from Jourdain. He's going to get him down. Boom. 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 Dude, imagine if he snaps his arm. No way. Nice first round. That's a good first round. Let's see how many likes I have. But that's all it is. Anyone that's hating on Peyton Talbot, or I should say anyone that's hating on people that are hyped to see Peyton Talbot fight, essentially, you're just trying to prove that you're a hardcore fan. You're just trying to prove that, like, dude, come on, stop hyping him up for knocking out cans. You would hype up any other fighter that's not getting any shine, that's not under the spotlight for knocking out a can on an early prelim fight. You're the same person that would say something along the lines of, dude, there are lots of great KOs in the early prelims of fight nights. Yeah, but isn't that just low-level fighters knocking each other out, early prelims of fight nights? So you're hyping that up. You're telling everyone how hardcore you are by watching early prelims on fight nights, but you're not allowed to hype up a KO on one of them? You get what I'm saying? Smith is out? No, he's not. You're not getting me on that. Rogan gooning all over Talbot? Hey, man, Rogan's an O'Malley fan. What do you expect? At least Peyton has a personality and isn't a UFC NPC. True. True. His personality is just not caring, man. Flukas, I'm begging you for an oiled up stream at 100K. I don't know if I'm going to do an oiled up stream at 100K. I'll tell you this. If Volk wins 4 fights in a row, then I'll do an oiled up stream. All right? Dude, Gene Silva has crazy power in his hands. Very entertaining fight style. Smith is actually out? Fuck that. I don't believe it. I'll check ESPN, but I don't believe it. Nope, you're bullshitting. I'm not buying any of that. Jourdain has him down. I guess Jourdain's throwing his ego to the wayside. He gets dropped. He doesn't want to stand with Gene Silva. Thinks it's a little bit too risky. Didn't Gene Silva miss weight? I love this card so far. It is a decent card. It's getting better, but we need this fight to sort of play out well. We got to have this fight to carry on strong. Otherwise, if you really look at most of the fights, they've been okay decisions. Nice elbows to the body from Gene Silva. Smith, no, he's not. I don't believe it. Whoa! Whoa! I just missed it. Smith is fine, bro. Holy shit, the Gene Silva show. The Gene Silva show! Yeah, he's the real Sugar Show. He's the real... Wait, what just happened? I didn't even see it. What just happened? I'm not... He was dropping elbows to the midsection. He was dropping elbows to the body. What did he KO him with? Here we go. Let's see. Boom. Here we go. Waiting for it. Boom. Oh, uppercut. Dude, that was an early stoppage. You're right. Now that I think of it, it actually was a bit of an early stoppage. I'm going to watch it in real time. Here we go. Boom. Fuck, I missed it. I guess I got my pick wrong. Hey, it took a while for me to get my second one wrong of the night, but, eventually had to happen. Can't go 11-1 every night, right? The real Sugar Show. Smith is not out. You guys are not getting me on that. You guys aren't getting me on that at all. But sick KO for Gene Silva. The real O'Malley. I'm checking my likes on Instagram. Only 100. Oh, wait, this ain't even the UFC's page. Fire Goddard. It wasn't that bad of a stoppage, to be honest. Let's just hope that he doesn't fuck up the main event. Okay, we got 577. We got 577 likes on that one. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Did they post? Oh, wait. They took down the first one. Wow, the UFC deleted the KO. Damn. Bro, these people saying things like, bro, what are you talking about? Just because people are hyping up KOs. That's a great finish, though. That is a sick finish. Gene Silva, 100% finish rate in the UFC. He might be the Jiri Prochazka of featherweight. I wouldn't say he's the Jiri Prochazka of featherweight, but he could kind of be the Jiri Prochazka of featherweight. Herb Dean reffing the main event. Thank goodness. I'm happy to hear that. Thank goodness. How did you know? Where can you find out who's got the assignment for the main event? Hamzat versus Nickel, fight night main event? Oh, no. That's way too soon for Bo Nickel. I want to see Bo Nickel fight Shara. Gene Silva is not even a real anything. He's the real Silva. Dude can't speak English. He just had the most articulate "I love you, Las Vegas." Just breaks back into Portuguese. Oh, is he crying? Wow, that's out of nowhere. Holy shit. That's literally out of nowhere. That's the quickest I've ever seen anyone go from being completely okay to just bursting into crying. This guy, he is pretty unhinged with his emotions, that's for sure. Boom. Nasty finish. To be honest, it's kind of satisfying to see Charles Jourdain get knocked out. He's always been going to pitter-pat, not pitter-pats. Jourdain's one of these guys that thinks shit's sweet, that thinks he can just go in there and have a war every time, a scrap. Sometimes you can get knocked the fuck out. Jourdain's been getting too used to going back and forth in high-output kickboxing battles. I'm happy Gene Silva just reminded him, no, you can get knocked out sometimes. I did not expect that. I did not expect that at all. I'm actually pretty impressed. First person to ever knock out Charles Jourdain. Isn't that crazy? First guy to ever TKO him in the UFC. Jourdain has a really good chin. Sosa Man, thank you for the $2. Costa versus Usman, fight night main event. No. Unless it's in front of a crowd. Unless it's in front of a crowd. Then I'm with it. Then I'm totally with it. Well, then, yes. In that case, yeah. I mean, why not? He beats Costa. You know, it's just like, I just think, how are you going to value a win over Paulo Costa when he's coming off of 2 losses, you know? So, maybe not. Maybe you want to have him fight someone on a win streak. Because, yeah, Paulo Costa's a big name, but if you beat him, then everything that the UFC promised you going into that fight, hey, you know, this is a big thing, man. You win this one, you're right up there. They can just turn around and say, yeah, well, he was on 2 losses. What do you expect? We're not giving you a fucking title. They should fight. I think Kamaru should fight someone like Brendan Allen. Gene Silva is one of the few featherweights that can actually consistently... You know what? I've been saying that a lot recently. I didn't even notice he gave Rogan his glasses. I've been saying this a lot recently, but featherweight is getting more KO friendly. More KO happy. We used to always say featherweight has no KO artists. We got Ilya Taporia. We got Gene Silva. We got big meaty hooks. Even Max Holloway's starting to get more KOs these days. Ige's replacing Ortega. I'm not buying it. I don't buy it at all. Ortega's not out. Ortega's not out. You guys are trolling. Yeah, he's sorry for missing weight. He's crying. Wait, is that why he cried? Dude, he's not out. He's not out. I don't know. We got to come up with something for Gene Silva. The real Jiri Prochazka. Nah, not the real Jiri. He's not a light heavyweight. You got to keep it within the division. A real Emmett. I don't know. There's no one like Gene Silva. He is a unique character. He's a unique guy. Yeah. He's a unique guy. He's a unique guy. Something that has to do with autism, you know? Fell down the stairs? No way he said he fell down the stairs. And we got Pyfer. Now we got Pyfer. I'm looking forward to this one. This is actually a big fight, guys. Oh, fuck. It might be a women's fight, though. Ah, it's Cub Swanson, dude. You know how it really is, dude. Cub Swanson's one of those guys where you're like, oh, man, you know, Cub Swanson's a UFC legend. I can't wait to see it. And then when it's actually time to see a Cub Swanson fight, you're sort of like, ah, fuck. I kind of wanted to see Pyfer, though. You're kind of like, ah, man, I thought it was Anthony Smith. It's not a WMMA fight. It's way better than that. But I'm being honest. You guys know that I'm telling the truth. I bet 90% of the people in the chat agree with me that they would have been like, damn, let's go Joe Pyfer fight right now. Now it's old head Cub Swanson versus Andre Fili, who, you know, the commentators are always going to hype up Fili because they have to hype up every fighter. But Fili's just never going to be that good, you know. I think Fili knocks him out with a right hand. Bro, this fight kicks Pyfer's fight's ass. I mean, not really. People think this is going to be a crazy fight. This very well could be a bit of a boring fight. You never know. Dan Ige to fill in for Ortega? I don't believe it. How would he have even filled in? He didn't even make the weight. They can't do that. They can't do it the night of. I think you guys are trolling. We may lose a fight, but Ige didn't weigh in. Magomed versus Hill if Yuri forces the trilogy. Thank you for the $2. They would have announced it already. They haven't announced it yet. Yeah, I don't mind seeing Magomed versus Hill. Although I would kind of want to see Hill versus Jan Blachowicz, but I wouldn't mind seeing that. I just want to see Magomed fight because he's one fight away from a title shot. He's going to get passed up. He already did. I think he's one away, but he has to beat someone that's like undeniably top 5. That Johnny Walker win hasn't aged well. If Walker got a KO over Ozdemir, then honestly, we could be saying that Magomed's earned it, but it's not been aging well. Brian is out? Where are you guys getting this? Pfeiffer gargling salt water in the back right now. He's not gargling it, drinking it. Pfeiffer's eating a bag of salt. Missed the prelims. Are there any good fights to watch? The prelims are on right now. I'm sure you're talking about the early prelims. I would say prelims, Peyton Talbot fight, Gene Silva versus Jourdain fight. And for the early prelims, I'd say maybe Ricky Simone versus Vinicius Oliveira was a decent fight. Big Marcel posted it? No way. I'm starting to believe you guys. Smith is not out, but that sucks. Why would Ortega pull out? The heck's wrong with him? Nothing. I don't see anything about it. I don't see anything about it. Ordubay was promised top 10 next if he beats Moises. Good. He deserves it. You beat Moises. To be honest, beating Moises these days isn't that great, right? Even Benoit had to get a win over a ranked guy after beating Moises, so I don't think so. Moises just got beat. Why would he possibly get a ranked opponent after he gets a win over a guy that's coming off of a loss that's not even ranked? Either way, I don't think that's good for Ordubay. I think Ordubay needs to do some more work. And I think it's good for him. I think he should get more experience. Like, he had a tough third round against Elvis Brenner. Slowed down a bit, right? So I wouldn't like to see it. I don't see anything about Ortega pulling out. You guys are making that up. Look up Danny. I don't have Twitter, but I'll look him up on Instagram. If Dan Ige is somewhere outside of Las Vegas, then I know you guys are bullshitting. Dude, Ige was training 7 hours ago. You guys are trolling, all right? You guys are doing a good job because I kind of believed you, but you're trolling. Dude, you're BSing. I've not seen anything. Whoa! Big news coming soon. Ige legend? Oh, what the fuck? It actually might be real. It might be real. You know what? I don't even care at this point. Brian Ortega just ruined his career with that. Ortega's out, Chandler's in. Well, Chandler's not in, but that's crazy. Man, that sucks. How did he pull out? Why did he pull out? He made weight, 155 pounds. Why couldn't he fight? Does he have a kidney stone? Like, what's going on with Ortega? He just ruined the main card. Like, yeah, we're going to get a sick Jiri Prochazka versus Pereira fight, but still. Ige on a few hours' notice? Come on, man. What are you doing? There better be a good reason. He better be at the hospital. And I mean, not because I want him to be, but like, dude, where is he at? He better have had, like, honestly, I don't know. Better be a real good reason. Maybe an accident. Maybe he literally fell down the stairs. Maybe he got food poisoning. Maybe he's throwing up as we speak. It's similar to Derek Lewis shitting his pants on the night of a fight night. Ortega's sick? He's pulling out because he's sick? I don't see anything about it on Full Violence. Nothing on Full Violence. Smith is not out. Smith is not out. Smith is not out. There. I don't buy it. I'm not buying it yet. I'm not buying it yet. I'm not buying it yet. You guys are all saying he's out. I saw one thing. He tweeted it. No, Smith is not out. Smith is definitely not out. These guys would know. They would be talking about it on the broadcast. They always let us know as soon as something like this happens. No, Smith didn't pull out. Smith didn't pull out. What the fuck? Are you kidding me, man? No way. I don't buy it. I don't believe it. Smith is not pulling out. You guys are saying Ortega's out, Smith is out? There's no way. There's no way both of them are out. If both of them are out, then the whole card is ruined. Probably out of his fight. BS. I don't see anything yet. I'm looking at Anthony Smith's Instagram. Let's see, tagged post. Nothing about him being out. Anthony Smith is not out. Anthony Smith is not out. Cursed card. Smith isn't out. I know Smith is not out. Ortega might be out. Smith is not out. Ortega may actually be out. Smith isn't. I know Smith isn't out. I would actually be really upset if Smith pulled out. I'd probably be more upset if Smith pulled out than Ortega. Cursed card. Thank you for the $2. Yeah, it is. It is a cursed card. I've never seen anything like this. But they're not mentioning it on the broadcast. I'm not seeing anything on the broadcast about any of these fights being off, guys. Not seeing a thing about it. Source, trust me, bro. But I see people posting about Dan Ige stepping in tonight. I don't see anything about Ortega. You might be right. Maybe they are stalling to get more people to buy the pay-per-view. Maybe they're going to wait until the pay-per-view starts. But, dude, they got to let us know eventually. They got to let us know eventually. I believe Ortega's out. I believe Ortega's out. They're showing the odds. Ortega, Diego Lopez still there. Man, that would suck if 2 fights fell out. Imagine we have a 3-fight main card. Honestly, not even the worst thing in the world. Be pretty quick, right? We get a nice quick main card, but I wish it was Macy Chiasson, though. Now, you guys aren't getting me anymore. Ortega's the only one that's pulling out, if he does, and I still don't believe it. Ortega's not out. You know what? I'm not believing it at all. His manager, Ali, posted it on Twitter. Ortega's manager, Ali. Ortega not fighting ruins the whole card. That was the fight I was most excited for. That was the fight I was second most excited for. I wasn't most excited for it, but that was the second best fight. Now Diego Lopez fighting a guy that's literally coming off of the fucking couch. That's not prepared at all. I mean, that sucks. He's going to get an easy KO, but it's not getting a KO against Brian Ortega, though. Jiri, Smith, and Ortega all out. No, they're not. No, they're not. Ige versus Lopez, new co-main event. Pereira versus Dolidze. No, stop. Stop playing, dude. Thank you for the $5. I don't believe it. Jiri is not out. Fuck you. Okay. I'm not believing the chat. None of you guys are right. The only guy that might actually be out is Ortega. I don't see anything, man. I don't see anything. What? Bedtime just posted it on his Instagram. Ortega's rumored to be out? God damn it. Bro, what the heck? It is what it is. Ariel reported it. Check Ariel, new tweet. I don't have Twitter, but I believe you guys on the Ige Ortega stuff. Listen, it's not the end of the world as long as Ige steps in. I'm good. I wanted Lopez to get a finish anyway. He won't get a big title shot after it, but at least we'll still see a fight. At least we'll still see a Diego Lopez KO. At least it's against someone on but it's on short notice though. Ortega just sort of ruined his career with that. I guess he's going to have to move up to lightweight. He fucking missed weight and then pulled out the night of the fight. Why? What's the reason? There must be a reason. Dan, 300K Ige if he beats Lopez. Oh, of course. Yeah, the UFC is going to pay him well. But we might not even get that fight. Just because Ige's saying he's willing to step in doesn't mean he will. He might not get cleared. The Las Vegas Commission may not let him because he hasn't weighed in. They don't know how much he weighs. He may be like 170 pounds. Might not even happen. We might see that fight fall off. And there's still a shitty WMMA main event or WMMA feature fight that's wasting all of our time. Ortega is sick, confirmed. Thank you for the $2. I guess he is. Wow, he must have been sick all week. Talbot out or the real O'Malley out? The real O'Malley is out. Thank you for the $2, Oscar. I saw he weighed in last night. Yeah, he weighed in last night. And he's pulling out the night of the fight. Very strange. Dana tweeted it now. Dude, these guys aren't just all tweeting it now. I'll wait till something's posted on Instagram. Yeah, I see it. Full Violence. Breaking Diego Lopez versus Ige at 165 pounds catch weight. In the work for tonight. Ige would have to weigh in tonight. Ortega is sick and on the verge of having to withdraw. Fuck that, bro. In the works. That doesn't mean Ortega is going to withdraw. That doesn't mean he's going to withdraw. It just means that he might. He might withdraw. Ortega's drinking some tea. You know, he's getting he's in a cold sweat right now. I think he'll be fine. But I think Diego still beats his ass. He still beats Ige. Ige is weighing in now 165 pounds catch weight. They got to be showing this on the broadcast. I mean, this would be good TV. It would be interesting to watch. Wow. Shout out to Dan Ige. But Brian Ortega really fucking us over tonight. Brian isn't out. He's beating Diego's ass. No, he's out. He's out. I believe it. No, guys, you guys don't have to try to convince me. I believe it. Here we go. Took forever for them to get Fili and Cub Swanson in the cage. UFC is out. Yeah, UFC might be out, guys. Might need to turn off the stream. You guys aren't getting me on anything else. No one's out. No one else is out. Just maybe Brian Ortega. Thank goodness Ige stepping in. We at least get to see someone get KO'd. And it doesn't matter if Ige loses, so he'll probably fight like he doesn't care, which is awesome. It'll be entertaining. I believe it, guys. You guys don't need to convince me. I don't need to check any tweets. I believe what you're telling me. I know what's going on. Dude, I'm hungry. Let's go. Dude, that mango was bitter as hell. That mango was bitter as hell. I've never had a more bitter piece of mango. Can't stay watching with the fam. Habib is the Shaq of MMA. He's definitely up there. Thank you for the $2 NIF. I really appreciate the support, man. Thank you for the $5, ProGen. Oh, yeah. Mario Bonasilva versus Chiasson. New co-main event. It's not the new co-main event. But thank you for the $5. I'm eating dried mango. And I just had the worst piece of dried mango I've ever had. Wow, nice knee from Fili. I'm predicting a straight right down the middle from Fili to knock out Cub Swanson. Because he leaves his hands down after he throws his punches, Cub, and he sort of has his chin on a silver platter. Fili's looking for that wing and hook. Oh! Nasty head kick. I know Ortega's out. Big body kick from Fili. Yeah, Fili's lighting him up. I think Fili's going to finish him. Only a matter of time before we see Fili knock him out. Oh, nice jab from Cub. God, I've got mango stuck in my teeth. Nice jab from Cub. He's giving him a taste of the sweet pea special. Man said McGregor's stepping in. We know Ortega's out, guys. There's a nice little calf kick from Fili. And a big right hand from Fili. The same one Lucas Tracy said he would have landed on Cub to knock him out. And there's that lead hook from Cub. And a big swing and a miss from Cub Swanson. He's 0-1 tonight. Home run in his last outing. And a couple of feints from Fili. Big body shot pepper into the body is Cub Swanson. And a big sweet pea special with a 1-2 down the middle. And now Cub Swanson's getting gritty. Oh! Big shot from Cub, and he's going for that KO. He's imposing his will. Ah, man, Cub Swanson's one decision away from going TKZ versus Holloway. One decision away from turning into TKZ versus Holloway. Why not, man? You're going to lose anyway. You may as well try to go out under shield. And here's a tapper from Cub Swanson down the middle. I know, Dan Ige stepping in. All right, anyone that says that later on, I'll assume that they're new to the chat. I'm just going to deny it. No, man, what are you talking about, man? Stop trolling in the chat, bro. Come on, Fili, knock him out. Knock this dude out. Knock this old man out. What are you saying, man? Real hardcore... Oh, he dropped them. Real hardcore fans are more hyped to see Cub Swanson fight than anyone else. Real hardcore fans are going to bed after this fight. They just want to see Cub Swanson. Swanson does have an entertaining fight style, but... Lucas, you're behind 10 seconds. I'm not behind. I'm not behind, bro. Real hardcore fans know that Andre Fili is the real prospect. He's had a million decisions and no one even knows who he is, but man, that's a real hardcore fans prospect. I'm not behind, guys. I'm not behind. Lucas, not having a Twitter is literal self-sabotage. Okay, maybe I'll get one for news updates. Because I usually get them anyway. I just get them a little bit later. That's it. I just get them more delayed. You know what I mean? Just a little bit more delayed. Wow, we have 1.9K watching right now. Holy shit. That's insane for the prelims. The craziest thing is like going on my YouTube feed to just see my thumbnail where it says 1.9K. That's insane. I used to look at other people's streams, like MMA Guru's stream, it'd be like 1.9K. I'd be like, damn, that's a lot of people, man. It is a lot of people. He's got like 5K right now, but holy shit, that's crazy. We had 2.1 in the early prelims. I know. We're at 2,000 now. We're at 2,000 now. Jiri is out. He got hexed by Pereira. Anthony Smith. No, he did not. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. Fior. I got to get some coffee. I got to get some coffee after this fight, guys. And I got to get something to eat. I'm going to have some yogurt. Yogurt is a great snack to have on a fight night. You just get to, eat it real quick. Seamless. Nice takedown from Andre Fili. Bro, you're behind at least 5 to 10 seconds every card. Okay, well, my stream is all the way caught up. Oh, you're talking about the timer. Yeah, the timer's not caught up. You should know this by now, man. I'm never going to have the timer on point. I always forget to start it. Yeah, it's 4:25 on the clock. 4:25 on the clock. Here, I'll do this. I'll do this. No, we'll just let the timer go and I'll make sure that it's on point for the next round. Basic question, but what got you into watching MMA? That's a good question. I'd say Rogan for the most part. I'd say Rogan. And then I started training, and when I started training, that's when I really got obsessed with it. That's when I became a real hardcore fan. So, 2017, listening to Joe Rogan. Couple months after I started watching some UFC, I started training, and then I just became hardcore, watching every single weekend. I wouldn't say I became a hardcore over the span of a couple of months, but that's kind of what got me into it. Just listening to interviews with fighters, listening to Rogan and Joey Diaz talk about fighters, stuff like that, fight companions. And then 2018, I discovered Chael Sonnen and his channel, and that got me more interested in the pre-fight antics. And then I discovered the Weasel. So yeah. But I would say I've been a hardcore fan since 2008, I'd say. 2008 when Rusty Bob fought Chris Lieben. Rusty Bob versus Chris Lieben was a sick fight back in 2008. I used to watch the Golden Sluggers in the Slugger era. And then I kind of fell out of it because it got into this whole McGregor promotion stuff. And then I was like, I'll be a hardcore fan again. And let me just tune into some old Bellator fight. No, I actually did watch. I watched McGregor's fights in the mid-2010s. But that was the only fighter I was watching. I didn't start watching any other UFC fighters till 2017. It was just McGregor fights that I cared about. First, it was Floyd Mayweather fights. I started watching Mayweather before any other combat athlete, and I would only watch Mayweather fights. Then I watched the Jones versus DC fight in 2015, the first fight, because I heard about their buildup online. I saw the back and forth interview that they did where Jones is like, I'm going to kill you and all that. And DC said, I'd never let you kill me. You think I'm just about to let you spit in my face, Jones? Oh, wow. Cub Swanson's giving him the sweet pea special. And, then I really got into watching every card 2017. Real hardcore fans know Lucas's clock is accurate. Yeah, real hardcore fans know that my clock is actually accurate. Thank you for the $2. Women got me into MMA. Well, I have a WMMA channel, and we talk about this all the time, but real hardcore fans know that WMMA is actually more interesting because you can kind of see the techniques in real time because they're so slow. So seeing the techniques unfold in real time sort of gives you a better grasp on what's happening. And they're tough cookies, man. And they're tough cookies. And it's like, dude, if a girl's doing it, that's just crazy, man. You know? Dude, what's there not to like? It's a girl, and she's fighting, man. It's like guys that want a girl that's going to watch MMA with them. What do you mean, man? I want a girl to watch MMA with me. Like, what do you basically want a fucking guy? You basically want a clone of yourself? Like, most women are just not interested in MMA, bro. She's a tough cookie that punches and kicks. I mean, what's there not to like? Fuck. You know? Yeah, real fans know that WMMA is where it's at. All right, I got to lock into this fight. Real hardcore fans know that if you don't like WMMA, you're a freaking casual, man. Lucas, do you consider Piper your biggest op? I don't want Piper to be an op. Like, Piper's the scariest op to have. I don't know, man. Piper's a scary guy, dude. It's like... The thing is, he's scary because of his freaking attitude, man. He's got a salty attitude. I'd rather get hit with 3 Ngannou hammer fists after being KO'd than just telling Joe Piper that he's got to cover my shift at the salt mines. Just reminding Joe Piper that he's got to cover your shift at the salt mines is worse than 3 haymakers from Ngannou. So, I don't know. I don't want to have Pyfer as an op. I'd rather have Pyfer as an ally. Okay? Fili would have made this fun for us. Fili is making this decently fun, no? I mean, this fight's all right. But this is one of those fights where, like, you know, let's be fucking honest. This fight fucking sucks. No, I'm joking. This is one of those fights where, like, real hardcore fans will say, like, dude, I can't wait for Fili versus Cub Swanson. Or they'll tally it off. Fili versus Swanson, good fight. And then when it actually comes down to it, like, this is the fight they go to the fucking pizza place to pick up their pizza. This is the fight to go to the pizza place. Okay? People will freaking hype this shit up. And this is the one where they go and take their bathroom break. All right? So, let's not sit here and act like, you know, Cub Swanson and Andre Fili are the most must-see TV fighters. But they are very fun. Cub Swanson's had some worse. You have no idea? Breaking news, Prochazka. All right, so let's relax. He's fine. Prochazka's totally okay. Anyway, we got to lock in. We actually have to lock in because this is a good fight. This is one of those fights where if you don't lock in, you miss one of the greatest fights of the year. They'll be saying fight of the year, and you'll have missed the whole thing. So we actually have to lock in. Oh, fuck, I didn't even start my clock. No point. No point. They say Ortega is out. Is this true? Yes, I think it's true. Oh, that was nasty from Fili. But Cub Swanson's walking him down. No, that's a nasty right hand. Thoughts on Conor going off on Khabib lately? I mean, that's not surprising. He's always going after him. Thank you for the 20 and okay, but not surprising in the slightest. Anytime there's any controversy with Khabib, surrounding anyone on Khabib's team, Conor's going to go at them. And I did hear about what happened with the Khabib. Not with Khabib, but there was someone on his team that was, I think, related to the terrorist attack. Fucking nuts. Cub Swanson's bitch slapping Andre Fili up against the fence. Nice knee up the middle for Fili. Who do you guys have winning this fight? I know the timer's off. I was too late to start it at the start of the round. There's really no point at this point. Actually, you know what? There is. Oh, nice shot. There is. Yeah, Cub is actually imposing his will. I had a feeling Fili was going to make this shit boring. It's up to Fili, man. People got to stop hyping this dude up. People got to stop hyping up Fili as if he's like, you know, an all-time classic every time he fights. There's a reason why he's not ranked. There's a reason why he's fighting people like Lucas Almeida. WMMA is evil and Jewish. A society shouldn't have females prize fighters. Thank you for the $5 New Zealand dollars. I wouldn't say it's evil, dude. But, like, I mean, listen. You know, I wouldn't have any problem sleeping if the UFC decided to get rid of it. Okay, now we're going to get the timer working. I wouldn't say it's evil, though. There's a nice 1-2 and a jab. Fili landed a nice combination there, but... Oh, there's a beautiful shot from Fili. And a jab from Fili. Leg kick from Fili. Fili is actually getting a lot done here in the last 2 minutes. As soon as I start the timer, Fili starts lighting him up. Maybe all I needed to do was lock in to get my pick right. We're kind of all over the place with picks tonight, guys. And even some of the picks that I've gotten right have been arguable robberies. Except for Simone, though. I think Simone won. No, I'm joking. I don't think he won. Ah, beautiful shot from Swanson. Big right hand. The fact that Fili's getting walked down by Cub Swanson is a little bit pathetic. I mean, this just goes to show that Fili is never going to come close to fighting anyone in the rankings. Or he's just never going to come close to being in the top 5 fighting for a belt. Or it just goes to show that Cub Swanson still has it. I mean, he is still one of these guys that isn't afraid to move forward and put himself in harm's way. Even at his old age, where a lot of fighters start adopting like a safety-first game plan so they can just walk away with the show money. Cub Swanson's going for it. He's fighting like this is his last fight ever. I have no idea who's winning this fight. I don't even know who won the 3rd round. Fili's landed some great shots. Boom! Cub Swanson hurt him with that. I think maybe you give it to Cub Swanson. You and Wade Plem would be a dope collab. Wade? Is that Wade Concept? Wade Plem. Wade Plem. Wade Concept, you mean? Yeah, I mean, that would be a cool collab. Wouldn't mind it. Yeah, Wade Concept. I know who you're talking about. He's the, he covers a lot of boxing. Wade Plem. Does anyone call him Wade Plem? Cub Dub? Yeah, Cub Dub. I think so too. I think so as well, guys. I think he's going to get it done. I don't know who won that. We'll do a poll. I bet it's going to be very close to 50-50, even on the poll. I was not locked in at the beginning of that fight, guys. I was not locked in. I think Swanson may have taken that, though. Good fight. Decent fight. I mean, Andre Fili, I think he had a lot more. I think he honestly won the first round, though. Fili won the first. Maybe a draw, but there wasn't a 10-8. And they don't really give out 9-9 rounds, so I don't know if you can call it a draw. All my remaining parlays have MVP winning. I can't wait for that fight. Main card has a bunch of big fights on it. Big feel fights. Lots of great fights on the prelims, but none of them have a big feel. MVP potentially knocking out Ian Gary's big. Ortega's out. Ige's in. Yep. That's true. They still haven't announced it on the broadcast, but it is legit. The worst case scenario is there's no fight at all, but there's a good chance that we actually see it. I'm a little worried that they haven't announced it, though, but I think they're just sort of waiting for more people to buy the pay-per-views, and maybe they'll announce it at the start of the main card. Too close to call. It's one of those fights that's too close to call. Yep. He won the first round. I don't know about the third. I think Cub Swanson may have landed the better shots in the third, but it was close. You know, hey, I picked Andre Fili. I'm not going to die on the hill, man. I think Andre Fili won. I picked him to win. But it was very close, actually. It really was close. Let me check the UFC card. Robbery? I think it was about right. Fili definitely won the first. What was the toss-up round? Was it the third or the second? I don't know which rounds they gave to Cub Swanson. Oh, big news, big news. They're announcing it. Brian Ortega's out. Out against Diego Lopez. Here we go. DC. Why is DC laughing? Unprecedented situation. He's going to bring up Ige. Diego Lopez walking in. Diego Lopez. Diego Lopez is freaking done with this. Oh, he's weighing in at 165. They're showing him weigh in. Awesome. Ige posted footage of him on like an elliptical bike earlier today, so we must have known about this for a while. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Like, listen, we're not seeing Lopez fight Sabatini again. We're seeing him fight someone that was in a training camp to fight someone next month that's still in the gym that's actually good. Yeah, Ige's got more gyno than anyone else on the planet, but I mean, the guy's, he's a legend. Dan Ige's gyno is unprecedented. That's the real unprecedented situation. Ige and Emmett have the worst gyno I've ever seen in the UFC. Hey, whoa, today. I've been in camp for 3 months. I'm the healthiest I've ever been. Imagine Hunter Campbell freaking didn't read it because Ige is not a big enough star. Damn, that's crazy. I can fight this guy tonight and beat him. This is what legends are made of. I'm ready. I'm in great shape. Please don't take this opportunity away from me. Fuck yeah. Shout out to Dan Ige. That's awesome. I'm taking a photo of that. That's sick. Honestly, shout out to Dan Ige. The man of the hour. That's a BMF move right there. And it's smart because if he takes a fight, listen, people get knocked out on short notice and we talk about it like he got knocked out. No one will ever mention him getting knocked out on short notice without mentioning the fact that it was the most short notice fight in history. So that's actually a really excusable loss. Even if he loses, he's good. And you know what? Seeing Dan Ige fill in, I mean, that's the highest ranked opponent we could have ever gotten to fill in on this sort of fight. We weren't going to get Holloway or Topuria or anything like that. Emmett. Ige is a ranked opponent. That's awesome. So we can at least expect to see some sort of a fight. I don't think Ige is just going to get like squashed in the first second like a can. He has experience. He knows how to fight against high-level fighters. He's been in there with the best of them. Ige has deadlier hands than Ortega. He does have tons of power. Like, he could win this fight, but it's kind of put together at the last second. Hey, he's going to go in there with nothing to lose. As he should, because as I said, if he loses, no one is going to mention that loss without bringing up the fact that it was the most short notice fight ever put together in UFC history. 50K Ige harder than T-City? No. He's not a harder fight on a few hours' notice. Definitely not. How did he even hear about Ortega being sick? I'm surprised. Maybe they have the same manager, but it's not a harder fight than Ortega in the sense that tonight, if Ortega didn't pull out, like he would have been a guy that I mean, to be honest, Ortega would have been on short notice too, but Ortega has that survivability. You know what I mean? Ortega has that survivability, that zombie-like style to where if you can't finish him, then it becomes a real issue. And he's got sick grappling. You don't have to worry about the grappling of Dan Ige. Danny Gay. Danny Gay. Danny Gay, let's go. Danny Gay. Dude, shout out to Danny Gay, man. How can you not root for Dan Ige? I mean, bro, I'm still kind of rooting for Lopez because I'm picking him to win no matter what. Yeah, let me give my official pick. I think Lopez beats him. But listen, if Ige loses, it doesn't matter. I'll still give him a ton of props. And if he wins, that's a great story. So you can't be mad if this dude wins, unless you're a diehard Lopez fan. But you can not root for Ige. You can seriously like root for the guy he's fighting. That's like someone filling in for Volk's opponent and someone being like, Lucas, come on, man. How can you not root for the guy that's filling in? Like, dude, I'll fucking root for Volk to knock his head off. Nonetheless, you think I'm going to just root for Ige all of a sudden? Listen, I like Ige, but it doesn't mean I have to freaking root for him. Like, rooting for someone in a fight means, do I want this guy to win or the other guy? I root for Ige in life. How about that? I'm rooting for Ige in life. I want Ige to do well. I want him to make good money. And I want him to get home safe. And I want him to get a lot of respect after this. But I kind of want Diego Lopez to get a win tonight. Bro, UFC drop $1 million for Lopez and Ige? This dude's acting like Diego Lopez needs the big bag. Diego Lopez already got his bag for filling in on 2 weeks. I'm sure they increased it a bit, but it's Ige the one that needs $1 million for this. Lopez already made a lot of money for this short notice thing. He's making a little bit more, but it's really Ige that's taking the big risk. I mean, Lopez has been known about a fight for 2 weeks now. Lopez accepted it. You got to give him some respect, but like, come on, Ige's going to lose. You have to be mentally locked in for a fight. He probably had a beer yesterday. I mean, I don't know if Ige drinks, but he's probably eating McDonald's earlier this week. You know how Ige is. I actually don't know how Ige is, but I'm sure he's been chilling. Oh, he's been in camp for 3 months. Okay. Wait, what fight was he pulled from? Which fight was he pulled from? Ortega pulls out of a fight for a stuffy nose. He better have a good reason. Because that was a really horrible fall off that we just had. Shout out to Dan Ige. That's big. Thank you for the $5. That's awesome. But which fight did he fall off from? I know he was supposed to fight Sheppy. But when was that supposed to happen? July 20th. Yeah, he was a couple of weeks out anyway. So Ige's in shape. It's not like he's out of shape, but you know, guys, if Ige loses, you do realize it's still worse that he loses than Volk. I'm just going to bring it up. Like, it's not the worst short notice fight ever. It's a couple hours before, but, you know, it's not the worst ever. Like, yeah, it's statistically permissible for him to lose, but not statistically more permissible for him to lose than Volk, though. Just have to make it about Volk for a second. No, I'm just playing. Most cursed cards I've ever seen in a long time. You're right. Yeah, the Anthony Smith fight falling apart 4 times. Conor pulling out. Jamal pulling out. As I already said. Ortega pulling out. I mean, the night of, too. The last time this happened on a big card, it was Whittaker pulling out the day of his Kelvin Gastelum fight. The first fight that they had in Australia. And Adesanya and Silva were the main event. That sucks, man. I'm still pissed off about that happening. This is a big win for Danny Gay's career. It's a big win for Danny Gay's career, man. Shout out to Danny Gay. Dude, Danny Gay's a man. Danny Gay, dude. Thank you for the $2. Danny Gay, bro. Thank you for the $2. Co-mained ruin Ortega really ran? He did, bro. Until we find out what he pulled out with. Like, what the fuck? There better be a great reason. Thank you for the $2. Okay, guys, we got to get locked in. Joe Sodium Piper is going to fight. What happened to Ortega? Thank you for the $2. He's sick, apparently. They didn't really clarify what it was. What the fuck? They still have hands. They still have Ortega's name on the banner ads. I didn't know until right now. Yeah. I mean, we've been talking about this for the past hour. My chat's been talking about it. I didn't believe them at first, but yeah, it's real. They just announced it. My free Ortega 0.5 strikes for my bet is cooked. So how does it work in that situation? Do you get your money back? I mean, if he pulls out of a fight, I'm sure they're going to give you your money back. They said he had 103 fever. You can't fight with 103 fever. I mean, to be honest, having 103 fever sucks, but like pulling out for a fever, I don't know. Listen. I understand it. I understand it. I actually think it was the right call for Ortega. Having a light fever is fine, but if he's that sick, I mean, come on. You have to know you're going to get fucked up. You have to know you're going to get messed up if you're that sick. Like, if Ortega loses, his whole career is different. He can't lose. He can't afford to show up like a shitty version of himself. I understand it. 103 is a bad fever, right? No. I said if it's a light fever, then you show up. It's not a light fever. 103 is bad. A light fever is like 100. If you have 100, that's a light fever. You don't die at 103, bro. You do not die at 103. People get 103. Not all the time, but I've had 103. People have had 102. If you have like you're not dying just because you get a fever, bro. 105, okay, then it's time to call the ambulance. Okay? 103 is you're sick. You're very sick. Yeah, 103 means you're sick. That's what I'm saying. I think it was a good move that he pulled out. Like, listen, it's easy to sit here and complain because he ruined our entertainment. But, like, it's his career, bro. Ortega's the guy that's known as, like, win one, lose one, win one, lose one. Ortega's a bum. He's always losing, right? Even though he's not always losing. He's only losing to the best. If he loses tonight, people are going to go back to calling him a disappointment. So I actually don't mind. If he feels like death and he's like, bro, I feel horrible. Like, there's no way I'm going to win. Or there's no way I'm going to give my best. Then I understand it. It's better to pull out than to get fucked up knowing that you're a trash version of yourself. Just to try to prove that you're tough. Like, I get it. Sometimes you do want to just sort of prove yourself, but not in Ortega's position. One loss kind of buries his career a little bit. I will make sure the clock is on point. Don't worry. I'm going to make sure the clock is on point. Guys, let's get the likes up on this stream. Joe Sodium Pfeiffer. Joe Sodium Pfeiffer is about to fight. Here we go. Here we go. Thank you for the 149, the super sticker. I appreciate that. Manlet. Ortega Soy, Pereira could never. I don't think Pereira would, but you know what? I understand because Ortega's in a different position than Pereira. Pereira's a multiple-time champion, legend. Like, Ortega can't afford to lose. I understand him pulling out, bro. Let's go. Round 1. Joe Pfeiffer versus Marc-Andre Barriou. I'm calling a first-round KO. Joe Pfeiffer is the strongest man in UFC history. To be fair, online it says if you have 105 fever, you should go to the hospital. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, 103, you're not going to die, but it is a bad fever. That's a bad fever. 103, you feel fucked up. You're not in fighting shape. 100, you show up to a fight. 101, maybe you show up. 103, I understand pulling out. He's not in danger, but like, come on, you just can't put on a good performance if you have 103 fever. I just realized I saw Volk fight live 7 years ago against Shane Young in Sydney. Didn't even recall it was him. You just realized that? Thank you for the $5. Maybe you forgot because he had hair back then. Volk had hair up until the Ortega fight, though. But again, he probably looked a lot different. Didn't really have a lot of aura in the Shane Young fight. Volk was one of those guys that didn't have any aura until the Ortega fight. He got a little bit of aura when he beat Max. He got plus 500 aura and then lost it in the rematch because everyone thought he lost, even though he won. But because he got knocked down and Holloway was the fan favorite. And then he continued. Oh! Big right hand from... Boom! Boom! Oh! Joe Pfeiffer! Flatlines Marc-Andre Barriou! Oh, Marc-Andre Barriou's on the freaking canvas. Damn, dude, that's a lot of fucking salt. Wow. It wasn't even the fucking first blow. Joe Pfeiffer just freaking made sure he went out cold. It was one of those combinations where Pfeiffer was getting angry that he didn't have his one-shot KO. So he kept hammering on him with extra salt. Damn. Joe Pfeiffer was pissed that he didn't get that one shot. And so he started freaking teeing off. Let's see which one it was. Boom. Boom. Oh, it was the uppercut on the ground. Pfeiffer was making sure he was going to go out cold. Dude, Pfeiffer hits hard. Damn. Pfeiffer's got that power that literally cracks your skull. Nice. Uppercuts. No respect. I knew he was going to knock Marc-Andre the fuck out. Damn, I feel bad for Marc-Andre. That was a nasty KO. Flatlined him. So how many finishes have we seen on this prelims? We saw Peyton Talbot, Gene Silva. Nice. Prelims were sick. I told you the prelims are going to be better than the first 3 fights on the main card. Unless MVP and Ian Gary's a good fight. I have a feeling it might be boring. Smith Dolidze might be boring. Macy Chiasson, Mario Bonasilva might be boring. But I told you the prelims were sick. Joe Pfeiffer gets it done. As expected, Marc-Andre comes forward. Pfeiffer, that's how you get it done. Sodium with a stinging leg kick. True. Poa. Thank you for the 20 NOK, Lucas. He may call you out, man. I would love for this guy to call me out, but there's no way he's going to give me the time of day. He shouldn't. I mean, dude, Joe Pfeiffer should not call me out. Him calling me out would be a great moment for the channel, but it'd be stupid for him to do. That would just go to show that he's still salty about me calling him out. Oh, Bedtime got it right. Bedtime got it right. Bedtime said Pfeiffer was going to cry and act like it was the freaking world championship. Bedtime predicted this. He said Pfeiffer's going to win and play it off like he just won the freaking chip. Hard days at the salt mines are working? True. Someone must have told Pfeiffer that Marc-Andre Barriou wanted him to cover the shift at the salt mines. Bro was so salty. Incredibly salty. He made sure that uppercut was filled with some extra sodium. I use Pfeiffer to brine my steaks. That's funny. Using Pfeiffer to brine your steaks. Joe Sodium. Diego Lopez, lucky Volk isn't at 303. Very lucky. Or I should say Volk's lucky that he's not at UFC 303 because he would get uppercut KO'd. Let's see what Pfeiffer says. Dude, did he get a... Oh, he got a hair transplant. Dude, Pfeiffer about to knock out Joe because he fumbled and bumbled over his words. Why is he calling out Paul Craig, dude? That's a fucking weak call out, Joe. That's a fucking weak call out, Joe. Why are you calling out the freaking biggest pipsqueak puncher in the division? I don't like that call out. Call out someone like Jack Hermanson. Call out Michelle Pereira or something like that. Chant USA, he says. Damn. UFC reposted Talbot's KO side by side with O'Malley. Of course they did. They recognize what's going on. Why is he so mad? Why is he so mad, dude? I gotta love Joe Pfeiffer. No one's got that energy like Joe Pfeiffer. Nice, bro. I'm happy that he got the win. Bro wants the chinniest guy at middleweight. I don't get why he's calling out Paul Craig. That's a dog shit call out. Yeah, we're so hyped to see Joe Pfeiffer fight Paul Craig after going through Andre Barriou in 15 seconds. Yeah, the world's dying to see that matchup. Come on, you're just clearly trying to get an easy KO. He has a beef with Paul Craig, though. So that might be it. He always talks shit at Paul Craig. He always has something to say about him. He says that he doesn't like the fact that Paul Craig gets in people's faces at stare downs and acts like a tough guy when he just goes out there and rolls on his back. So I think I understand why he wants to fight him. Shout out Pfeiffer's dad. No, I'm not going to shout out Pfeiffer's dad. Thank you for the $2, man. I ain't going to do that. All right. Thank you for the $2. Pfeiffer's dad, he says. Sick prelims. Great prelims. Now it's on to the main card, and I got to buy the pay-per-view. Anthony Smith by sub, trust. There's no way he's submitting Roman Dolidze. He might lose to Roman Dolidze on the ground. He'll definitely get out grappled by him. I don't know who you guys think Smith is. Just because Smith guillotined low IQ Vitor Petrino doesn't mean he's going to guillotine Roman Dolidze. Smith is the guy that's gotten out grappled more than he's out grappled people. You guys do understand that, right? And Roman Dolidze, if there's anything he does at a very high level, it is grappling. Like, yeah, Smith can submit Vitor Petrino and Devin Clark, but Roman Dolidze submitted Jack Hermanson. Big difference. The best submission win that Smith has is what? Gustafsson? That's a great submission, but to be honest, that version of Gustafsson was pretty horrible. Gustafsson had the fastest fall off I've ever seen. Faster than Tony Ferguson. At least Ferguson against Gagey gave us some moments. At least against Charles, he didn't get finished. And at least he dropped Chandler. But Gustafsson fell off harder than anyone ever. He went from giving Glover Teixeira a sweet piece special with 3 uppercuts behind it, the sickest boxing showcased at light heavyweight, to getting destroyed by John Jones, getting submitted by Anthony Smith, submitted by Verdum, easily finished by Nikita Krylov. And there was someone else that beat him too. Maybe that's it. Please show us your card while you buy the PPV. I got you. I'm about to pull it out, guys. I can basically give you all the info. Yeah, man. Let me just get it right now. But I am actually buying the pay-per-view. I'm not going to show my info, but I am going to buy it. People think I'm trolling with that. But I don't want my stream to crash out. Gus has spine issues. He temporarily retired. That everyone has forgotten about. Did he temporarily retire before the Jones rematch? I forget. Was that before the Jones rematch or was that after? Oh yeah. Let me get the pay-per-view. I mean, you can use it as a tax write-off, but in general, I mean, listen, I want to support the UFC, and I don't want my stream to cut out. And this is what I do. I mean, I have a YouTube channel based on the UFC. So, I mean, I got to get the best stream. Lucas, is this the most viewers you've had? No, it is not, but we do have a lot of viewers. We have 2.5K, basically. 2.5K. I think the most viewers I've ever had was maybe UFC 300, Max Holloway KO, or maybe Strickland versus DDP after the decision. I don't remember, but I think the most I've ever had was maybe like 4,000 for a little bit. You had 3K plus for 300. I think I had 3K plus for the main card on UFC 300. But either way, I think the most I've ever had was maybe over 4,000 for like a big moment. I forget exactly which one it was. But I remember when I had like 600 people in my live stream when Adesanya KO'd Pereira, and that was like a huge moment. Which it's still like, that's still a lot of people. But I just remember back then, like 600 was like, holy shit, like my stream is getting mobbed right now. Because people were coming in and shitting on me because I got my pick wrong. And then when Strickland beat Adesanya, I think I had like 1,500 people in the chat when I was celebrating, which is pretty cool. When did Gus have spine issues? Are you going to stream the fight? Yeah, I'm going to keep the fight on. I usually don't stream the fight on the prelims, but I usually put it on screen for everyone to watch on the main card. No, I'm joking. Of course not. You would have 10K views if you took the wig off. I don't have a wig, bro. All right? I don't even have a bad hairline. My hairline has been the same for ages. This ain't even a bad hairline. Look at that. I can't even fit 4 fingers on my forehead. I can't even fit 4. Look at this. 3 solid fingers, man. You should do a duo pay-per-view stream with Bedtime. Bedtime doesn't want to do the pay-per-view streams, though. I've told him that he should start streaming, but I don't think he wants to do a live stream during pay-per-views just because sometimes it's nice. It's nice to be able to watch the fights just chilling, you know? And I'm used to it now, so I actually enjoy streaming it. But before I ever started streaming it, the thought of me having to stream during a UFC fight night was just kind of daunting because you got to be doing it for like 5 hours, 6 hours, sometimes 7. But then you get used to it. Because sometimes it's nice to just be able to chill, you know? I think the last time I didn't stream a UFC fight night was, I think it was a Mackenzie Dern versus Mario Bonasilva fight night where Michael Johnson got brutally knocked out by Diego Ferreira. That was the last one. That was last fall. And I only missed it because I felt like shit. I was very hungover. And I don't even drink, but I drank the night before. I had 2 different types of alcohol, and I guess I didn't drink any water that night, so I just felt like dog shit. But that's the last time I haven't streamed an event. Anyway, let's buy this pay-per-view. Got to get the pay-per-view. Shout out to Joe Pyfer for ending the prelims on a solid note. We actually saw entertaining fights the whole way through. Not a single boring fight on the prelims. Soy beer? I don't even like beer. Do you smoke weed? I don't smoke weed, no. I have smoked weed. I did back in the day, but I don't smoke weed. Never will again. I have no intentions on smoking weed. For me, like, listen, I just think that weed makes me lazy. And once you start smoking weed, you use it as an excuse. Or you use it as an excuse to, like, do things, right? Or, like, I guess what I'm saying is once you start smoking weed, like, you want to smoke weed before a movie because the movie's going to be more entertaining, or, you know, you want to go for a run so you're going to get high before, and then you can't enjoy regular things in life without getting high first, and then that just spirals into you having to be high all the time. And so I just don't want to do that. Some people can smoke weed like once or twice a year, but The thing is, if I smoke weed, I'll enjoy it, and then I'll be like, nothing bad happened. I may as well do it again, and then I'll just keep doing it. So, yeah, I just don't smoke it, and I will never smoke weed again. And most people, I don't think, handle it very well. Most people, I don't think, handle it well. I used to vape as well. I used to do nicotine, but I quit. The only thing I would do now, aside from alcohol, maybe I would smoke some tobacco. Tobacco is kind of nice to smoke every once in a while. I haven't smoked tobacco in ages, but, cigarette, that can be fun. But cigarettes aren't healthy, so maybe there's a way to get some good quality tobacco. Who wins, Corey or Umar? Thank you for the 1799 AED. I'm probably going to pick Corey Sandhagen at this point. I think Sandhagen's going to prove us that there are levels to this game. I think he's going to show us that there are some serious levels. Especially after seeing the Whittaker-Ikram fight. I just think even though Umar has looked good, keeping people down, I think that Beksat is clueless compared to Corey Sandhagen. I don't think Umar Nurmagomedov is going to be able to hold Corey down for that long. And I think that he needs a submission. And I trust Corey Sandhagen to win on points in a 5-rounder and have more moments than Umar Nurmagomedov. So I'm going to go with Corey. I've been choosing Umar, but I think I'm going back with Corey. And Corey Sandhagen just makes you believe that he can beat anyone on the planet when you're listening to his interviews with the confidence that he has. And he's always striving to be he wants to show us the best version of a fighter that we've ever seen. And I think that his obsession for MMA, his obsession with getting better and training specifics and never being satisfied with his skill set is a great sign for a fighter of his age. A lot of guys in their prime, they kind of chill a little bit and just kind of maintain. Corey Sandhagen's always pushing the envelope. What's your workout split? I don't really have a workout split. I just go by feel. But I do have some exercises that I always do. Right? So right now, I always start my work, and this is just a thing in general, but I always start my workout with a heavy exercise. That's what you have to do if you're lifting. So any sort of compound heavy exercise, that should be at the beginning of your workout when you have your most energy. Right now, for me, it's dips and weighted pull-ups. I'm trying to hit a 3-plate dip, meaning 3 45-pound plates. I want to be able to rep that out, and I want to be able to rep out 3 plates on pull-ups someday. That's going to take a while, but that's my goal. 3 plates on pull-ups, 3 plates on dips. Right now, I'm doing two plates and 2 10s on dips, and I'm doing 2 plates on pull-ups. And I think I'm going to be able to do muscle-ups soon. I can hit a muscle-up. That was my original goal. That's why I started going ham on all these weighted exercises. I know I can hit a muscle-up, but I'm actually going to try to do a whole set of muscle-ups on my next workout. Bro looked like a sweet pea weed smoke. What the fuck? Sweet pea weed smoking lemon head? What does that even mean? Thank you for the $2. MC Binks. Usman versus Shavkat targeted for 308. 308. That's December. Why is it targeted so far distance in the future? Why is Usman waiting for December? That's like a December card, right? 305 is August. 306. Oh, I guess it's November. Right? That's November. I don't know why he's waiting so long. Usman should be in there in September at the latest. He should be fighting at middleweight, not Shavkat Rakhmonov. I'm going to rant about that if he actually takes that fight. Stupid decision for Kamaru Usman. Very dumb decision for him. If he beats Shavkat, he fights Leon Edwards and loses. And he's older when he fights for the title. And as a welterweight being 37 years old, that's like 35 for Volk fighting for a title. You're just not going to win. And he probably loses to Shavkat. So he's taking a tough fight. He'll get respect, but he'll lose. As I've said before, the difference between a close win and a close loss is that Usman is now old as fuck. And his age is going to be the difference. I'm at a theater watching the card. My friend got sick, so I'm here alone. Some rando decided to sit next to me, and fights mixed up. This card is cursed. Thank you for the $5. I'd worry about the weird guy that's sitting next to you, but I'm at a theater watching this card. My friend got sick, so I'm here alone. Some rando decided to sit next to me, or maybe it's packed. I don't know. I've never been to one of these UFC in theater things, but it does seem pretty fun. I would probably go if I wasn't streaming. I would like to watch UFC fights on a big screen. Vaping causes hair loss, which explains a lot. I mean, I vaped back in the day. I don't do it anymore. I haven't done that in years. Well, and maybe it sped it up. Maybe it sped it up. But I'm not doing it at any time now. All right, I actually have to buy this pay-per-view. And then I'm going to get some coffee. Lucas hit the Fent card. I was not doing Fent. Good morning. It's 5 a.m. in Finland. Just woke up. Hey, we got a casual in the chat. This guy just woke up to watch UFC fights, man. Can you imagine being a freaking casual and not waking up at 3 a.m. in Finland? Finland. Shout out to all the Finnish people watching this. That is a pretty cool country. Finland is one of those old school countries, you know? Finland. I've never been there. Never thought about going there, but it does seem like a pretty cool country. Shout out to the Finnish. What do you guys eat over there in Finland? Meatballs? You guys eat meatballs? Meatballs and herring. Meatballs and fish. That's the Finnish diet. What do they eat out there in Finland? Meatballs and whippersnappers? Is that what you guys eat? Shout out to Finland, dude. Nah, but actually, they have great diets. They have great diets in Northern Europe. They eat a lot of fatty fish. That's why people in Northern Europe are so tall. Lots of fatty fish. And lots of meat. Lots of omega 3s. Jan actually took some clean shots by Pereira. He did. Jan Blachowicz has an underrated chin. Very underrated chin. Thank you for the $5 New Zealand dollars. He has a big blockhead. Jan Blachowicz has like an absolute brick for a head. Finland was on the same team as Austrian painter L. Thank you for the $2. All right. Thank you for the $2, Sean Wing. Dude, I like Finland. I'm a fan of Finland. I'm just kind of poking fun at what the diet would be like out there. Like, I have no idea what's on the Finnish menu. But I'm guessing it's a lot of fish and stuff like that. Ige out, Volk in. Okay, that would be a nightmare. Volk probably would offer to step in. Finlanders eat blubber. You're right. They actually did back in the day, most likely. I actually wouldn't be surprised if that's the thing. Like, they probably eat beluga. They eat a lot of beluga whale, which is great for you, I'd imagine. Blubber, that shit really helps you gain mass, honestly. That's why Shamil Blobgaziev is so big. It's not just because he ate a lot of the lamb. It's not just because he was eating the lamb and rice. Shamil Blobgaziev was, he was eating that blubber. The older brother gets the blubber. That's the Dagestani phrase. The older brother gets the blubber. And Shamil Gaziev, he was the older brother. If unscathed, Ige can fight in 2 weeks, right? Yes, I think he can. If he gets a KO in the first couple of minutes, yes. If he goes to a decision, if he gets knocked out, then fuck no. But unscathed, yes, I think so. 165, I mean, he can cruise into that 145-pound weight cut. He can cruise into it. Beluga is good, man. Tasty, man. I would love to try it. The only thing I wouldn't really want to eat, or there's a lot of things I wouldn't want to eat, but I wouldn't want to eat dog. I could eat, I mean, unless I was starving, I could eat basically anything else. Cat would be a little bit weird. I wouldn't really want to eat cat. Bear, I've heard bear is a little bit dirty. I've heard bear meat can have a lot of parasites, but I'd definitely eat whale. You should visit Finland. Finland, I'm from here. You mean Finland? Thank you for the 20 NOK. I appreciate that. Shout out to Unbanned German Sparrow. Lucas, no, I said I wouldn't eat cat. I said there's only a few foods I wouldn't eat. I would not eat cat. I would not eat dog. Unless I needed to. Unless I was starving. But I'm not. So I don't need to eat that. And Bear, I don't know. I'd be a little bit skeptical. All right, we need to buy this pay-per-view. I'm actually worried that I'm going to miss out on some fights. Holy fuck, guys. I need to actually get this freaking thing. All right, here we go. We need to order this. What about horse? I would eat horse easily. I would eat horse in a heartbeat. And I've heard it tastes pretty decent. Tastes similar to like lean ground beef. Oh yeah, but monkey too. I don't know if I would eat monkey. I was thinking about that because I know in certain places they eat monkey brain. I don't know. I get a little bit freaked out by the idea of even tasting monkey, but they eat it. You know, I've seen videos of like tribes in Africa and they've just killed a monkey and they're putting it over the fire and they all look super healthy, right? So, I mean, it can't be that bad, but just the idea of eating a monkey brain, you know how it is. You know the stories about how some of these diseases have started. It all has to do with a monkey. And so I would be freaked out. That's the thing. I talked about it in, hold on, guys. I gotta get this thing. I've talked about the danger in fighting monkeys is the mental battle dealing with the fact that if you get bit, you're going to be thinking about getting infected with something. Whereas if you get bit by a hippo, you don't have to worry about that shit. You probably do, but no one looks at hippos as, fuck, let's go! Dude, I'm actually starting to get a little bit upset. I need to buy this thing. What about walrus meat? Oh, I would easily eat walrus. Walrus would actually taste pretty good. All right, yo, I need to lock in, guys. I need to lock in. Give me a quick second. Give me a quick second, guys. I need to buy this fucking pay-per-view. I need to lock in. Mario Bonasilva looks like it honks loud as fuck. Interesting. Mario Bonasilva, you know, she ain't terrible. She ain't terrible. But I think she's overrated because she fights. And I think everyone kind of judges them as, oh, what does she look like as a fighter? I'll be right back, guys. I need to buy this pay-per-view, and I need to get some coffee. All right, I'll be right back. All right. What's good, everybody? I've got the world's best coffee mug and some good coffee. Shamil Blobgazi of coffee, actually. Here we go. Got some coffee from sponsored by the Blob Company. And I've got some good old-fashioned whipped cream. Some good old-fashioned whipped cream. And I'm not muted. I know for a fact I'm not muted. I'm not muted. I can't wait to turn on my live stream right now and see that I'm not. Looking forward to it. Well, let's see. Let's play this out loud. Okay, yep, it's not. We're not muted. We're good to go. Ready to rock. Ready to rock. I just heard myself. And I have what may be the most soy snack on the planet. But we're going to eat it anyway. It's what was available. We've got a peach. And not just a peach. We have a fucking donut peach. Oh, shit, dude. We got a fucking donut peach. Oh, man. Shit, man. Bring super gay. Super gay. I knew you guys were going to clown this. It's gay, man. That's so gay, bro. Why didn't you just get regular peaches? Why do you get a donut peach, bro? Yo, it's crazy. It's crazy, guys. I knew you fuckers were going to make fun of this. Yo, ain't nothing fucking weird about eating a peach. Literally peaches and cream. Peaches and cream. And some Shamil the Blobgazi of esteem. That's what we're eating. Good old-fashioned peach. Not a weird peach. Nothing weird about this peach. Good old-fashioned peach. Soy, man. Oh, you just have a regular peach, bro. I have a feeling that this fight will be a snooze fest. I have a feeling that it will be, too. I have a feeling that the crowd is going to be booing. Midway through the first round, the crowd's going to be booing because they're going to refuse to engage. But you know what? The way that Ian Gary is talking, the way he's hyping himself up, it's going to be on him. Because he's the guy saying that MVP is not someone that excites him, nowhere near his level. MVP is the guy that's not saying any of that shit. So it's kind of on Ian Gary to make this a fight. A donut peach, man, is zesty as hell. Listen, they didn't have anything else available. It was this if I wanted to get peaches, all right? It was apples, and I was feeling like, man, I'm going to get a peach. I'm going to get some peaches. I got some donut peaches. Nothing weird about that. Bro's eating a liberal peach and the Shamil the Blobgazi of cream. Nah, man. Good old-fashioned coffee. I'm not going to take any criticism on my snack. I'm eating healthy, man. All these other streamers, they're eating chips, they're eating cheese pops, cheese puffs. I'm fueling my stream with good quality food. All right, let's listen to MVP's walkout. He's walking out to BBL Gary. Here it is. You're the best MMA YouTuber. I follow a lot. Appreciate your videos and calling out the shit. Cheers to a good pay-per-view. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. He's walking out to BBL Gary. He literally put the remix out on his YouTube channel the other day. BBL, Gary. Man, I'm hyped for this fight. Rogan is glazing on the commentary. There's no one like this man. Who does that to Kevin Holland? Kevin Holland found out. Kevin Holland found out. Kevin Holland ain't that good. He's about to find out. Gary's about to smoke this man. All right, we're going to have to wait for the whipped cream to settle down. You can't be fucking drinking a whipped cream anything on live stream. Otherwise, you got to get rid of the shit on your face. Fuck. I got to freaking sneak in my drinks. I got to sneak them in every now and then. Is that soy foam? No, it's whipped cream, dude. Anyway, there's Jared Gordon. Coach Jared Gordon. I didn't know he was training with Jared Gordon. That's crazy. Longest walkout I've ever seen. Bro thinks he's Chandler? True. Chandler would have a mug saying, make sure to put your whipped cream. Chandler's mug would say, don't forget your whipped cream. Chandler has a shirt that says, don't forget your whipped cream. And he only wears it in the morning. You know what's crazy? The Lucas Tracy MMA soy boy meme is still massive. Interesting. Life's better with a piece of pie. Yeah, that's the real one. That's the one that's on his wall, mounted on his wall. Life is better than a piece of pie, or with a piece of pie, I should say. Chandler emailed his girl for 2 years before dating. I know. That's crazy. I heard about it. I saw the clip of MMA Guru talking about it. 2 years by email. I mean, I know he was in college like when he was what was it, early 2000s. I mean. Like, people used to email and go on MySpace and shit. But, yeah, 2 years is crazy. I don't know. Maybe he's exaggerating the 2 years stuff. I bet he's exaggerating. Maybe it was just like a year. Here comes Ian Gary. What's he walking out to? He's walking out to some Irish music. Gary needs to get himself some sort of a consistent walkout. Gary doesn't have any aura with his walkout, man. Gary's one of these guys you forget that he's even walking out. Saying what's up to Charles. There's Alexa Grasso. Do Bronx in the crowd. Irish? I mean, I thought it was Irish at first. I don't know if it is Irish. Sounded like some bagpipes in the beginning. What's up? You good? I'm good. I'm doing well. Doing well. The song is a banger. What is he walking out to? I don't know what he's walking out to, bro. I can't make out the words. Like, I honestly don't know what song he's walking out to. What are you saying, man? This is a legendary song, bro. What are you, a casual musicer? What are you, a casual music guy? I don't know the song. I'm sorry. What is the song? Boomer music. Yeah, this is like some old school pop music, it sounds like. Loyal? Oh, Layla. Oh, Layla. It's called Layla. Yeah, but Layla is the name of his wife. That's why. Okay, so it makes sense. He's walking out to a song that's has the same name as his wife. But I don't know the song. He's a casual musicer, man. MVP's going to get his leg kicked like Neil Magny. I think so too, but he's way better at defending kicks than Neil Magny. But Eric Clapton? Okay. I know Eric Clapton, but I didn't know this song. What do you usually eat at McDonald's? I don't eat at McDonald's very often, but when I do go there, I used to love the crispy chicken sandwiches, not the regular chicken sandwiches. They're kind of soggy, but they used to have like chicken sandwiches with like fried onion rings in them. That was great, but they only had them for a couple years with like pepper jack cheese. That was awesome. But what I get, quarter pounder. I get 2 quarter pounders. No. This is actually my order. I get a quarter pounder. I get a regular cheeseburger. I get fries and a couple apple pies. That's basically what I get. A couple apple pies, a quarter pounder, and then a regular cheeseburger. Because the cheeseburgers have a different taste than just the quarter pounder. It's a little bit different. The classic McDonald's small burger has the best taste, but there's not enough meat, so I end up getting the quarter pounder as well. Too many carbs? I mean, I don't go to McDonald's that often, but when I do go there, that's my order. Can't go wrong with that. Sometimes, the fish fillet is pretty good too. Fish fillet can be good too. But I end up getting the quarter pounder. That's the go-to. Oreo? Nah, I'm not really into the Oreo stuff. I mean, the McFlurries I think are all right, but I don't know. Usually McFlurries, they have some toppings, and then after a couple of bites, it's just the same ice cream. They don't put enough toppings in there. I like it to be mixed in, but I don't get the McFlurries. I get the apple pies. Here we go, guys. Ian Gary versus MVP. I'm starting to feel it now. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Here we go. We got the Celtics coach. I forget his name. Here we go. I'm on it. Make sure that the clock is synced up perfectly. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Round 1. Ian Gary, MVP. Whoo! Let's go. Leg kick from MVP. MVP's putting pressure on Gary. Body kick from Ian Gary. Running body kick. MVP by belt over knee spanking. We'll see. Thank you for the $2. MC Binks. Here we go. Shorts look more blue than purple. Looks like Ian Gary is taking a very patient approach. Taking a very patient approach. MVP looks like he's smiling at Gary right now. He looks confident in the fact that Gary is not throwing anything. Gary with a very patient approach. Nice lead kick from Ian Gary, but he misses. Oh, there's that right hand from MVP that caught Gary coming in a little bit. Not flush. Oh, head kick attempt from MVP. Gary catches it and takes him down. This is what I suggested may happen, is that Gary's going to be able to toss his ego to the side and take him down. Let's see if he can do anything to control him. This is usually the way people try to beat MVP. MVP's pretty good at getting up. What's Ian Gary's grappling offensively going to look like? Looks like MVP is getting up, but Gary's actually working him into a better position. Gary talked a lot about how having options is crucial for any world champion, and how he always wants to have options to win a fight by as many ways as possible. He's looking to take the back of MVP, but MVP struggling to get up to his fence. Gary doing a really good job at trapping him up against the fence. And Gary very close to having the back. I'm actually surprised that we're seeing him offensively grapple first. And wow, Gary's about to get the body triangle. He has the body triangle. Gary has the body triangle. And he's got it. Here we go. Ha ha ha! Dude, he's getting mogged. Gary's going to mog him. Gary's going to choke him out in the first round. Ian Gary showcasing options. Gary showcasing options. He can mix it up. Oh, it's under the chin. Dude, he might choke him the fuck out. I knew Ian Gary was going to be able to take him down. Oh, it's in. 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 He's going to choke his ass out. Ah, but MVP's defending. MVP looks like a fish. MVP's gasping for air like a fish on land. Gasping for air like a fish on land. And he's flopping on the deck like a fish. Gary's got him flopping on the deck like a fish. MVP's looking like a fucking fish right now. Wide-eyed. Gary's beating him up. Got very close to that submission. Hey, I guess this shows that Gary does have the options to take people down. He's made this round look easy so far. But MVP's doing a good job fighting this off. You know, we haven't seen many rear naked chokes in high-level fights recently, guys. I'm starting to think that this is like the position that is no longer as OP as it used to be. Makhachev unable to submit Poirier. Unable to submit Volk. Gary unable to submit Page. The real Khabib. MVP losing aura? Oh, he's definitely losing some aura, but not really, though. Not really, though. Gary's gaining aura by being able to out-grapple him so easily. But MVP is not known as someone that can stop grappling that often, you know? Like, he's been able to stop it against Bellator guys, but I don't think this is out of the realm of what most people think could have happened, right? People know MVP is not a great grappler. But now we know that Gary is capable of grappling well. Unable to submit. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Unable to submit Dustin by rear naked choke is what I meant. Unable to submit him by rear naked choke in the first round is what I meant. Khamzat unable to finish. Usman too. Rear naked choke I was talking about, not just submission. Rear naked choke. 10-8? No, not a 10-8. That's a 10-9. Dominant 10-9, not a 10-8. I don't think so. I don't think he did enough damage. He didn't do enough damage. I don't think it's a 10-8. That's like a Jan Blachowicz Pereira round. I don't think it's a 10-8. You got to do some damage. You got to beat someone up. Gary's gassed? He's not gassed, dude. Ian performs the WAG submission on MVP. We'll see. Thank you for the $2. I don't know what you mean by that. The WAG submission. I know what the WAG is. But MVP kind of caught him in that round with that head kick. Ian Gary caught it, though. But that head kick grazed him a bit. Well, he's got Damian Maia in his corner for a reason. No wonder Damian Maia is with Ian Gary right now. They probably worked a lot of grappling for this. Well, I guess Ian Gary not fighting with an ego tonight. Known for his striking, he's not fighting like he's got anything to prove there. Showcasing a very well-rounded game. Smart approach from Gary. But now that he's established the threat of the takedown, will that open up opportunities on the feet? There's a jab from Gary. Gary's got one of the best sweet pea specials. Vegan diet as well. Oh! Big right hand from MVP. Gary took it. Yo, we got to stop saying Gary has a bad chin. Gary ate it. Ate it. That was a big shot. Oh, another shot landed by MVP. I'm kind of surprised that Gary is not throwing a whole lot of kicks. But MVP's not standing in his range for him to be able to throw them, right? Oh, nice. Gary moved with that punch. But a good jab from MVP. And he's starting to heat up. It looks like he definitely has a big speed advantage here. And Gary's unable to let his hands go. He's just not throwing anything. I guess it's right now a little bit clear that Michael Venom Page is going to be the trickier striker. Maybe Gary is waiting for something very specific. But Gary moving well out of the way of that 1-2. That's a nasty 1-2. Another lead kick from Gary, but he's got to throw something out there to get some respect, you know? He's just letting MVP sort of dictate whatever the heck they're going to do on the feet. He's not disrupting Michael Venom Page's blitzes. He's not giving him anything to worry about on the way in either. Oh, nice. Gary takes him down. Oh, he doesn't take him down. Good takedown defense for MVP. 3 minutes left on the clock. MVP is winning this round. Gary's not out, bro. Gary's not out. Could be 1-1 going into the third if Gary doesn't take him down. Either way, I'm kind of surprised how little strikes Gary has thrown on the feet. Like, he's just not giving MVP anything on the feet. Fans are going to start booing. He is Neil Magnying him right now. Gary imposing his will. But I think the ref might separate this. Gary has a soy body. It's getting more soy from fight to fight because of his vegan diet. He has a great sweet pea special, and that's one of the things that is benefiting from his vegan diet. But outside of the jab, nothing else. Got to work from this position. Got to work from this position. Boo! Boo! They're going to separate it. Ah, there we go. There's a moment. Oh, nice shot. Landed from MVP. Gary is going to go for a leg. I think he's just going to try to get MVP to grapple with him a little bit. He's going to try to get him to fall over himself. Yep, Gary gets him down. Nah, don't go for this, man. Don't go for this. This never works. You got to try to get MVP on his back or something right now. Yeah, I knew that shit wasn't going to work. But now Gary's in on a leg. Oh, and now they're out at range. Yeah, MVP's going to win this round. The control, the submission attempt, that's not going to trump the punches and strikes that Page has landed. The few and far between strikes that he's landed. Oh, nice shots from MVP. Gary's smiling at him. But he's not giving Michael Venom Page anything to think about on the feet. Nothing. Nothing at all. He's not giving him any threats. He's just standing there. I mean, to be honest, this is almost as bad as Kevin Holland. He's not walking into him, but he's just standing there doing nothing. I don't know what he's doing. Weird approach. Almost got caught with that flying knee and a jab. Gets caught with a jab. Yeah, MVP is sort of styling on him on the feet. Oh, nice right hand from MVP. Wow. I didn't expect him to get outstruck this easily. Kevin Holland made it more close on the feet, no? Kevin Holland was doing better than this. 1-1. Yeah, definitely. He's just not throwing anything on the feet. Like, this dude isn't throwing any front kicks. He's not throwing any leg kicks. I know it's hard to get MVP in range, but he's not been throwing anything. MVP is clearly way faster, but I'm just kind of surprised at the fact that Gary's just doing nothing now. Like, your opponent's not going to respect you if you don't do anything, if you're not throwing. I'm kind of shocked at the fact that he's not throwing any strikes. Gary looks scared shitless on the feet. He actually just looks scared on the feet. Look, he's just waiting for him to throw. Low output. Gary's a high output striker. He's the guy that's supposed to be kicking at the legs, throwing 1-2s. Kevin Holland was doing better than this. Yeah, this might be the fraud check for Ian Gary on the feet. I mean, listen, MVP is one of those guys like Wonderboy where maybe no one can outstrike him, but I'm kind of shocked that Gary is just not doing anything, though. The guy from my corner store in MVP's corner, I didn't take a good look at who's in his corner, but thank you for the $2. Maybe it's the vegan diet. Maybe he's just losing confidence. There's a leg kick from Gary. Yeah, more leg kicks, man. More leg kicks. How did you expect Machado to be competitive on the feet? Because normally Machado throws strikes. That's basically like saying, how did you expect him to throw strikes? Because he's a high output striker and I would expect some output. There's no output. It is a surprise. You know? Thank you for the $5. But he barely beat Jeff Neal, but he threw output against Jeff Neal. Like, he's legitimately doing nothing. Look, he's not letting his hands go at all. He's not throwing jabs. He's not throwing leg kicks. He's just standing there waiting. He's just standing there waiting. Let's see what happens here. MVP is on top of Ian Gary. I think MVP might win if he can maintain this position. Listen, I'm not surprised that MVP is outstriking him. I'm surprised that Gary is not doing anything on the feet. Like, he's not throwing any strikes. He's not giving MVP anything to think about. That's why I'm surprised. Wow, Gary might get fraud checked here. He might actually get fraud checked here with MVP out-grappling him. Not a good look. If Michael Venom Page is able to hold him down, it's a bad look. Real bad look. Elbow for me and Gary. He's got to hop off the vegan diet as well. He's just weak. Just weak. Gary just lost all of his aura on the feet. Not really, but still, man. How is he not throwing any strikes on the feet? Either way, I mean, look at this. But look at this, man, like Rogan would say. Michael Venom Page is holding Ian Gary down, making him look like a weakling. Here we go. He might finish him. Gary's got no confidence left. He might actually finish him. Imagine Gary knocks him out last minute in a sloppy exchange. I don't think that's happening. No way. Look at this. Nothing. No jabs, no leg kicks. Just nothing. Fighting like a Bellator can. Literally fighting like a Bellator can. Like an actual NPC. Doing literally nothing. Now he's going to take the back, okay? He might win this round. People are going to cry robbery, but he might win this round if he's able to get something done. I don't think so. He's going to have to dominate the last minute and 30 seconds. Otherwise, he's going to lose. He might need some damage. He might need a really close submission attempt. Without that, he'll lose. But Gary lost this fight on the feet. It's not that he got outstruck. It's that he didn't do anything. He fought like a literal bot. People were critiquing Shara the Bullet's opponent, right? Tricoli, for fighting like a bot. Gary's just standing there doing nothing. Standing there like Yoel versus Izzy. Yeah, but at least Yoel was like throwing an overhand every once in a while. Gary has not thrown anything of any significance in this fight. He's thrown a couple leg kicks with nothing on them. Maybe like one right hand and one jab. That's it. I was expecting leg kicks, jabs, front kicks. I was expecting him to outstrike Page on points. But Gary's just not letting his hands go or anything. So he's going to lose this fight. Lost this fight, basically. Yo, imagine if they give this to Gary. Imagine if they give this to Gary. This control time is no more meaningful than MVP's control time. They're going to have to give this to MVP. His game plan was clear. It was to grapple, but like, man, disgraceful striking from Ian Gary. Nothing. Didn't even try to have a contest on the feet. Like, just straight up scared of striking with MVP. Straight up afraid. Kevin Holland did better than him on the feet. That's nuts. Oh, wow. He lost. That's it. He lost. He lost. MVP wins. Nice. I'm just disappointed that Gary just didn't even throw anything on the feet. Like, yeah, you can say, oh, MVP looked good, but Gary just straight up stood there doing nothing. First round was great from Gary. First round was great. But, like, the striking was disgraceful. Stood there like a fucking bot. Turning into a Dagestani. The lowest output I've ever seen anyone in a so-called, striker versus striker battle. What do you guys think it was? You think he was scared, or you think that was the game plan? I mean, honestly, I think he was just a little bit worried. As soon as he saw MVP bouncing around in his karate stance, I think he just froze up. Yeah. Maybe that's the vegan diet affecting his confidence. You never know. Dude, Gary got bitched on the feet. Totally bitched. He's still a great striker, but the fact that he just didn't even attempt to do anything on the feet is pathetic. He lost that fight. Gary lost that fight. Maybe if he did more, he would have gotten knocked out. Like, maybe he would have gotten KO'd. But, like, he was actually fighting like a fucking bot, and that pisses me the fuck off. This is the dude that was, like, dancing in front of Neil Magny, talking a lot of shit in the build-up to this fight, saying MVP's not on his level, and just freezes up. Is scared to throw strikes. How? Dude, do not put your fucking hand up. You lost. What? 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 That's a fucking robbery. Dude, fuck you. What? That's a robbery. That's a robbery. He got outstruck and controlled on the ground. What did he do in the third? That's a robbery. I don't even need to watch the third back. I know it's a robbery. I don't even need to watch the third back. Don't fucking sit here and say no big surprise. You were scared shitless on the feet. You lost. Okay, well, that's why he wasn't letting go kicks to the calf. But you got out-grappled in that round. Gary had what? A minute of control time? MVP had a minute of control time in that round. Robbery, 100%. You guys are right. I don't even need to watch the third round again. Robbery. Dude, he fought so... Like, I wouldn't even be mad if he just... I wouldn't even care if he got knocked out. The fact that he wasn't even fucking throwing strikes on the feet and they gave him the victory... I get why he won the first, but, like, come on, man. He didn't do shit on the feet, and MVP landed strikes in the third and also controlled him in the third. They gave Gary the third round because he got control time. MVP had the same amount of control time in the third, had him down on the ground, and also outdamaged him. That's a disgrace. And I wanted Gary to win because I picked him to win, and I think he has, like, a longer career in the UFC, but dude, they just robbed MVP. MVP clearly won that fight. Gary lost that fight as much as MVP won it. Like, this dude just fucking froze up like a bitch on the feet after talking all that shit. Yeah, it's one thing if you don't want to go for the calf. Like, why don't you throw some leg kicks? I mean, I guess not throwing leg kicks. Throw some front kicks. Throw some jabs. Where were the jabs? There's something out there. You can... I mean, the way that you catch someone coming in with a straight shot. Maybe try to beat him up a little bit on the ground. I guess he tried. He definitely won the first. I'm going to rewatch the third round. That's a disgrace. Let me rewatch the third round. Let me rewatch the third round. I'll poll it. I'll put up a poll. I think it's a robbery. All right, let's troll people that are just getting into the chat now. Anyone that's just about to get into the chat, I'm going to troll them. Guys, you got to stop complaining. Gary won that fight, man. Stop complaining. MVP didn't deserve it. He didn't get the KO. You got to give the fight to the guy that's the killer. You always give the fight to the guy that has the brighter future. Of course. MVP made it close. He needs to knock out the bright guy. He needs to knock out the he needs to knock out the prospect in order to get the win, guys. You can't give the win to the guy that's supposed to lose unless he knocks the guy out. Gary had the hype. He did enough. He made it close. Therefore, he wins. Okay? Come on, guys. Stop complaining, bro. Stop complaining, man. Gary clearly won that. No, I'm joking. All right, yeah, we're about to watch the third. And then we're about to go on the UFC's Instagram and say, we'll call it out the robbery. All right, we're watching the third. Here we go, third round. MVP had control time. Let me count up the strikes. Big right hand for MVP lands. There's a jab for Gary, I guess. Not the same impact. Leg kick for Gary. Leon or Gary? I'm going Leon. Same. Gary versus Usman, thoughts? I mean, Leon's not as tricky on the feet as MVP, though. There's a front kick from MVP. Gary versus Usman, thoughts? Probably, I don't know. I don't know if I can give you a great breakdown right now as I'm trying to clarify whether or not this is a robbery. Maybe Gary. I think it's a totally different matchup, but there's a body kick from Gary. So it's kind of close on strikes. But now MVP takes him down. So it's kind of close on strikes. MVP gets him down. And how long does he have him down? Gary cut him with, not cut him, but Gary got him with a couple elbows. So MVP had multiple minutes of control time. There's a body kick from MVP. I'm at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Body kick from MVP. There's a jab from MVP. And here's the takedown attempt from Gary. So, like, MVP outstruck him and had basically the same amount of control time. I just think that it's a robbery. I think it's a robbery, guys. It's close. It is close. It's not close. It is close, but I think it's a robbery. MVP should have won that fight. He had control time. He even got Gary on the ground for a minute and a half. I don't care about bro, we got to stop hyping up back takes, man. Gary got his back officially for like 30 seconds. A back take is not you doing damage. Just because you take someone's back doesn't automatically mean you win the round. You know what I rate more than a back take? Damage on the feet, punches, kicks, impact. Feed Gary to Shavkat. He smokes him in a round. He doesn't smoke him in a round, I don't think. Listen, Gary is not going to beat Shavkat because he's a vegan and he's weak and he's losing strength from fight to fight and he's deteriorating as a man. But I do think that it's a different matchup. Someone just asked Usman Gary. Gary can be competitive with top 5 guys just because he gets schooled on the feet against MVP. MVP is a sick striker. And Gary did freeze up and he probably shouldn't have won that fight. But it is a different matchup. I do think Shavkat beats him, though. Dead crowd. Card doesn't even feel like IFW, International Fight Week. I mean, to be fair, that was a stinky fight. 100K soon. Anthony Smith interview. He loves you. Thank you for the 279. I would love to do an Anthony Smith interview. And 100K soon. Leon will have his way with Gary. KO. No, he doesn't, dude. Leon Edwards does not KO Ian Gary. Leon Edwards with his fucking point style, boring ass style. Gary would actually be able to strike with him. Not MVP, though. MVP, I guess that kind of shows us that Wonder Boy would beat him, too, on the feet. MVP didn't throw a strike on top. Gary had a body lock and threw elbows, then controlled MVP for the rest of the round. Thank you for the $5. MVP didn't throw a strike on top. Gary did land elbows, true. And then MVP, and then he got controlled for the rest of the round. Yeah, MVP got controlled. It is close. It is close. I think that MVP landed the better strikes on the feet, and I think they both had similar amounts of control time. Yes, Gary landed some elbows. I don't know if the elbows are enough to give him the win. I think that MVP landed the harder shots. I think that he had control time too. Like basically the way that the UFC judges would explain it is Gary got the control time, man. Dude, that's why they gave him the round. If Ian Gary doesn't control MVP for the rest of the round, and if it's just and if they do nothing on the feet, if no strikes land, then they obviously give it to MVP, right? But Ian Gary does control him. I mean, that's a stupid take that's a dumb take. Listen, I guess what I'm saying is if it remained even on the feet and Gary didn't get the control time, they wouldn't give him the fight. They would get MVP the fight. But because he got the control time, they're giving him the fight. But the thing is, MVP had control time too. They knew what they were doing. Ian keeps that O. MVP deserved that win, though, because he edged it out. I think that there is a rightful winner. I think that the fight was close. I think that there is a rightful winner, and I think that MVP won. If you rewatch that fight and you try to look for a way to give it to Ian Gary, you'll find a way to give it to Ian Gary if you really are trying to cope a little bit. But come on. Like, I knew on the first watch, even on watching it back, my initial take was MVP. So I'm not just going to sit here and overanalyze and say, but Gary landed the elbows. And yeah, if you look at no, very similar control time. MVP clearly landed the better shots on the feet. He clearly landed a couple more shots on the feet. He should win the fight. And he really damaged Ian Gary badly in the second. He embarrassed him in the second round. That was a dominant round. I think you give it to MVP. I think it was close. I'm not going to sit here and say it wasn't close. Anyone saying it wasn't close hasn't watched it back. You do kind of need to watch it back to see that. But I think it was a robbery. Ian Gary washed Bellator level fighter confirmed. Thank you for the $2. He was fighting like a Bellator can on the feet. And I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about if you've seen MVP fight in Bellator. His opponents just freeze up and are afraid of him. And Gary was afraid of him on the feet. Just froze up. Kevin Holland was more effective on the feet than Ian Gary. Kevin Holland made it closer. Maybe Gary could have made it closer, but he was afraid. Which I understand. I mean, maybe he would have gotten KO'd if he tried to be more aggressive, but still. He just didn't give Michael Venom Page anything to worry about. I thought he was going to potentially outstrike MVP or maybe hurt him or something like that. Because he's fast and he has good striking and he has a lot of different weapons that he could use. Just a thought, MVP at middleweight, I'd love to see it. Thank you for the $2. I would love to see him move up and fight someone at middleweight. I think he could knock out a bunch of middleweights. If he's styling on Ian Gary. Now, yes, Gary's fighting like a robot, not doing shit. But still, Gary is a respected striker. If he's doing that to Ian Gary and making him look that silly, he could dominate top 10 middleweights on the feet. I still think he could knock out Robert Whittaker. To this day, I think he could KO Whittaker. They'll in the chat say something along the lines of, dude, are you kidding me? What the heck? Whittaker versus Ikram Aleskarov is a totally different matchup. All right? It's a matchups thing. I think MVP KOs Whittaker. It was absolutely close. It was close. We'll do a poll. A lot of close fights, a lot of arguable robberies tonight. I think Cub Swanson arguably should have won his fight too. We'll do a poll. Flukus, Tough Cookies tier list soon. We'll do a WMMA fighter tier list. I'm just going to do a WMMA fighter tier list in general. Molly McCann will be in the S tier. Getting the back is better than full guard. But why, though? Why? At the end of the day, all it is control. Why is getting the back so much better than full guard? Because a lot of the control time that Gary had, he didn't even have the body triangle in the third round. You know what I'm saying? So why is it so much better? Control is control. Damage is damage. There was no damage done when Ian Gary was on the back. Maybe you could say, well, when he has the body triangle, that's a little bit draining for his opponent, but he didn't have the body triangle for most of that sequence in the third. More threatening? You can't just say it's more threatening like that, because then you could just say, then you could say, I don't know, getting someone in a freaking guillotine is like a threatening situation. Listen, you either get the submission or you don't. You either have a submission attempt or you don't. If you're not attempting a submission, you can't be counting it as more threatening. Closer to finishing? I mean, you could knock someone out in full guard, bro. I understand you're closer to finishing, but not necessarily. How many times have we seen someone get the back and just fail to submit someone? Backpacking and almost falling off of your opponent is not that threatening. I'm not about to sit here and just say, yeah, the back, though, that's the most dominant position in the game. It doesn't fucking matter if you do nothing with it. It doesn't matter how you score. It's a loss for Gary. The undefeated UFC striker just got beat up and looked lost on the feet. Yeah. By the Bellator fighter. Listen, I think calling MVP a simple Bellator fighter is a little bit disingenuous, but you are right. That was a moral loss for Ian Gary. He got embarrassed on the feet and looked scared and froze up and didn't choose to strike. I wouldn't be upset if Gary let his hands go and got embarrassed. I'm just upset that he didn't even throw strikes. I'm not saying you got to, get violent and try to go for a finish against MVP, but I'm just saying throw a jab, like throw some kicks, throw some output. Imagine seeing Alexander Volkanovski freeze up on the feet and just not want to strike with someone at all. It'd be kind of crazy. I mean, even against Yair Rodriguez, he was throwing some strikes to try to give him different looks. Listen, it was a good approach from Gary to want to grapple, clearly, because, even if he did throw, he probably would have been outmatched. But I'm just surprised that he didn't do anything, though. Like, he hardly threw anything. Gary won, but y'all just hate him for other reasons? No, bro. Listen, a lot of people do dislike Gary. I don't mind Ian Gary. But I think he lost that fight. We're not just saying he lost that fight just because we don't like him. There's a great argument for MVP winning that fight. And I actually think he did. First watch, MVP wins. Second watch, MVP wins. Third round, second round. Gary won. He won. But I think the decision should have gone to MVP. I think there would be less complaints if MVP had won. Maybe that's not the best argument, but I guess for people that are not biased and you're really trying to be objective about it, if MVP won, I don't think we'd be like having a real debate about it. If we're talking about it with people that are objective, there's always going to be people complaining in a close fight where, there's a fan favorite and then there's someone that everyone hates or dislikes, I should say. It's sad you don't understand how these judges work. Yeah, but the thing is, thank you for the $2 Seabass. I do understand how the judges work, but they're never consistent. Like, I can understand how they worked in that fight. They clearly favored the back take, and it was close, and they favored the guy that's, I don't know, more useful for the UFC or whatever. That's what worked this time. But sometimes they favor the damage. For example, Christian Rodriguez versus Isaac Dolgarian. Isaac Dolgarian controls Christian Rodriguez for like 4 minutes. But they gave the round to Christian Rodriguez because he landed a couple of strikes in that round up against the fence. So that's the issue. You can understand why they give the fight to the guy they give it to, but they're never consistent with it. Ever. Like, I understand why they gave it to Gary. But even now, it's not even like, oh, well, based on control time, Gary wins that round. No, because MVP controlled him. It's even worse in this case. Because what argument can you make to give Gary the fight? Control time? MVP had it too. Strikes on the feet, he hardly threw anything and MVP outstruck him. The judging in MMA or in the UFC sucks. I mean, it's because they want there to be a gray area to where there's always confusion. So that if one of these situations happens where there's a weird decision where it just so happens that the guy that the UFC would want to win gets the win when everyone thinks they lost, they can just sit here and say, well, it was because of the control time. And then you look at the rules and it's not so clear, right? They want it to be murky. Challenge, try not to mention Volk for 5 seconds, level impossible. Listen, Volkanovski had a very close fight with Max Holloway, but he was never quite that outgunned and outmatched. Never that quite outmatched and outgunned. Is the WMMA fight on? Who gives a fuck about this fight? Gary landed many shots when he was on MVP's back. Okay, you know what? I'm going to rewatch it again. I'm going to rewatch the Gary grappling again. Macy Giasson, the toughest cookie that ever walked the planet Earth. Macy, the tough cookie. Giasson. I'm going to rewatch that moment. Okay, I'm watching round 3. Because this is really what's going to be the talk of the town. This is going to be the debate amongst all MMA fans tonight and tomorrow. So we got to really lock in on this fight. I'm watching round 3 again. I got to watch the moment where MVP got the takedown or when he got top control, and I got to see what Ian Gary was doing and what he was doing, and then I'm going to watch the grappling sequence from Ian Gary at the end. It's actually fun, I know, but this is more important, man. We got to be very clear on what happened. Okay, so it's the 4-minute mark. Page gets him down. And I don't think Gary got up until like 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So we had basically 1 minute and 30 seconds of control time. Just like Ian Gary got the takedown with 1 minute and 30 seconds left at the end. So both of them are even on control time. Gary's landing a couple of strikes. Gary's landing pit pats. Gary is landing pit pats and MVP's not. Gary's landing pit pats. MVP just landed a pit pat there, though. Just because you're on top doesn't mean you're in control. I beg to differ, man. You never want to be on your back unless you are beating the fuck out of the guy on top of you. Unless you're landing nasty elbows, nasty strikes, you do not want to be on your back. Or unless you have a submission attempt. That's close. Bad to the bone. Bad to the bone. We'll watch the women's fight very soon. Thank you for the $1, Jay Dune. Nice elbows from Gary. I'm seeing 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 more elbows from Gary. Guys, I'm being honest. I'm starting to understand why they may have given Gary this round. Bad to the bone. Switching up? I'm switching up because I'm being confronted with new evidence. I'm not just switching up for an emotional reason. Okay, MVP has 1 minute and 30 seconds of control. Okay, so they both literally had the exact same amount of control, but Gary was landing strikes. Okay, now I'm watching Gary and his grappling sequence. You can't say that I'm biased. I'm watching the fight again. I called it a robbery for the last 20 minutes. I'm watching the fight more closely. I'm rewatching the grappling sequences, whereas before I was just focusing on the striking exchanges. When things are close, you have to get into the weeds and you have to rewatch the grappling sequences. The only thing MVP did in the third was a jab. He landed some more strikes than that. Strikes from Gary. You're not watching this makes you casual. I don't give a fuck about the fight. I'm being honest. That fight shouldn't be on the main card. Don't even care about it. I'll watch it in a little bit. It's not more important than this. What's more important is determining whether or not this fight that means something that people were going to call a robbery, determining whether or not it was actually a robbery. Macy and Maria is more entertaining than MVP plus Ian. It may be more entertaining. It's not going to be as meaningful. And this is what I'm talking about. You guys will not talk about that fight tomorrow. You'll enjoy it right now. People are going to be talking about Ian Gary versus MVP for the next 2 months. Until their next fight, they're going to be talking about this. I think Gary has an opportunity. I don't think it was a horrible robbery. Okay, now we're going to watch the WMMA fight. They kind of banging? Okay, we'll watch it. I don't think it's a robbery, actually. Bad to the bone. Makes your chest on. Bad to the bone. Makes your chest on. Bad to the bone. Makes your chest on. Mario Bueno Silva. And makes your chest on. Boo! Boo! Damn, she is leaking. Miss Maidono, Chiasone is a beast, monster, marauder, berserker. She's a berserker, man. Thank you for the $2, priceless, and thank you for the 20 SEK, Yoel Romero. I actually don't think it was a horrible robbery. Gary landed many shots when he was on MVP's back. True. She's good to go. She's good to go. She's good to go. She's good to go. Let her go. Let her go. Diego is very open on the feet with his aggressive blitzing style like BSD. Ige will KO him with his power in an exchange. I could see it. But then again, Diego Lopez could take him down and submit him. Whoa! Fuck you! Fuck you! Let her go! Where was the cut? It was on the back of her head? It was on the back of her head. That was a good fight. Where's the cut? I can't even see it. It's on the back of her head under her hair. It's not even a bad cut. It's not even a bad cut. Oh, I see it. I see it. It's on the front of her face. Dude, that sucks. She deserved to fight like a warrior. Dude, the cut is bad? Okay, fair enough. It might be kind of bad. But I don't know. I didn't really get a good look at it just until now. I got to see it again. Bad to the bone. Dr. Stoppage, you know what? Good for Macy Chiasson. Honestly, that's a Dr. Stoppage, and normally I would complain, but she put us out of our misery. Good for Macy Chiasson, right? She literally put us out of our misery. Macy Chiasson was such a legend that we didn't even have to wait till the second round to get the Dr. Stoppage. She freaking ended it so quickly that it was in the middle of the round, and now we're on to the next fight. That's a win. Dude, I actually think it's great. Shout out to Macy Chiasson, bro. Shout out to Macy Chiasson. And we get to see a viral moment with a cut. This is actually the best thing we could see in a WMMA fight. Outside of a KO, a real KO, or a submission in the first round, this is just as good as it gets. And it's more drama than just a regular knockout. It's probably the best. We got a good scrap, good drama. We're on to the next fight. We don't have to sit through ads because it's the main card already. I feel bad for Mario Bonasilva, though, because I do think that she deserved to go out there again, at least till the end of the round. I feel bad for Mario Bonasilva, guys. But it may have not been the worst decision. Lucas Tracy is a baddie to the bone. Thank you for the $2. And thank you for the $1 before that as well. Bro's acting like he cared. I do care about the fact that they ended this fight. And Macy Chiasson made sure to not let it go to the judges, because that would have been a long time. Let's hear what she says. She actually might give us something on the mic. Dude, she's taller than Rogan, and she looks more... Oh, my goodness. Macy Chiasson looking like a guy with that freaking hair, bro. Macy Chiasson looking more masculine than Joe Rogan. Not really, but kinda. Deeper voice than Joe. Thank you for the $5. I can't be the only one that has heard Macy Chiasson talk for the first time this week. She's been around, but I didn't even know what she sounded like till this week. Kind of shocked, to be honest. But then again, it is WMMA, so you can't be that shocked when you hear in a deep voice. UFC scoring makes no sense. They say damage trumps all, but when the guy on the feet lands the better strikes on the feet and have similar control, he loses. I understand, but I just rewatched it, and yes, MVP did outstrike him. Both of them had the same amount of control time, but even Gary, when he was being controlled, was landing elbows off of his back, and MVP wasn't landing anything. And then when Gary had control over MVP, he was landing some strikes. So I'm just saying that the control time's even, but Gary was the only one getting strikes off in those exchanges. And the striking was close in the third. So I think it was very close. I don't know if I'm going to call it a robbery right now. I think it was extremely close. MVP control doesn't count. He got outstruck from bottom. Keep the same energy. I am. I think the control is definitely good, but You're right. Gary was landing strikes off of his back. Therefore, that is better than just holding someone down. If you're landing decent elbows. Those were like smudging elbows where Gary was really freaking making a point to land them really hard, even though they were in close range. I do think that it's not a robbery. I know people are going to call it a robbery. I don't know if I can call it a robbery, actually. It was very close on the feet, too. It's not like Gary got totally dismantled in the third. First round was dominant. Second round was dominant. Third round was extremely close. You could give it to Ian Gary. I don't think it's a robbery. Here comes Anthony Smith. Macy Chiasson beats Clash of Clans Goblin. Does Mario look like a Clash of Clans Goblin? I haven't played that game in a while. What do you do with the GOAT MVP next? Gary, too? I think Gary should fight. I guess not Colby Covington. Who would Gary fight? So Shavkat and JDM are going to fight. Man, I really want Usman to just get out of the welterweight picture because I know there's a chance they'll do Usman versus, what's his name? They'll do Usman Shavkat, and then they might make Gary. What the fuck is this, man? Call of Duty has disgraced itself with all these new skins. It's just a pathetic game at this point. But, yeah, they might do Gary versus JDM, unfortunately, because I really want to see JDM versus Shavkat. I don't know. Gary versus Wonderboy would be fun. That'd be a great matchup. I don't know if he's going to want to fight down again. Who else could you give him? Maybe Bilal. Maybe you give him the loser of Leon versus Bilal. How about that? You give him the loser of Leon versus Bilal, and Shavkat or JDM gets the winner. That could be the move. And Usman gets lost. Not because I don't like him, but because it's stupid for him to fight at 170. There's no point. The point is maybe he wins against Shavkat, and it's a huge win for his career, but like, he's probably going to lose. Why not just get an easy, decent win at middleweight? Make sure you get it. Buckley? Yeah, but Buckley just got ranked, bro, and he just beat Nursultan. He's ranked at number 13. No one's asking for a Buckley-Gary fight right now. It'd be a fun fight, but I don't really think it makes sense. I think he's too low. Ian won. I think he actually should have won. I actually think there's an argument for him winning. I don't think it was a robbery. And I guess I was kind of right on the grappling. I was wrong on the striking, but I did say that the grappling was going to play a factor. So my prediction wasn't even that bad. I was wrong on the striking, though. But to be fair, I didn't expect Gary not to throw any strikes. I didn't expect him not to throw anything on the feet, basically. MVP did more damage to Ian. Yeah, but the thing is, on the ground, even when MVP had Ian Gary down, Gary was landing strikes off of his back, decent elbows. And then when he took MVP's back, he was landing decent strikes every now and then. And I think that the striking was actually pretty close. MVP was ahead on a couple of strikes. I don't know. It was very close. I don't think you could call it a robbery. Like, the thing is, people will say, what about damage? Okay, but we're not even favoring control if you give it to Gary, though, because you have to take into account the damage that he was doing on the ground, which is minimal. Minimal, but so is a leg kick every now and then. So my point is, you should count elbows off of someone's back when their opponent is not doing anything. You should count strikes on the ground when their opponent's not doing anything. You can't just not count a strike on the ground. We can't just pretend they don't exist. And if we're going to say that they help for our favorite fighters, then you got to be consistent with it too. A strike on the ground matters, no matter who it is that's throwing it. Control in full guard is not the same as control when you take the back. I mean, listen, you got to do something with back control, and Gary landed some strikes, so I think it meant more, especially because control in full guard, MVP was getting hit. Like, Gary was hitting him while he was getting held down. You got to count that for Gary. They both had 1:30 control time. Guess what? Gary won the grappling exchanges in that round. UFC had a weak summer. Yeah, but they tried their best, right? Like, we were going to get a sick Conor McGregor card, and it fell off. We were going to get a sick Whitaker versus Hamzat fight. It fell off. It's not the UFC's fault. They tried their best. Who won? Mario Buenasilva got beat because she got cut. Doctor stopped it, so Macy Chiasson won. Bro, you've been on this for 30 minutes? I mean, it happened 30 minutes ago, and it's a big fight. You want us to be, gawking at what just happened in Mario Bueno Silva, Macy Chiasson? We could talk about it, man. Here comes Smith. Let's talk about Anthony Smith. How about we talk about Smith? I'm not coping, dude. I'm not coping. I was very objective with the way that I viewed that fight. I rewatched it multiple times. The third round, the round in question. Let's see what people are saying about Gary. They're all going to call it a robbery. Honestly, I'm surprised. People aren't calling it a robbery as much as I expected. They're more so just calling it boring. So I'm actually kind of surprised. So how am I doing on picks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 and 2. Wow. 7 and 2. Pretty good. Here comes Anthony Smith. Both of us kind of have that dog in us where, no one stands in the fire with me. Don't be surprised if Roman Dolidze suns him on the ground. Don't be surprised. He's definitely the better grappler. Difference between the best grappler, one of the best grapplers at middleweight, and a good grappler at light heavyweight. Big difference. Big difference. The prelims were fun. Let's not sit here and act like this card hasn't been decent. Like, first fight of the night was shitty. The WMMA fight was actually good. That was pretty good. But I'm not surprised that Gary versus MVP was a bit boring. Nobody's paying for an Ian Gary fight? Well, he's not going to be the main event of a pay-per-view anytime soon, so. You would never pay for an Ian Gary fight. You'd pay for the main event, depending on who it is. But I understand. His last 2 fights have been slow, and it's been on him. Like, you can't hate on the man for... Dude, what the fuck is going on with Roman Dolidze's gyno? You can't hate on MVP... you can't hate on Ian Gary for taking the back in the first round and trying to get a submission, but you can sort of hate on him a little bit for not throwing any strikes in the second and third round, really. And the last fight was also a little bit boring. Not just his fault. Jeff Neal was making it extremely boring, more so than Gary, but still. Let's relax. Roman got fraud checked by Imavov. Imavov just had a close fight with Jared Cannonier, who is 10 times better than Anthony Smith could ever hope to be in a better division. Imavov is a way better fighter than Anthony Smith. You're acting like Roman got fraud checked by Imavov and therefore he can't beat Smith. You do know Imavov is like 50 times better than Anthony Smith, right? And that's not even me being biased. That's just true. Imavov is a 6 striker. He's decently well-rounded. He didn't win his last fight, unfortunately. It ended in an unfortunate way. I'm not even going to count that as a win, but it's not like he lost. I mean, he did well against Jared Cannonier. Had a close fight with him. No shame in losing to Imavov. I mean, there is shame in the way he looked against Imavov, but not losing to Imavov. We need a Blob, Aspinall, main, Pereira, Smith, co-main. I don't want to see the Blob versus Aspinall. I think that'd be too easy. I want to see the Blob fight someone that's not just going to eat. You can't put him in there with the best in the world. You got to put him in there with like a decent heavyweight, because I actually do think he's underrated. Pereira Smith, I would love to watch. That I would love to watch just for the meme. Thank you for the $2. Ian kind of got fraud checked. He did kind of get fraud checked. I agree. But I don't think it was a robbery. I thought it was a robbery initially. I've rewatched it the third round a few times. Gary was landing strikes on the ground. His control time was better than MVP's. And even when MVP was controlling him, he was landing strikes. And the strikes on the feet were pretty close. Bro almost got outpointed by oaf Jeff Neal. I wouldn't call Jeff Neal an oaf. But Jeff Neal, to be honest, like he hit Ian Gary with some great shots. We got to start saying that Gary's got a pretty good chin. He got hit with the right hand against MVP that was pretty nutty, and a couple of them too. Same thing with Jeff Neal. Because we've been saying Gary is a pea head, but he's actually got a good chin. But you know what? I don't know. His striking is getting more pathetic. Maybe it's just because he wasn't letting his hands go, but I'm worried that he's getting slower. I think it's because of his diet, guys. Gary versus Wonderboy. Where's Wonderboy ranked? Let me pull up the 170-pound rankings. UFC rankings. Here comes Anthony Smith. Oh, he's walking out to something completely different this time. He's walking out to something different. Where's the return of the Mac? Is he walking out to some Nebraskan music? Where's the fucking real walkout music, Anthony? He's walking out the Jelly Roll? Why? Because he's from Nebraska? Is that why? Jelly Roll? Would you live in Nebraska? Maybe, honestly. It seems like a decent place. If Smith lives there, it's good enough for me, dude. All right? Anyway, let me look at the UFC rankings. Okay, welterweight rankings. No, Wonderboy's number 9. Gary just beat MVP fighting back. Oh, you know it'd be a good fight. Yeah, as I said, Gary versus the loser of Leon versus Bilal. And Shavkat JDM should fight the winner. Shavkat or JDM should fight the winner. Or Makhachev. Gary should fight the loser of that fight. And if Usman fights Shavkat next, then I guess Gary versus JDM. But that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Either JDM, if he doesn't fight Shavkat next, or the loser of Leon and Bilal. Jelly Roll, bro. Dude, you don't understand this song from Jelly Roll. It's like the deepest song that's ever come out, man. You're a casual music fan, dude. Sorry, guys. I'm a casual music fan. I don't know Jelly Roll. I know Jelly Roll, but I don't listen to his music. Roman Dolidze is Middle Eastern Paul Craig. True. He's the real Paul Craig because he can actually submit people from point A to point B. Like, Paul Craig just catches you and you're done. Paul Craig doesn't really take it back, get inside control, move into half guard. He's not one of those guys. Roman Dolidze can actually, like, put on a masterclass on the ground. What do you mean, man? You don't understand the idiosyncrasies of Jelly Roll, bro? Nah, I don't understand the idiosyncrasies of Jelly Roll. Maybe I'm not deep enough to understand Smith's, interesting choice of a walkout song. Here we go. Smith versus Dolidze. This is a good fight. This is a great fight. If Smith wins, they might actually give him a title fight against Pereira. Haha, let's go. I think he is going to win. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Fighting. Here's Smith. There he is. Let's go, Anthony. Come on, man. Let's win that outside foot battle. Let's win that outside foot battle. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. First round. Boom. Anthony Smith says no one wants to get into the fire with him. He actually looks in pretty good shape right now. Smith is looking a little bit lean and mean compared to his usual, bag of milk physique. Big body kick from Dolidze. Watch out for that left-handed Dolidze. Smith does tend to throw looping left hooks, and he will leave himself open after throwing looping left hooks. Dolidze does have a big oafing right hand or left hand that could be a problem for Smith. So watch out for that looping hook of Smith and look at what Roman Dolidze looks to do to counter it. You think Volk raised his hand for Lopez on short notice? I wouldn't be surprised. Thank you for the $2. I would not be surprised. Smith right now trying to parry the hand of Roman Dolidze. Really focusing on winning that outside foot battle is Anthony Smith. And as he always talks about, Smith always brings the fire. He always brings the fight. As he slowly gets into a feeling out process in this one. The Marauder. There's a big oafing shot from Roman. Big right hand. I don't think that Smith is going to want to challenge Roman on the ground. Especially because this is an even shorter notice fight for Roman than it is Smith. I think Smith might be in better shape. Yeah, these guys are kicking each other's legs, and that's usually been a problem for Anthony Smith. Rogan does tend to freak out over calf kicks, but in this case, it might not be a bad idea. Anthony Smith struggles with calf kicks. There's that looping shot from Anthony, and Roman Dolidze throws a spinning kick to the body. Are we seeing middleweight skill triumph over light heavyweight skill? Both guys kind of in similar spots in their division. Maybe Anthony Smith's a little bit further ahead, closer to a title shot, but Roman Dolidze gets leg kicked there by Anthony Smith. And a nice jab from Anthony Smith, and a big right hand misses for Smith. And a big calf kick for Roman Dolidze. And Smith, you can see he took a weird step on that leg. And you can see he's gritting down a little bit. That one hurt. Smith is starting to stumble and bumble. Actually, Smith is standing funny on that front leg. And Roman Dolidze oblique kicks him, a hard kick for Smith, but Roman Dolidze smiling at him to let him know that, listen, my kicks are hurting you more than yours are hurting me. Anthony Smith looks a little bit wide-eyed. Are we seeing a sign of that leg giving out a little bit? Oh, and he just styled on Smith a little bit. There's a jab from Smith. Hard leg kick for Roman Dolidze. Really sunk that one in there. Dolidze may be showcasing a middleweight skill gap over the light heavyweight Smith. Oh, big overhand for Roman Dolidze, sort of clips Smith. Nice jab for Smith. And a right hand for Smith. I think Roman Dolidze looks better in his striking against Smith than he does against a lot of these middleweights. This just really goes to show that the middleweight skill, even the lesser strikers at middleweight, are able to strike with top 10 guys at light heavyweight. Kind of crazy. People clown Roman Dolidze striking, but it's looking better than Smith right now. Not that surprised. Dolidze really doing a good job at going to the legs of Smith. First guy to go at Smith's legs in quite some time. I mean, Vitor Petrito kicked him a couple times, but last couple opponents of Smith, even since his fight with Johnny Walker, where he clearly had issues with leg kicks, they've not really been going at his legs. Dolidze's doing a great job at going at his legs. Big 1-2 from Smith misses. Maybe Roman Dolidze's looking to get a big shot off. He lands a nice left hand on Smith, and Anthony Smith is getting a little bit desperate. Dolidze's about to win this round. Looks like Dolidze has the speed advantage. There's a jab from Anthony Smith, but a leg kick from Roman Dolidze. Doing a beautiful job working the leg. Going after Smith's Achilles heel. 22-10 on strikes is what we're seeing on the stats right now. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. But I guess I was wrong. Roman Dolidze, I feared, may be able to outstrike Smith. I guess I sort of undervalued the significance of a divisional skill gap here. Yeah, Anthony Smith can have like a good outstriking point fight with a guy like Ryan Spann, but even middleweight's biggest bum striker can get the better of him. Wow. If this isn't an example of the divisional skill gap, I don't know what is. Maybe I should have picked Roman Dolidze. I was considering it. I was talking about that divisional skill gap. But I was choosing Smith because he still is a little bit crafty. He still has that experience. You never know. He could get it done. But Roman Dolidze's doing a really good job at going to the legs. And that right there kind of shows me that maybe Smith won't get it done because Dolidze's investing early where he needs to invest. Middleweight skill. People clown him for his striking. I understand it, but it's good enough to hang in there and even get the better of Smith. Wow. I'm liking this fight, though. Wasn't light heavyweight better than middleweight, skill-wise? I mean, just because Adesanya lost to Blachowicz doesn't necessarily mean that. I think that's a bad matchup for Adesanya. Blachowicz, Pereira. But I think a lot of middleweights do well at light heavyweight. Tit for tat-wise, I think that middleweights would usually do better. And also, there's like hardly any light heavyweights. There are tons of middleweights. The middleweight division has like 80 people. The talent pool is deeper. Wow, nice 1-2 for Dolidze. Nice jab for Smith. But you never know. Smith could grit down and actually show us that fire that he's always talking about. Because he's always talking about how no one wants to get into the fire with him. Nice kick from Smith. Smith is now picking up his leg, looking to check these kicks. Lighter man skill coming through once again. True. Thank you for the 3 months membership. It's not over yet. Smith could grit down. Smith could sort of lean into that old Lionheart that people used to talk about, where Smith would get beat up early and then he would somehow find a way to win. But now Roman Dolidze hurts Anthony Smith. Oh, and now Anthony Smith is going to start to crumple up. Oh, Roman Dolidze's got him down. And he's marauding on Anthony Smith. And he's beating him. And he's beating him to a pulp. Let's see if Anthony Smith brings out that high-level jiu-jitsu that he's always talking. I think Anthony Smith's about to get fucked up, guys. Roman Dolidze's the better grappler. This fight could be over. Smith is going to get dog-walked on the ground. You think Bob Reaper could piece up light heavyweights? Oh, yeah, definitely. With speed, 100%. Could he beat the best in the world? I don't know if he beats Pereira. I don't know if he beats Jiri. But yes, he would dog walk most of them. Imagine Whitaker versus Anthony Smith. It'd be a massacre. But yeah, this is a typical Anthony Smith fight. Typical Anthony Smith fight. You're not just going to get into the fire with me, man. Proceeds to get pieced up. Not one man alive can out-grapple me in a pure jiu-jitsu match. Proceeds to get out-grappled. Easily. What's the cope going to be now? Dolidze was stacking on the ground. He was kind of stacking up and hovering over me, not engaging. He was choosing not to engage with me. And it's like, I understand that, but man, you're not even engaging. Okay, fair enough, but you're not even engaging. Well, that's going to be it, right? It's going to be the not engaging and the, I don't even know what you want to call it on the feet. But this is like literally a recap of what happened with Magomed Ankalaev. You may as well be watching the Magomed Ankalaev fight right now. You may as well be watching the Magomed fight. It's the exact same thing. Gets outstruck in the first and gets beaten up against the fence in the second. Ran out of paper. I mean, I'm going to get my pick wrong here. I always get Anthony Smith fights wrong. I picked Spann. He beat Spann. I did get the Khalil Roundtree fight right, but I usually get Smith fights wrong. I picked him to beat Walker. He loses. I picked Vitor to beat him. He wins. I can't pick an Anthony Smith fight to save my life. How are you doing on your picks? I'm 7-2 right now, but I'm about to be 7-3. Smith is losing. Listen, I'm not surprised at all, but I did think that Smith was capable of outstriking him because Roman Dolidze's not known for having good striking, but the middleweight skill and the middleweight speed came into play. Maybe I undervalued that, but this is to be expected. I mean, we all knew Roman Dolidze was the better grappler. Smith's grappling is rated highly by him, but it's not that good. It's at least good enough to be a tough out, but that's basically what Smith does these days. Like, I don't know. It's rough. Come on, bro. You're on the ground. Smith is always talking about his jiu-jitsu as if, like, if you tangle up with him, you're not getting the better of him. Bro, like, engage. You have an opportunity to engage as well. Bro, be aggressive. I don't know, fucking go for something, man. You're just freaking shelling up against the fence in the fetal position. Oh, he's fighting the wrist. High-level jiu-jitsu skill is in. Oh, actually good from Anthony Smith. Actually good from Anthony Smith. And he gets eased. Oh, great. Great. Now it's heating up. Smith is no longer feeling sorry for himself. I think he's actually going to go out there in the third looking for a finish. Dude, he's so bad. He's so mid. Smith is so fucking mid, dude. He's getting styled on by Roman Dolidze. This guy talks about his skill like he's one of the best in the world, bro. That's why it's fucking funny to watch. He's got nothing on the ground. He's got nothing on the feet. The fact that Ryan Spann loses to him is more of a horrible look on Ryan Spann than it is a good look on Smith. Smith fights are the best. Bro, I need this guy to turn up. Like, if Smith wants to gain our respect in this fight, he's got to live up to his name, Lionheart, and actually go for the finish. He needs to go after it like a madman. He's losing anyway. He's going to get his ass kicked anyway. He's going to get outskilled. He's getting beat with the middleweight skill right now. Like, we know he's going to lose in a points battle. There's no shame in him getting finished. I'm not going to clown him if he gets finished going for it. All right? But if he just fucking plays the outside foot battle after talking all this shit about the fire, no one stands in the fire with him. If he just gets easily out-grappled and doesn't take risks, throwing up submissions and shit, then, like, bro, it's just, come on, it just looks silly. You got to go for the finish, man. Because the last thing that he's hanging on to right now is having that ability to lean on that Lionheart, right? We know he's going to get outpointed, but there's still the Anthony Smith Lionheart thing that gets talked about, and don't let that be disproven too. Don't let anyone take that away from you too. Oh shit, the clock. Sorry, guys. Let me clear the timer. Yeah, good. Roman should style on him, dude. What that's all about. That's about this guy thinking he's the shit in front of Anthony Smith, styling on him. Yeah, he's letting him dance in front of him. Dude, that's what Roman Dolidze should be doing. The fact that Anthony Smith is letting this guy dance in front of him just goes to show that actually he may not be the fucking guy that pulls it out the fire like he says he is. DC's fuming. I know. He's freaking salty. The Roman Dolidze styling on him. Yeah, Roman Dolidze might finish him. Roman Dolidze's showing him that middleweight skill, that middleweight hunger. At middleweight, it's a deeper division. It's harder to get a title shot. Anthony Smith's used to being chill in the top 10 forever. He's always been in the top 10. He's always chilling in the top 10. Main events, co-main events. Dolidze's fighting like a man that knows if he loses, he'll be on the prelims next. Smith loses, we'll see him in a fight night main event. There's a nice right hand for Smith. Bro, Smith is so slow. Nice kick for Roman. The fact that Roman is making Smith look easy. Remember, Vettori outstruck Roman. We call Vettori mid. How bad are fighters outside of the top 5 at light heavyweight? Light heavyweight is a shit division, dude. The fact that Smith says Pereira's been getting lucky, dude. Dude, come on. Go for the finish. You're going to lose anyway. You're the guy that talks about how no one wants to get in the fire with you. Come on, show us some fire. Go after it. You're going to lose anyway. At least try to get a finish. Give yourself a chance. You're not going to win on points. There's no point in winning this round. His coaches should be telling him, listen, the round doesn't matter. Smith, the round doesn't matter. The round doesn't matter. Look for a finish. There's a sweet pea special for Smith. And a spinning back fist for Roman Dolidze, but Smith just landed a right hand. Dude, I want Smith to finish him so bad. Come on, bro. I want Smith to finish him and act like he just styled on Roman Dolidze. I want him to get on the mic and sit here and say, if you pick Roman Dolidze, you're a fucking idiot. There's just levels to this game, man. We need Smith to get a KO and yap about levels to this game. After getting styled on. You know, he actually is going for it, though. He actually is going for it. He actually is going for it now. I respect it. He's going for it. He's moving forward. He's slugging big punches. He's not just throwing little pipsqueak jabs. Oh, beautiful shot from Roman Dolidze, but Smith's jabbing him up. There's like 40 seconds left, though. Smith may win this round. I don't know, though. Good for Roman. Maybe he should try his hand at light heavyweight. Maybe he should move up, because he's not going to get a title fight in middleweight. What do you guys think? You think he should move up? I think he should move up. If Dolidze is able to outstrike Smith much more clear than a lot of these other light heavyweights, I think he should stick up in this division. Stay up in it. You know? The middleweight division's too deep. If you're not beating Imavov, you're never becoming a champion, because Imavov might not even become a champ. Too small. Dude, he took this fight on like a week's notice, and he's just as strong, just as powerful as Anthony Smith. They're booing, but you know what? What do you expect from like a plotty light heavyweight fight? I think he should move up. I think he should move up. You can't say he's too small. He's not too small. He just beat Anthony Smith, who's bigger than him, just fatter. Anthony Smith is able to beat someone like Ryan Spann than Roman Dolidze, who schools Anthony Smith in the plotty way that he schooled him. All right, light heavyweight plotty style. He should move up. He beats, I would say, 85% of light heavyweights. If Anthony Smith is ranked, Roman Dolidze can be top 10 for a while. Roman Dolidze can submit people in the top 5, depending on who it is. Dolidze brought the middleweight skill, true. Did bring the middleweight skill. Smith's grappling, his cope is going to be that he didn't have a chance to engage, as I said. I just didn't have a chance to engage on the ground, you know? It's like, if you want to go jiu-jitsu, we can go jiu-jitsu, but he didn't engage. I don't know what the excuse on the feet is going to be, but listen, let's not be too hard on Anthony Smith. It was a typical Smith loss. It's the way he usually loses, so I don't know. I'm not very surprised. He's talking to Hunter Campbell. I don't know what he's saying. He's saying, on paper, I should be champ. I kind of feel bad for Anthony Smith, man. But Roman Dolidze is a middleweight from a better division. I should have picked Roman Dolidze. I was kind of on the fence. Who was I going to pick, Smith or who was he fighting before Roman? Olberg? I was going to pick Olberg. How are we doing on picks? I'm 7-3 now. 29-28. I guess Smith won the third. Nice. I guess they gave Smith the third. Not the worst fight. Not the worst fight. But not the outcome we wanted. Either way, this just goes to show that divisional skill gaps are more real than ever. Marvin Vettori outstruck Roman Dolidze. And Roman Dolidze moves up and easily outstrikes Anthony Smith. That's called divisional skill gap. I think he should move up, as I said. He could be a staple top 10 light heavyweight, whereas I don't think he's going to be a top 10 middleweight. Lionheart just got sunned by the smaller man. I mean, to be honest, it's not like Roman was that much smaller. Roman in the offseason is well above 200 pounds, and Anthony Smith has no muscle. I would say Roman Dolidze is leaner, Anthony Smith is fatter. Muscle mass, Roman Dolidze is the bigger, stronger guy. Faster, slicker on the feet, better footwork, stronger. Seemed like his punches had more thud on them. Crowd is lame. Yeah, well, to be fair, it's not like they have a reason to go crazy. None of the main card fights have been that great. Main card has been lame. Main card has been lame. But I'm not surprised. The next two fights are going to save it. He should move up. He shouldn't even consider middleweight. He's never going to be a champ at middleweight. He'll never be in the top 5. He could be a top 5 light heavyweight. Dude, this crowd is kind of dead. But to be fair, the main card fights have sucked. Bro's not becoming champ? Well, that's why he shouldn't move to middleweight, an even harder division. If he's getting outstruck by Marvin Vettori, but he beats Anthony Smith, that's a sign that he needs to move up. At least if you beat Anthony Smith, you're ranked at light heavyweight. Anthony Smith beat Ryan Spann, so. The real Paul Craig. Thank you for the $2. I think he's a better Paul Craig. He would beat up Paul Craig. There's Moreno. Misha Tate. Kayla Harrison. Getting mogged by Alexa Grasso is Kayla Harrison. Female version of mogging. Crowd is falling asleep. I mean, yeah, this main card kind of sucks, guys. But it's going to heat up right now. Lopez versus Ige, then the main event. The main event is really going to save everything. This is like a typical McGregor card field. Boring fights, and then the McGregor fight saves it. And that's the only fight we really care about sometimes. But, I mean, the main card's been shit. Prelims were better than the main card, I was telling you. 38-20, true journeyman record. 20 losses is nuts. The fact that Anthony Smith is 20 Ls. Reminder that this is one of Jones's title defenses. Yeah, Jones's win over Anthony Smith doesn't mean shit. He did dog walk him. But it doesn't mean shit. Like you just can't rate that as like a solid title defense. That was like a we got to find someone. That's what that situation was. Be right back, guys. Sorry, guys. I just had to rage a little bit. I'm just a little bit upset that Anthony Smith lost. No, I'm joking. Just have to take piss. And I wanted to get a sip of coffee again. Thank you for the $5. Who would you rather bang, Kayla Harrison or Cyborg? Neither. Thank you for the $5. Neither. Okay. Remind that this is one of the Jones. Yeah, I already read that. I already read that. But thank you. Miss Dono, I'm on it. I didn't miss a dono. I did not miss a dono. I did not miss a dono, guys. All right, guys. At least we are guaranteed 2 fun fights in a row. Even if this one is a little bit weird because it was put together at the last second and there's no real hype on it because it was supposed to be Ortega fighting. And he's a lot more relevant than Dan Ige. It's still Ige, and Ige's decent. I did not miss a dono. I sent 100? I did not miss a dono, dude. I'm looking at all of them. Hell, wasted money, man. I'm literally reading all the donations. I have them here. Here we go. Diego Lopez. Taking an injection break? No injections. Bro knocked out Joe Pyfer off screen. Nah, dude. You know, one of these days I am gonna have to get my comeuppance with Joe Pyfer. I just think that one of these days I'm destined to run into him. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm a little bit, a little bit worried about what might happen, to be fair. Smith Cope impersonation after this fight. Thank you for the $2. Yeah, Smith is going to say, you know, Mike, he wasn't willing to engage. He just wasn't willing to engage. And, you know, man, it is what it fucking is. You know, no man on this fucking planet's going to beat me in jiu-jitsu. But, you know, you grapple, you kind of hover up against the cage, and you hold me there. What do you expect? On the feet, I thought it was close. It was my night. That's basically what Anthony Smith is going to say. On the feet, it was close. Man, I just couldn't find my rhythm, man. And I kept trying to bring the fire, but he just didn't want to fight in the fire. To be fair, Anthony Smith did fight in the fire a little bit in the third. But, you know, he's always talking about, man, we're going to fucking bring it, man. But he doesn't freaking bring it, dude. Anthony Smith, like, you don't even have to be good, but at least live up to the whole, like, marauder, berserker fight style. Because Smith has been talked about by the UFC brass, guys like Rogan and DC, as like a crazy wild man. But he's not. He's never been that guy. Ever. He's been that guy like against one fighter back in the day. Smith's been that guy against the, you know, fat middleweight old fighters that he fought on the come up. He was that guy against Hector Lombard when Hector Lombard gassed out and quit. But against people these days, Smith is really just... I don't know. What do you even want to call it? Like, he's a bit of an NPC on the feet, to be honest. Here comes Diego. Stop taking tug breaks. I was not taking a tug break. All right, I was taking a piss break. Anyway, here comes Lopez. Let's hear what he's walking out to. Joey Badass. Okay, this is a good track. Good track, good track. Fix the clock? Oh, yeah, I'm on it. Thank you. I'm going to fix the clock right now. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. 1 second. Thank you for the 2 months membership. Alex by 3rd round KO. I hope it's a war. I don't want it to end in the 1st round. Unless we see a one-hitter quitter shot from Alex Pereira or a vicious KO, I want it to go on. I think my ideal would be a Jiri Prochazka decision or some nah, fuck that. Not a decision. To be honest, having a war would be the best. Like going into the 5th, it'd be the best for pure entertainment. But longevity-wise, a war would, especially for Pereira, might ruin his career. It might actually be the straw that breaks the camel's back when it comes to his chin and his durability, especially with a guy like Jiri. Jiri can afford a war. I don't think Pereira can. So I actually want to see a KO. I want to see a nasty KO. None of this early stoppage BS. Nothing anticlimactic. No cuts. No. I want to see a out cold KO. One of these guys has to go out. It's been a minute since we've seen a nasty Jiri Prochazka out cold KO. Like, he did put Rakic away, but Rakic wasn't out cold with one shot. It was more of like a damaging sort of snowball KO where he couldn't defend himself anymore, but he was still awake. I want to see like a Jiri Volkanovski Reyes sort of KO or an Alex Pereira flatline. Because even against Jamal Hill, which was a satisfying knockdown, it wasn't like a flatline. It wasn't the Strickland sort of knockout. Even that wasn't a flatline. We haven't seen a Pereira flatline, though. That would be pretty sick. I wish he would have flatlined Izzy, though. This kid's a marauder, man. Thank you for the $2, Diego. Good to see you in the chat. Thank you for the $2, Marshall. Do a UFC nicknames tier list? I could do something like that. I'm going to do a bunch of tier lists soon, guys. I'll do a bunch of them. I'm also going to do a bunch of ranking videos. Here comes Ige. In Jiri We Trust, third round KO. I kind of want Jiri to win. But at the same time, I kind of don't want to see the end of Alex Pereira's legendary GOAT conversation streak. You know what I mean? I don't want that to end. Because if he loses, he's like 36, 37 soon. And losing to Jiri means he's going to get brutalized. So the downside is Pereira's GOAT conversation has to be halted in its tracks, and he's never going to be a top 10, top 5 guy. Whereas if he wins 2 more fights, he's a top 5 fighter of all time. And as I said earlier in this stream, Alex Pereira is more capable of achieving greatness on the all-time list than Jiri, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Yuri's going to remain durable for 10 years, but the way he fights, I think Jiri's going to have like an early expiration date, and I don't think he's going to rack up that many great wins. Unless he wins tonight. You got to start talking about Jiri Prochazka as starting to create a great resume. Beating Glover, right? Oh, there's Strickland. Beating Glover. Who else has he beat? Reyes, decent win at the time. Aged well as well recently. Ozdemir, that win's aging well too. Rakic, that one's a good one. Ige by KO, thank you for the $2. I don't want to see Lopez get knocked out. I do like Ige. But it would suck to see Lopez get KO'd. I think Lopez versus Topuria would be a sick fight. I don't want to see this guy's aura be killed off so early when we could have Topuria versus Charles Oliveira 2.0. But you know what? Respect to Ige. If he gets the win, then, you know, it'll be a feel-good moment for him, I guess. Jiri is a scarier matchup for Pereira than Ankalaev. I think so, too. Listen, let's not act like Ankalaev can't knock people out. Ankalaev could knock out Pereira, but in general, the way that he could also win is just by out-decisioning him with wrestling, right? You know, taking him to a decision, stinking it up a little bit. The only way you lose to Jiri is by brutal fashion. But then again, you know, it's easy to look past Ankalaev as a KO guy, but he has the threat of the takedown, and he does have slick striking. And he is a light heavyweight with power. You know, he could knock you out too. But I kind of agree with you. I kind of agree. I think Jiri has a better chance to beat Pereira than Ankalaev. But maybe not, though. Ankalaev actually has a decent chance on the feet. I think that Ankalaev's ability to, or potential to get a finish on the ground isn't as high as people may think. I don't think he's that dangerous on the ground. He doesn't have submissions. He doesn't have the best ground and pound. I think it would just be control time. Jiri by KO, no dark magic. I'm happy no matter the outcome, but I'm also going to be gutted. If Pereira loses, it's going to suck because the Pereira rise is done. And if Jiri loses, like, he's one of my favorite fighters too, so it's going to be a weird feeling no matter what happens in the main event, unless they both go to a war and it's like one of the best fights ever and it's super close. But a draw would suck too because that's anticlimactic, right? Ige round 1 KO, flatline left hook. Thank you for the $2. No, I don't think so. I think Lopez is knocking him out. Dude, guys, you guys are forgetting that Lopez has a huge advantage on the ground. I know Ige has KO power, but what about the ground game? It's close on the feet, but it's not close on the ground at all. Lopez has more ways to win. What mic do you use? I use a Shure SMB. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Paul Craig made Ankalaev tap out in 2018. True. Don't think Pereira's going to do that, though. That is true, though. Sleeping on Lopez? I think they are. I think everyone picking Ige is just basing this off of striking alone. Yeah, he's got a good chance to win on the feet, but Lopez has been locked in for weeks now. And Lopez is much better on the ground. He could destroy Ige on the ground. Here we go. Logitech is what I use for the camera. The Logitech HD. Here we go. Round 1. Ige versus Lopez is live. Co-main event. Lopez looking pretty lean. But Ige is looking bigger right now, just like a thicker fighter, because he hasn't had to cut a lot of weight. Ige's looking bigger. A lot bigger, actually. And that's no shocker, but he was supposed to fight in a couple weeks from now anyway, so he is in decent shape. Nice leg kick for Lopez. KO'd fast. I don't believe it. Oh, shit. I'm not looking at the chat. I'm not looking at the chat. Maybe I am behind a little bit, but I'm not looking at the chat. I don't want anything. I'll definitely try to catch my stream up if I am behind in between the rounds. If we even see an in between. Oh! Well, shit, man. They're exchanging in the pocket. They're exchanging in the pocket. Ige's eating these knees up the middle. But he's also landing some big shots. Dude, Ige looks really big out there compared to Lopez. Lopez looks a lot skinnier. Ige looks extremely durable. And remember, Lopez basically drained himself to 145 the other night. Ige's been cruising down to 165 today. Ah, beautiful shot. Nice left hook from Lopez. But without a weight cut, this is like the best chin Ige's ever going to have, dude. He's fighting 20 pounds above his weight class. Nice shots from Lopez there as well. And now that I think about it, maybe the grappling isn't going to be so easy because Ige's a lot bigger than him. Can't believe we're seeing this on such short notice. It's actually insane that Ige's the guy in the cage right now. 2 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock. The crowd is dead, you're right. I mean, this crowd sucks. This crowd absolutely sucks. This is a good fight. No energy. Zero energy. This may as well be at the apex, honestly. Honestly, it's kind of pathetic. Nice body shot from Ige, but a good counter shot from Lopez. 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. Ige tried to give him a sweet pea special, but Lopez said no. Not today. He's already eaten his greens. Oh, beautiful right hand from Lopez after a flying knee and a nice hook on top of it. I think Lopez may start to be... I think he may be starting to pull ahead on strikes. He may be pulling ahead on strikes. Head kick attempt just misses from Lopez. Ige doing the Darren Till conductor. Lopez pumping out the potential sweet pea special, doesn't choose to throw it. And there's a big clobbering right hand from Lopez. Yeah, he does have to be careful. Ige could overhand him. What are those bumps on the back of Ige's head, dude? Oh, dude, you don't want to be slugging in the pocket with Ige. That's where he can get in those tight hooks with his T-Rex reach. You could tell Lopez is the much smaller guy, man. He looks so much skinnier compared to Ige, man. This looks like a welterweight fighting a... Oh, wow, there's a guillotine attempt from Lopez. But Ige is going to be very strong in the grappling. Oh, he's got him in a darce. He's got him in a darce. He's my tap. No, he ain't going to tap. He ain't going to tap. He ain't going to tap. 15 seconds left, but as soon as it hits the mat... Oh, was he trying to tap? No, he's just pushing the legs out. Yeah. I'm telling you, the extra weight that Ige has is going to help him in the grappling exchanges. That's a round one for... Diego Lopez wins round one. But the extra pounds are showing for Ige. He looks so much bigger than Diego. Shorter, but way bigger. He's got a lot more mass out there. And I think that's definitely helping with his chin. Like, you got to think about that. No weight cut like Lopez had. I don't know if you're eating these shots in these knees from Diego Lopez if you have, like, a real weight cut. But it is what it is. Best fight of the night already? I don't know if it is actually the best fight of the night, yeah. Maybe not best fight based on, like, the outcome. Like, we haven't seen a finish yet, but it is a good fight. Like, a good battle. Lucas the Mass Monster. Tracy. Mass Monster. Yuri by KO. Yeah, I already read that. Here we go. Yeah, Diego has a great style. We need a big Sean Strickland pep talk. Come on. We might get it after this round. I hope we see a finish, though, but Ige is looking really durable with the lack of the weight cut. Here we go. International Board Week. Yeah, I mean, this card is very slow. Ige's pumping out the potential Sweet Pea special. Man, yeah, this International Fight Week card kind of does have no energy right now. Ortega versus Lopez would have been crazy, man. This is a good fight, but Ortega and Lopez would have the crowd on their feet. I guarantee it. Let's see how Lopez's cardio looks. He slowed down against Evloev on short notice. Let's see if he slows down in this fight. Ige seems to be in some great shape. A couple weeks out from his fight. Don't be surprised if he's able to push a pace and beat Lopez in this next round or two. Lopez is looking a little bit labored with his movements. Seems to be breathing heavy. Not Ige, though. Hard calf kick from Lopez. Ige lands 1-2, but Lopez fires back with a 1-2. I guess Lopez is out ahead right now. Nice calf kick there from Lopez. Lopez is fighting well. He's fighting smart. Calf kick from Ige doesn't land hard, though. Oh, head kick got awfully close, but Lopez catches it. Now he's got Ige on the ground. This is the big difference right here. And this is where Lopez dominates on the ground. Easily dominates Ige on the ground. This is the difference between them. Always going to be close on the feet. Never going to be close on the ground. Lopez has his toe in the cage. And now he has Ige's back. Bryce Mitchell had him here, couldn't finish him. Let's see what Lopez can do. He's better than Bryce Mitchell on the ground. He's getting close to a rear naked choke. But he's defending the left hand of Diego Lopez. He's preventing Lopez from utilizing that left. He's kneeing the thigh of Diego Lopez to try to loosen the body triangle, but I don't think that's going to help him that much. Lopez is trying to turn him onto his back. Landing some strikes to distract Ige. Landing some good ground and pound shots. I think Lopez is just going to bank on the grappling for the rest of the fight. He's going to lean into his bread and butter. Effortlessly out-grappling Dan Ige, though. Effortlessly out-grappling him. Now he's got a serious body lock on him. Deep body lock, or deep body triangle, I should say. But Ige is always a bit of a tough out against grapplers. Great striker, but just a measly tough out against grapplers is Dan Ige. You're never going to get him out of there easily. But you could dog walk him on the ground. Man, this main card is so shit. Horrible main card so far. You know what? This ain't even that bad. Like, the first round was entertaining. Lopez is doing what he needs to do against a guy that's dangerous on the feet, that has a great chin because he's not cut weight. You can't shit on this, man. Oh, now he's embarrassing him right now. He was doing the old Grant Dawson, Demirs Magulov right there. But, like, we're not about to act like this is the most entertaining fight right now. But let's not act like our standards aren't going through the roof because we've been bored by a bunch of fights already. Oh, wow. Ige's actually hammering some big strikes in there. Any sign of a boring moment is going to have us pissed off at this point. So let's not judge too harshly. We got to just look at this fight for what it is. If this was the first fight of the night, we wouldn't be calling it that boring. Going for an armbar. Going for an armbar on Ige. Well, International Fight Week, folks. Did not live up to its name. Imagine the grappling between Ortega and Lopez. Imagine the grappling between Ortega and Lopez. It would have been so much better. Fuck, I wish we had that, man. Disney contract means Disney quality. Dude, this is not a Disney quality card just because, the fights aren't playing out to be as entertaining as we wanted them to be. You think without the Disney contract, the MVP Gary fight is more entertaining? I don't think so. If Ortega had made it to the fight, this would have been a better grappling match, I should say. The striking would be equally as entertaining, maybe even more. But you know it's bad? When you're eating in between rounds while streaming. You just know you don't have to be on your feet, glued to the screen. Yeah, 2-1 or 2-0 Lopez. Nice right hand for Lopez. But I guess this kind of proves that Lopez is elite. I mean, Ige is much more proven than Sadiq Yusuf. And it's not like Ige is just totally out of shape. I would say Ige has the advantage as far as durability goes. And he's been training longer than Lopez for a fight, even though Lopez always stays in the gym. And they're both in the same position when it comes to being able to prepare for a specific opponent. This is a good win for Lopez. Really good win for Lopez if he wins. Uppercut, right overhand. I don't know which coach is telling which fighter to do that. Was that uppercut and then overhand or uppercut to counter an overhand? Nice jab. Sweet pea special from Lopez. Oh, solid right hand for Lopez. I mean, for Ige. That was a nasty right hand. Lopez has to be careful. But I guess we know he's got a good chin. We know he's got a good chin if he was able to take that. That was a knockout shot right there. Didn't really look to phase him that much. Nice counter hook from Lopez and a strong calf kick. And I guess he buckled Ige with that calf kick. And now he gets Ige to the mat and he's just going to easily out-grapple him. But Ige is working his way back up against the fence. Let's see if he can reverse the position. I think he's reversing the position. They're back at range. They're back on the feet. Lopez is getting visibly tired. He's backing up. Ige's stalking him down, putting pressure on him. Remember, Ige has the cardio advantage in this fight. He's been preparing for a fight 2 weeks from now. He's just starting to peak. Lopez, weight cut, short notice. Big shot from Ige. Big shot from Ige lands again. Ige's stalking him down. Dude, what are those bubbles on the guy's head? Nice body shot from Ige. Big shot from Ige. Nah, dude, I wouldn't want to see Lopez get finished right now. Nice body shot from Lopez, and he goes for a takedown. Good move. Great move. He's going to have to dig deep here. He gets it. He gets it, and he gets the back. Nice. That really saved him big time. If he loses this round, he still wins a decision. That's big for Lopez. People that are going to critique Lopez, bro got his ass kicked, fraud checked. You do realize, and I know people are going to do that, so I'm just saying this now. Diego Lopez cut weight to 145 pounds the other night. Dan Ige was over 170 preparing for a fight in 2 weeks. He knew he had a fight in 2 weeks. Lopez didn't know he had a fight until 2 weeks ago for this date. Oh, wow. Now Ige's beating him up. Doesn't matter, though, because he's in the guard of Lopez, and Lopez is going to be able to survive here. What I'm saying is Ige is in better shape for a fight right now. He is in better shape for a fight right now. He's way bigger. Didn't have to cut weight. Super durable. Cardio is going to be better. So we can't be very critical of Lopez in the third round here. It's not a surprise that he's wearing out faster than Ige. He's also the smaller guy in this fight. Yeah, Ige's going to win the third, 29-28 for Lopez. Lopez has no cardio. Bro, it's just the difference between a guy that cut weight to get down to 145 pounds on short notice versus a guy that took a fight on short notice but was able to cruise into it and not cut weight at all. Ige was probably 170 pounds, cut 5 pounds easily. Come on, big difference. He may have been walking around at 165. Lopez doesn't have that bad of a gas tank. He's just fighting someone who's in much better shape and who has much better durability than him. It's not a fraud check. Don't even say it's a fraud check. Stop. He wins the fight. Wow. Ige is beating his ass on the ground, though. Lopez is tired. Oh, nice up kick from Lopez. Lopez wins. No, not Lopez a fraud. Don't be fucking saying that. Not Lopez a fraud. Ige was twice the size of him and didn't have to cut weight. Lopez cut down to 145 last night. Dan Ige was 170 pounds this morning. One fighter didn't have a weight cut to drain them. That was also way bigger. Don't even start with the fucking fraud check BS. He didn't even win. Dan Ige was in better shape and more durable going into this fight. The lack of the weight cut. They got to pay both of these guys. Lopez wins. Awesome. Don't even start with the fraud check BS. Stop. You can't expect a guy that's much smaller that cut weight. The other guy's 20 pounds heavier. Or not 20 pounds heavier, but like, you know. Listen, last night, Diego Lopez weighed 146 pounds. Dan Ige weighed 170. That's all you need to know. So, Ige keeps his durability. Doesn't lose it due to a weight cut. Bigger guy. Still loses. You guys are just saying fraud to check to troll me at this point. I told you Ige was a problem. He lost. Ige won the third round when the weight cut started to get to Diego Lopez. He was also the way bigger guy who was comfortably cruising into this fight. Let's not forget Lopez took this on short notice and had to cut down to 145 and did it as a professional. Ige, 170 pounds this morning. He obviously had an advantage when it came to the gas tank. He was getting ready for a fight. If Ige wasn't preparing for a fight, it'd be different. He was getting ready for a fight in 2 weeks. So he wasn't even starting to drain himself to get down to 145. Like, Ige was still straight up peaking in his training camp. Ige was at the peak of his training camp before he even starts the weight loss process. Lopez had to cut to 145 the other night. Lopez wins. 29-28. Lopez is good, but overrated. He's not overrated, dude. He's not overrated, bro. Dan Ige is extremely durable all the time with great boxing. He got easily out-grappled. And yes, he was able to push a pace in the third round. Diego Lopez had to cut down to 145 pounds. He was giving up a ton of size, and he was giving up a ton of durability and gas tank because he cut weight. What is there not to understand? Ige was always going to have the advantage in the later half of this fight because he's at his peak in his training camp, but he didn't have to cut weight. Don't even try to sit here and act like Diego Lopez didn't dominate the second round and easily win the third. And you know what? Maybe if Ige cuts weight, he gets KO'd in the first round. Diego Lopez with a weight cut doesn't get KO'd, doesn't get put out, shows a good chin, wins the fight. Both guys didn't know who to prepare. Both guys didn't get to prepare for one another either. So you can't say, oh, Lopez has the advantage. Like, Lopez didn't know he was going to fight Ige. Ige didn't know he was going to fight Lopez. Evloev owns the Mexican. I mean, Evloev did beat him. I'll give him that. I wouldn't say he owns him, but he did beat him. That performance should not grant him a spot at number 3. Dude, oh my goodness, man. He lost the third round and won the first 2. We can't just say, well, schoolyard Joe Rogan rules, third round, whoever wins the third is the one that should be given the moral victory. Diego Lopez accepted this at the last second and fought a guy that was 170 pounds last night when he was 145. Don't even fucking sit here and tell me that this guy got fraud checked. 145 pounds he had to cut to. What did Dan Ige cut to? Remind me. Was Dan Ige not getting ready for a fight, or was he supposed to fight in 2 weeks? And so he's in great shape, perfect shape in his training camp before he starts the process of draining himself to get down to 145. Lopez took this fight 2 weeks ago, had to start draining himself to get down to 45, spent the last 2 weeks losing weight, cut to 145. Ige was literally chilling and cruising in. Okay? It was a situation where Lopez had the advantage of knowing he was going to fight on this date all last week, but Ige had the advantage of being durable and having a better gas tank. So don't even try to sit here and say that's a bad win. It's a great win. Ige was in shape. Ige was getting ready for a fight. Ige was much heavier, much bigger, had the much better gas tank because he didn't have to drain himself to get down. So are you really going to be here telling me that this guy is a fraud because he didn't finish Ige, who's super durable, who's 20 pounds bigger? Come on. We can't be doing that. I mean, I'm sure Lopez weighed a lot, but like, you know, he destroyed himself to make weight. Ige didn't have to. Ige was chilling. You called out your boy Volk? Okay, I mean, I don't think he's going to fight Volk. Volk's not going to fight for anything other than a title at 145, so I'm not going to worry about that. Volk's ego is too big to allow himself to take that fight. And he's too smart. It's not even an ego thing. He's just too smart. Volk says title fight or bust at 145, and that's how it should be. Unless he's fighting a pillow-handed fool. Volk should fight a pillow-handed fool, but if it's anyone dangerous, it better be for a title. Isn't 145 Lopez's regular weight class, though, fraud? He cut down to 145 pounds and Dan Ige didn't. Dan Ige woke up this morning at 175, 170. Let's stop bullshitting around. Lopez had to weigh in at 144, at 145. Ige had to weigh in at 165. Lopez, after weighing in at 145, still had to weigh in at 155. What did Ige have to weigh in? 165? 20 pounds? Come on, let's stop. He's not a fraud, dude. This wasn't a featherweight fight. This was a catchweight fight against a guy that was training and getting ready for a fight in 2 weeks that had the durability and cardio advantage because he didn't need to drain himself. I'm not hating on Ige. Stop. Move on, brother, bro. All right, let's move on, man. MMA fans be like, no dominant win equals fraud check. Exactly. He beat Dan Ige, who's been preparing for a fight and is in phenomenal shape and didn't have to cut weight and had a weight advantage and a durability advantage and a cardio advantage. It is a good win. It's a great win. Not everyone finishes Dan Ige. Who does finish Dan Ige? Actually, now that I think about it, like, how many people actually finish him? There's David Goggins. This crowd sucks. No energy from this crowd, man. Ranked opponent for Talbot next? Fuck no. No, man. You want to build him properly. You don't want to put him against a ranked opponent because then if he beats them, he's fighting someone like Peter Yan. Heck no. Let's get him some more highlight reel worthy wins. Put him up against a Boshrot brother and have him destroy them. Talbot versus one of the Boshrats. That's what you do. Talbot versus a Boshrot brother, someone that can grapple, someone that's going to present that stylistic difficulty to him, but someone that's not dangerous on the feet. Put him against the better Boshrot, bro. And have all the real hardcore fans pick the Boshrot. I just think Javid Boshrot's just too dangerous, man. Real hardcore fans pick Javid Boshrot. He's so much better. Yeah, sorry, man. Knocking people out doesn't mean you're good. Knocking people out and always hurting people in fights and imposing your will doesn't mean you're good. Real hardcore fighters take people to smudge fest decisions and put people to sleep at the apex. Real fighters are the ones that don't get any hype. Those are the real ones. I want to see Strickland chin Goggins. Dude, Strickland's kind of a bitch for his whole David Goggins beef. Like, David Goggins doesn't try to be a fighter. David Goggins never said that he could beat up any UFC fighters. He's just about mental toughness. And Sean Strickland calling out David Goggins as if David Goggins thinks he could take him in a fight. Like, I just think it's kind of lame, actually. Goggins has never claimed to be a fighter. He's never claimed to be, like, good at MMA or whatever. But, you know, Strickland, he wants to beat up someone like David Goggins, would never actually let his hands go against anyone in the UFC. Unless they gas out, of course, but yeah. Strickland will go to war with a K1 kickboxer for no reason, but he'll, you know, sit behind flimsy teep kicks in a real fight against Paulo Costa, who is not on his level, who he knows he could easily beat. This crowd is not that different from the Saudi crowd. It isn't. I mean, this is one of the worst international fight week crowds we've ever had. UFC 290 was so much more epic than this. Remember UFC 290? Volk versus Yair, Whitaker versus DDP, Moreno versus Pantoja, Dan Hooker versus Jalen Turner. At least we get this fight to save it all. Lopez and Ortega would have been pretty crazy because the crowd would have gotten hyped for it, but Ige's just not a big name, you know? And the grappling exchanges would have been more competitive. Probably because he gets paid half if he loses. No, I get that. But I'm just saying, like, Strickland fights like a wild man in the gym and fights like a, you know, sort of NPC on the feet in his fights. I'm just calling it out a little bit. Yeah, you're right. There's more reason for him to want to win. I agree. I think, you know, hey, I respect it, but it is a little bit boring. And calling out David Goggins again is a bit of a bitch thing. You're calling out someone that doesn't train in MMA. Because apparently, you know, Goggins thinks he's this tough guy. I mean, Goggins thinks he's a mentally tough guy, which he is. I don't think you could take that away from him. He is mentally tough. Listen, I think that Strickland would beat David Goggins in a fight. No one doubts that. But I don't think it's impressive. Just how Strickland wouldn't be able to train with David Goggins. No one's able to train with David Goggins. Not even Ferguson. Ferguson's getting broke by Goggins. But yeah, running in a straight line is a little bit of a cope, though. David Goggins' whole lifestyle is a bit of a cope. But, you know, I can still respect his mental toughness. I mean, Goggins is also a bit insecure. Strickland's insecure, but so is Goggins. Goggins' whole life is having a fucking chip on his shoulder and proving himself to everyone. Goggins just wants to prove himself Just show everyone up. That's what he wants to do. Goggins' whole thing is just showing people up. I respect it. I'm happy that the world has someone like Goggins, though. Because he is entertaining and he is actually motivational. He actually is. But a big part of it is cope. Let's be honest. Talbot versus Cody? No, fuck that. I don't want to see Talbot versus Cody. You trying to kill Cody Garbrandt? Like, rankings-wise, it makes sense. Giving him a name, it makes sense. But let's see Peyton Talbot versus a Basharat brother. We don't need to rush him up the ranks. I know it's a thing these days to go from Martin Budai to Jairzinho Rosenstrike, or it's a thing to go from fighting Tricoli to Marvin Vittori, or Stoltzfus to Strickland, but that shouldn't be the norm. I think fighters should work their way up, especially if they're young, slowly. Unless there's someone like Pereira that comes in from another sport as a champion that's already, developed in one skill set and in their mid to late 30s, then it's different. But for Talbot, no. Put him up against a grappler that the hardcore fans respect, like the Basharats, the better Basharat, have him chin him easily, which he would. I mean, Peyton Talbot would easily beat Javid Basharat. If you think otherwise, I'm not going to call you a casual. There's a chance Javid could take him down and keep him there, but Javid's not dangerous. People that watch the sport and actually can be not biased, where they're not just trying to flex how hardcore they are, they will admit that Javid Basharat is a pipsqueak when it comes to finishing people. I actually think Peyton Talbot destroys him. I want to see that fight. We've seen one Basharat fraud check this year. We should see another. Strickland is a bully that can't take backlash, softy. That is sort of true. But you know what? I'm not surprised. Sean Strickland's a bit crazy, so you can't expect him to be consistent with everything. So it's all good. I still like Strickland. Here's Yuri's freaking UFC 4 NPC walkout song. Why does he always walk out to this shit? This is a video game song. A randomly selected video game walkout song. This is how legends are made. Am I the only one that thinks this walkout song sucks? I want Jiri Prochazka's walkout song that he walked out to at Madison Square Garden last time. This is how legends are made. This is what your NPC fighter walks out to. Not NPC, but this is what your created fighter walks out to before you remember that you can actually change their walkout song. League of Legends song? Yeah. This is a video game commercial song, dude. This is a freaking Toyota Tires song. This is a Venom Fight Gear commercial song, dude. Shit sucks. No aura, you're right. Zero aura. The aura for Yuri isn't going to start until the stare down. But I can't wait for the stare down, man. Stare down's going to be so epic. I'm looking forward to it. Yuri loves this music, though. That's the funny thing about this, is Yuri definitely selected the song. This isn't like a Darren Till doesn't care about the song, so they'll just play nothing. This is Yuri's favorite song that actually gets him hyped up. The deeper person you are, the deeper you are, the more NPC of a walkout song you choose. Except for Pereira. But Pereira's not a deep guy like Yuri, though. Pereira's just one of these guys. Dana White Contender Series heavyweight ass song? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Thank you for the $2. This is how legends are made. Whoa. Dude, Yuri's looking in shape, though. He looks shredded. Looks ready to go. UFC 5 career mode type beat. True. This is a Shamil Blabgaziev classic. This is what they're playing in Bahrain. This is what, like, you play when you're not a native English speaker and you don't understand the lyrics, so you think it's some, like, really epic, inspiring song. That's basically why Yuri loves it. He hears the word legend and he's like, wow, this is a deep one. When in reality, it's like the shallowest song you've ever heard in your fucking life. It's the most shallow song you ever heard ever. No meaning. Cliche. There's Jiri, though. Yuri's freaking feeding off the energy. It's the most locked in Yuri's ever been because of this song. Here comes Alex. Here he is. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, 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 oh, 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 oh. Let's go. Here he is. Dude, Poeton's looking good. Looking ready to rock. Let's go. Let's go. Mr. Dono? Dude Perfect ass music? I mean, I don't watch Dude Perfect, but I'm not surprised that it's a song that they would use. I know what Dude Perfect is. I know the channel. How much would I have to pay you to Muzz? Volk would have to win a fight against Topuria. No money. Here comes Pereira. Here he comes. He's about to do the bow and arrow thing. Ha, let's go. Nice, let's go. Thank you for the $2. Thank you for the $2. Delicious. I appreciate that. Ritual ass music. I can't wait for the stare down, man. I cannot fucking wait for the stare down. I never want to hear a thing about those freaking Pride FC stare downs with Mirko Krokop and Wanderlei. 10-second stare down with some goofy music in the background. Most overrated stare down in history, honestly. Not history, but very overrated. Very overrated. Alex is weak. He doesn't look weak, man. Pereira looks in great shape right now. The crowd sucks. The crowd fucking sucks. Where's the energy? Why aren't they on their feet? Why aren't they all blowing up and erupting with, I don't know, just cheers and screams when Pereira's doing his bow and arrow thing? I mean, listen, American crowds aren't great, but like this one is, in particular is atrocious. It's like we're in Saudi Arabia. I mean, the building is packed, sold out. Where's the noise? Where is the noise? There would have been a lot of noise from McGregor. Maybe, you know what it is? Crowd is full of casuals. You're right, because it was a McGregor card. A lot of these people only care about McGregor. This is not a hardcore crowd. You are right. There are a lot of hardcore fans. A lot of these people are just here to see Conor, and they're not giving up their tickets. They're not giving them away. So that's why they're not that hyped for these fights. That's probably it. Because they're not kids. You don't have to be a fucking kid to get hyped up for this. Okay, here we go. Here's the stare down. Jiri Prochazka's not budging. Here we go. They're going to let this go on. They're going to let this go on. Yeah! Yeah! Let's go! Staring him down. Yuri's giving him an even colder stare than last time. Nice. Let's go, dude. No better stare down. I don't want to hear any old heads bring up that fucking Mirko Krokop bullshit. Dude, let's go! Muzz if Stipe finishes Jones? Maybe. I actually wouldn't mind. Pereira will 100% sleep Jiri, man. I'm picking him to win. Stipe KOing Jones could be pretty epic. Honestly, after Jones has been doing all this ducking, I would be pretty hyped. They're still staring each other down. They're still staring each other down. Jiri mogged the stare down. He's doing better than last time. Last time Jiri was moving around and he's standing stone still in the middle of the cage. But Pereira's undefeated. Poatan is undefeated in stare downs. No one beats Poatan in the stare down, but Jiri Prochazka is holding his own better than last time. First clock tuning in during the fight. First dono 2. Thank you for the first donation. Here we go, guys. Their stare down is sick. Top 10 for sure. Top 10, bro. Thank you for the $5, but no. This is the best stare down in history. Outside of the last one, this is the best stare down in history. The only thing that was better about the last one is Yuri's music was playing. Dude, Yuri's still looking at him. Yuri's still looking at him! Let's go! Still looking at him, man. Still staring him down. Dude, I'm fucking hyped. They're still staring at each other. Nice, let's go. Dude, Yuri's not budging. This is insane. This is crazy, man. I'm starting to feel it, guys. Sign of the cross. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Dude, Pereira looks amped. He's looking angry. 10-2 is a crazy record to be this highly rated in your career, honestly. Or having this many accomplishments, I should say. 10-2 with this many belts. All right, here we get the final stare down. Final stare down. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Final stare down. Ready to rock. Here we go. Here we go. Poatan's not even up against the fence. Let's go. 3,000 people in here. Jiri Prochazka versus Alex Pereira. Round 1. Here we go. Round 1. Prochazka looking to be in much better shape than he was in their first fight. You could just tell he's bigger. Same with Pereira, though. Pereira's looking massive in the cage. Both guys look big. Don't be surprised if Pereira knocks him out early with that left hook, if he goes hunting for it, if he leaps into it. Oh, man, this is crazy. Oh, big winging shot from Jiri. Oh, strong jab from Poatan. But Jiri eats it. Jiri eats it. Strong calf kick from Pereira. Flimsy kick from Jiri lands. Ah, shit. I'm starting to feel it, guys. I'm starting to feel it. I'm so nervous. Woo! Leg kick from Pereira. Front kick up the middle from Pereira. Jiri's looking a lot bigger than he was in the first fight. Just way more mass. Man. Dude, Jiri's looking to set up a right hand. Oh, there's a left hook. Jiri eats it. Jiri eats it. But his hands are down. His hands are consistently down. Oh, strong jab from Pereira. Jiri is very hittable. That chin is always there to be hit. That's why I'm picking Poatan, but Jiri is clearly looking for a solid right hand. There's a nice right hand. A left hook landed for Pereira. A right hand from Pereira. Ah, man. You could just tell Poatan's going to land that left hook soon. Bro, this is crazy. It's so hard to even score these fights when they're live because I'm not even thinking about scoring them. I'm just freaking watching. Jab from Poatan. Strong leg kick from Poatan. Jab from Poatan. I could say Poatan's outstriking him a bit. Oh, fuck, man. This is so crazy. Strong body kick for Pereira. Nasty body kick on that. Damn. 2 minutes, 33 seconds. But Jiri's going to build. He's going to snowball. Jiri's chin feinting. Dude, do not be shocked if we see Jiri get put out cold with that left. With the way that but he's doing a really good job of trapping that hand. He's talking to Alex. He's talking to him. Front kick from Jiri. Oh, left hook lands for Pereira. Left hook from Pereira landed. Misses the right hand. Jiri's in the clinch with him. A minute and 48 seconds on the clock. Let's see if Jiri goes for a takedown. And let's see if Pereira's takedown defense is improved. Pereira definitely is the bigger guy. Nice body shots landing from Pereira and a great knee to the midsection for Pereira. Another pit-pat shot to the midsection for Pereira. A minute and 29 seconds. 125. Jiri smudging him up against the fence, wearing on him a little bit. Let's see what his MO is. Dude, I'm so nervous watching this fight right now. Like, this is insane. I can't even believe I'm watching this shit. Like, I can't even believe I'm watching this play out. Jiri going for a takedown. Man. Pereira's landed that left a couple times and has sort of rocked Jiri a bit. Here we go, back at range. 40 seconds on the clock. Head kick got awfully close there for Pereira. Grazed him. Pereira's easily winning this fight so far. Throwing more output than he was the first time. Seems to be fighting with a lot more confidence. Nice jab from Poatan. Looks like Pereira is not fearing Jiri that much. Nice right hand for Pereira. Jiri a lot more tentative in this fight, which could be good for him in the long run. Maybe that's good for him as the fight progresses, but right now it's all Poatan. Not the first time we've seen Jiri struggle. We saw it last time as well. Oh! Ha! Jiri is so concussed, he was calling Pereira to fight him. No, he's good. Jiri got dropped with the left hook. He was so concussed. He was begging Pereira to jump on him afterwards to try to challenge him. Dude, that's looking bad for Jiri. Got caught with the left. We need to see that. I didn't even see it. Left hook was so clean, I didn't even see it. Dude, saved by the bell. I'm happy that he got saved by the bell. Let's see this. Boom! Boom! Nice! Dude, dropped him like a bag of potatoes. Dude, that Poatan left hook is undefeated, man. Undefeated, dude. Oh, my goodness. This fight's crazy. But that's good. That's good for Jiri. A little bit of adversity. But that's why I'm picking Poatan, man. Jiri's just so hittable. That left hook is there for Pereira all day. Jiri was so rocked. Sucks for Jiri, though. He might lose this fight, but at least he's had a minute to recover. Remember, Pereira got rocked badly against Adesanya and still won that fight in the 5th round. Jiri could recover and rock Pereira back. Oh! Head kick! Head kick! It's over! Pereira head kick KOs Jiri Prochazka! Jiri's out bad! Pereira's looking to help him up. Jiri is so out. Oh, he's all over himself. Jiri Prochazka's, he's going to fall down. No. Jiri Prochazka got slept out bad. 2 horribly concussive knockdowns. Pereira head kicks him. You nasty KO for Pereira. I feel so bad for Jiri. Pereira feels bad for him too. Pereira's trying to help him up. Oh, fuck, bro. I'm actually so sad that Jiri got knocked out. No. I mean, I got my pick right, but I'm actually sad, dude. That's such a sad way to go out. He got dropped at the end of the first. As soon as the second starts, he gets hit with a head kick. Head kick KO. Holy smokes, bro. No one's beaten Pereira. I'm sorry. No one's beaten him. This guy's going to skyrocket to the top of the GOAT list, as I said. What is that, title defense number 3? 2? What a perfectly set up head kick. Lead head kick. Lead head kick. Good shit from the ref to let that go on a little bit. Yeah. Great stoppage. Great stoppage. Let it go on a little bit too long, but that's a good stoppage. Good stoppage. Good stoppage. Good stoppage. But man, Jiri was out so bad. Fuck. I feel so bad for Jiri, dude. He's going to sit in a dark room for like 3 days to punish himself, man. Fuck. So much easier than the first time. Ankalaev, dude, Pereira fucks Ankalaev up. Ankalaev doesn't finish Pereira on the ground. He's screwed. We love Jiri, but holy shit, Poatan's a legend. I know. He's unstoppable. This dude's so OP. He's literally Thanos. He's literally unbeatable on the feet. The only thing that could beat him is a weight cut. How good is Jan Blachowicz' chin? Man. That's why I picked Jiri. That's why I picked Pereira, though, because Jiri took so much damage in his last fight. And he's hittable. He's so hittable. Pereira was way more aggressive. Like I talked about, I thought he was going to be more aggressive this time. I feel bad for Jiri, though. Let's see if we get a Alex Pereira and Jiri moment. I feel bad for Jiri, right? Because he might blame this on the shamanic rituals. And I just feel bad for the guy. Like, Jiri's one of my favorite fighters, and seeing him get knocked out like that sucks. Because he took a lot of damage. It wasn't just one knockdown. It was 2 horrible knockdowns. Jiri's career is not over. It's not over. A lot of guys have been brutally KO'd, and they've come back and been just fine. Adesanya, perfect example. Brutally knocked out in kickboxing. He was just fine. Jiri's only been really knocked out once. The first time he's ever really been KO'd badly. I know he was knocked out before the UFC, but the first Pereira fight wasn't like a good knockout. That was you can't argue with that. That's not anticlimactic. That is very, conclusive right there. Not a little bit late, but I'm happy that they let it go on a couple seconds after, just because you never know with Jiri. What the fuck was he waiting for? It was over. I get it. He waited a couple seconds, especially if you know Jiri Prochazka. The guy has an ability to survive. He got dropped badly in the first round, dropped badly in the second. Wasn't the worst stoppage ever. May have been a tiny bit late. Fuck, I feel so bad for Jiri, bro. He looks so done. He looks devastated right now. Man, I hate to see one of these guys like Jiri Prochazka that just puts everything, his heart and soul into the sport, gets slept out like that. Especially with the belief he had in himself. I'm happy for Pereira. Listen, I would have been sad if Alex got knocked out too. But I almost would have been more hyped if Jiri won. I'm not even going to lie. I just hate seeing Jiri get knocked out. Jiri looked a lot more hesitant in this fight, and you have to be. You just can't move forward with a guy like that. I didn't even see the left hook in the first round. That's how clean it was. That's how fast it was, and I was keeping my eyes glued to the screen. He did way better than the first fight, Alex. First fight, Jiri was winning the majority of the fight, but Alex can find the left hook, and he actually did way better this time. This was a dominant performance. Schooled Jiri. Jiri didn't have many moments at all. Couldn't even take him down this time. No one's beating Alex. Top 10 fighter of all time, maybe. Nobody is beating this guy. Magomed Ankalaev is screwed. The confidence which he just fought with was a lot more than what he fought Jiri the first time with. Alex Pereira is growing in confidence in MMA because his takedown defense is getting better. Schooling these guys. I bet on Alex, but I feel horrible for Jiri. I picked him too. I mean, I feel bad for Jiri. I feel really bad for Jiri. I'm going to listen to this post-fight interview. Let's see if Rogan talks to Jiri Prochazka. That'd be very hypocritical of him. I kind of want to hear from Jiri, but I don't think they should interview him. What do you guys think? You guys agree? Not after a KO like that. I want to hear from him, but we can wait. I don't think they should interview him right now. But I feel so bad, man. Like, getting knocked out once, getting dropped once would be all right. But seeing him get dropped twice... He would have been KO'd if there was any more time in the first round. That was a horrible knockdown. Jiri will never beat Pereira, but he still has a chance to become a champion if his chin can recover. But man, Jiri relies on that chin, you know? I'm worried that it might never be the same. He's talking about moving up to heavyweight. Too easy, yeah. Extremely easy. Made it look effortless. No success for Jiri. Not necessarily the fight I wanted, but I'm not surprised with Pereira's performance. I picked him. Thought he could do just that. He's talking about moving up. He could destroy Aspinall. He could destroy Aspinall. Adesanya slept this man? Yeah, the weight cut. Weight cut helped. This guy also slept Adesanya and beat his ass in the first fight in the UFC. So, I mean, you could say the same thing about Pereira. Pereira knocked him out too. And TKO'd him. Knocked him out and TKO'd him. Knocked him out twice. Won the belt that he could never win too. And defended a second belt. And has never been outstruck in his UFC career. Adesanya's been outstruck by a lot, so. No, don't be coming at me with the recency bias nonsense. I've been saying Alex Pereira could KO Tom Aspinall for the last 6 months. This is not new. This is not a new take. Tom Aspinall is used to fighting shitty strikers like Sergey Pavlovich, plotty, fat refrigerators. All right? He's never fought anyone like Alex Pereira. He's never fought anyone with the ability to set up a hook like Alex Pereira. Let's not just think that Aspinall runs through him on the feet. It's a close fight on the feet. Pereira's a better guy. Pereira's a better striker than Aspinall. If this dude is dominating people and dog-walking people at 205, he can easily KO Aspinall on the feet at heavyweight. This is not a middleweight moving up to heavyweight. This is a legit 205er dominating everyone, the best, most dangerous fighters moving up to heavyweight, where Aspinall is used to fighting fat refrigerators. Aspinall could take him down and sub him. That's the one advantage he has. He is at a disadvantage in striking. I don't want to hear it. Pereira could knock his ass out. I would pick Aspinall, but Pereira could knock his ass out. And I think if it's a striking-only battle, Pereira wins. Yeah, Aspinall could leg kick him with his shitty leg kicks and land his right hand. Pereira could easily sleep him out cold with one shot. Aspinall could sub him or knock him out, but unless he actually grapples, Pereira is probably going to chin him. Aspinall would be slow and plotty compared to all these guys that Pereira's fighting. No man in history in the world could beat Aspinall. If Aspinall grapples, he easily wins. But you know Aspinall, and I should clarify this, Aspinall is someone that likes to prove a point on the feet. He could KO Pereira. If he fights to his advantage every time, I think he's that well-rounded to where he could easily beat someone like Alex. But he could get beat by Alex Pereira. Just because Aspinall is one of the most dangerous people in human history, what, you think Alex isn't? Alex is a top 10 most dangerous person in human history too. Jiri Prochazka is like a top 20 most dangerous person in history. What do you think Alex is? Top 5 maybe. Behind who? Jones in his prime? Francis? I mean, Pereira would fuck up Jones in his prime on the feet. Francis? Okay. Jones in his prime? Aspinall? Who then? Pereira? You want to bring up Cain Velasquez? Dude, Pereira would fucking eat Cain Velasquez. I don't want to fucking hear it. Next video titled, Alex Pereira, most dangerous man in human history. No, it's not recency bias. It's not recency bias. Yes, Aspinall is arguably the most dangerous man in human history. So is Alex. Okay, we're talking about like number 4 and number 1. Very close. And just because Alex could easily submit him doesn't mean he won't strike with him. And if he strikes with him, you'd be a fool to say that he has a huge striking advantage. Dude, the best fighter at light heavyweight on the feet is going to be better than the best striker at heavyweight on the feet. Come on, let's admit it. Let's admit it. The best light heavyweight striker is going to be better than the best heavyweight striker. Simple as. And it's Alex Pereira, former middleweight champion, former 4-time middleweight champion in Glory Kickboxing. Don't even try to sit here and fuck. Don't even try to argue with me, son. Don't even try to argue with me, bro. I still want to see Alex rematch Jan at least. I mean, Jan is injured coming off of the couch. He's not going to get that fight before Pereira moves up. But this just answered the question of, is Alex Pereira going to slow down as he ages a little bit? Is the activity too much? No, he's just getting better. That's why I picked him. He's getting better from fight to fight at light heavyweight. Every single performance at light heavyweight has been better than the last. Close decision with Jan. Anticlimactic finish against Jiri. Dominant, easy fight against Jamal. And then Yuri's tougher than Jamal, but he schools Jiri. Basically knocked him out twice. Man, I feel so bad for Jiri. I didn't have the best hype reaction because I actually was gutted to see Jiri get put out. And to see him stand up that drunk, like, it was really tough to see Jiri out like that, man. Very tough. So unfortunate. So unfortunate. Fuck, it's so crazy that he did that to Jiri Prochazka. Yuri's so tough. Like, no one could put Jiri out with one punch like that, one kick, except for Pereira. Let's do a poll. All right. I'm not saying you would have to pick one guy over the other, but I am asking you, okay, like, who are you picking on the feet? Who wins on the feet? I know Aspinall could sub him. Remember, skill gaps. Remember, Roman Dolidze, we all clown him for being shit on the feet. He moves up and destroys Anthony Smith. The guy that gets outstriked by Marvin Vettori beats Anthony Smith, who's outstriking Ryan Spann. There's always a divisional skill gap. Miss Dono, you oaf, I'm on it. I'm going to catch up to all of them. Thank you for the $2. What about Izzy putting on proper weight and moving up to fight him? I love that fight, but I don't think he's going to get it anytime. Like, unless Adesanya just doesn't want to fight Sean Strickland in the UFC, looks past Sean Strickland or Whitaker, then that's not going to happen. Because Pereira's going to have one more fight at light heavyweight and then he's going to move up. One more fight at light heavyweight and then he moves up. Or maybe Pereira just moves up after Aspinall beats Blades, which will happen. Aspinall's going to beat Blades next month. Perfect timing to make that fight because the Jones fight will be done. He'll retire and they'll vacate the belt. Stipe wins, he'll vacate the belt. Jones wins, he'll vacate the belt. Then we have a vacant belt for Aspinall, the interim champ versus Pereira, which is really the real heavyweight championship. I still want to see Alex. I bet on it. Yeah. Alex was literally brutally KO'd by Izzy and had imaginary arrows shot at him before he went on this light heavyweight run. People can come back. Exactly. Yeah. If you're worried about Jiri Prochazka, I said Adesanya was knocked out. Look at what he did. Came back to knock out Alex Pereira and became a champion after getting brutally KO'd back in the day in kickboxing. And also Pereira, brutally knocked out. Moved up a weight class, was fine. Now, is Jiri going to move up? No. But is he ever going to fight Alex again with the left hook of Alex? No. Ankalaev could be the next fight if Aspinall and Pereira's not going to happen. But that's it. Once he beats Ankalaev, there's no other fight for him. Except for maybe Izzy. But Izzy would get destroyed by Alex Pereira. Adesanya is not on his level. Adesanya relied on having a weight-trained Alex Pereira in front of him who's not confident and fight skittish. Alex was fighting skittish against Adesanya in the rematch because he knows at middleweight, one punch could be it. 4,000 people in here. That's crazy. Guys, let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up on the stream. Let's try to send this through the algorithm because we're still going to be on for a little bit. Jan Blachowicz historically gets flatlined by good grapplers. Ankalaev couldn't finish him. Bro doesn't do shit to Pereira. Oh, Ankalaev, you mean? Yeah. Ankalaev couldn't finish him, but I see what you're saying. Blachowicz did get put away by Glover. Not flatlined, but put away. Thiago flatlined him. I don't know if it was a flatline, but he knocked him out bad. Who is Alex more likely to beat, Aspinall or Jones? Aspinall, because Aspinall would actually strike with him and prove a point. That's the thing. That's the problem with Aspinall, and that's going to be his downfall. His downfall is going to be falling in love with the fact that he can knock people out with one punch. Fighting a guy like Alex Pereira that is higher level than him and much higher level than anyone he's ever fought. And thinking that just because you can knock out a fat oaf like Sergey Pavlovich, who's good and dangerous for heavyweight, means you're going to easily be able to land that shot on Alex Pereira. That's going to be his downfall. Aspinall can take Pereira down and twist him into a pretzel. But would he do that? Would he actually go for that? He could knock him out. He could knock out anyone. Would he actually go for it? He might not. And guess what? Who has the advantage on the feet? I don't want to hear about Aspinall having the advantage on the feet. Aspinall could clock him with the right hand. That's the thing. What is more likely on the feet? Aspinall clocks him with the right hand, the ones that he can catch fat oafs like Sergey Pavlovich with, or Alex Pereira kind of mitigates that right hand, doesn't just get hit with a big gnarly right, and eventually calf kicks him, body kicks him, and sets up the left hook. Sergey Pavlovich landed a hook on Aspinall. You don't think Pereira can? Pereira's left hook is so slick, I didn't even see the first one that he dropped Jiri with. Alex was saved by the bell twice against Izzy. Izzy's the better fighter. All right. The better fighter, but Alex Pereira TKO'd him up against the fence with a flurry of punches and outstruck him and is 3-1 on him. Rogan was insufferable and has literally beat the guys that Izzy couldn't. The better fighter? Okay, so they're 1-1 in the UFC. Adesanya didn't just get saved by the bell. He couldn't even make it to the bell in the 5th round. Interesting. So they're 1-1 in the UFC. Okay. Let's see what they've done outside of it. Does Izzy ever move up a weight class and win the belt? No. Did Izzy ever beat that guy, Sean Strickland? No, he didn't. Interesting. Did he beat Jan Blachowicz? No, he actually got schooled by both of them. Alex Pereira outstruck Jan Blachowicz, hit him pretty easily. Okay? And he beat him by decision after a knockout loss. Oh, and that Strickland guy, Alex Pereira, I'm pretty sure he flatlined him in, what was it, a couple minutes? Adesanya couldn't hit him clean once? That is interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. All right. Got it. But shout out to Izzy, though. Man, Izzy's the best. Man, he's the GOAT, man. Even though he's not even... Alex Pereira's top 10 all time! Yeah! Top 10 all time, son. No, not MMA math. We're talking about resumes. Alex Pereira, resume-wise, is better than Adesanya. Guess what? You know how you determine that? Wins and losses. How many losses does Pereira have in the UFC? 1. How many does Izzy have? Way more than that. Who is Izzy losing to? Really good guys that Pereira's beating. It's not even close. Audio is out of sync? Fuck. My bad, guys. No, the audio is fine. Would you rather get a standing TKO'd or slept? Oh, obviously I would rather get standing TKO'd than slept. But guess what? When you're breaking down skill, who's better? They're both bad. Standing TKO'd, meaning you can't defend yourself and you're getting lit up so much and outstruck so badly, like outpointed so badly. The differential in strikes is so vast that the ref has to save you. That's not a good thing skill-wise. Longevity-wise, getting flatlined is bad. But let's talk about it. What's more impressive? Volk outstriking Max Holloway for 5 rounds? Okay? Or Francis Ngannou knocking out Jairzinho Rosenstrike? What's more impressive? What's more impressive, Max Holloway getting knocked out with one punch or getting outstruck for 5 rounds? Obviously, what's more of an indication of, one guy proved that he was a more well-rounded mixed martial artist, more well-rounded striker, not just one big punch. Adesanya, I'm not saying he just landed one big punch. He landed a great flurry of punches, and he timed Pereira. I'm not just saying one big punch, but still. Dude, the audio is fine. The audio is fine. I don't know what you guys are talking about. So Volk wins are allowed to age well, but not Izzy? Oh, Adesanya's win aged well. It did. It did age well. Guess what? Alex Pereira's win over Strickland just aged well, too. Alex Pereira's first win over Jiri aged well when Jiri beat Rakic, and Alex Pereira beat Izzy as well. So Izzy's win aged well over him. Alex beat him too. So you can't just pull away from Alex Pereira just because you beat him and he's doing well when they're 1-1. You guys got this fool started. Thank you for the $2, fam god. This is the damage you wanted Jiri to take? I'm not saying I wanted Jiri to take that much damage, but I am saying if he just dropped him with the head kick and the fight was stopped after that, there would have been a discussion about, well, Jiri could have got up. We needed to see a couple follow-up shots. That's all I'm saying. I don't want him to take damage, but I don't think it was the worst stoppage ever. It was a tad bit late, but also not a bad stoppage. I think it was an okay stoppage. Love him, but Jiri has no technique and defense. Easy pick. I agree. Listen, I don't think it's a bad pick to choose Jiri because he's got the holy martial arts ghost, and if you don't finish him, he wins. And he did well in the first fight. But the reason I picked Pereira is because I saw him getting better and more confident, and I saw him getting more powerful. And I also just can't pick Jiri when he's so fucking hittable, dude. And if Pereira's getting more confident and more powerful, and he's getting even bigger at light heavyweight, then I just think it's a pretty good pick. Especially when Jiri took a lot of damage last time. Why is black magic not banned? I guess it's just not in the UFC as long as you're not taking steroids. What's next for Jiri? Thank you for the $2. Time off. Lots of time off. Please do not fight again this year. Let's see Jiri come back in February or something like that. Take 6 months off at least. I don't want to see him come back before that. Let's have him take off until 2025. And we'll see what the layout of the division is like then, but that's kind of what it depends on, the layout of the division, the lay of the land. Maybe Roman Dolidze, if Roman Dolidze gets another win at light heavyweight. I think Roman should stay at this weight class. Whoever's doing well. Whoever's doing well. I feel so bad for the guy, though. Like, Jiri had aura all week. He was confident, more confident than ever before. That stare down was epic, and he just got embarrassed out there, man. Not embarrassed, like, in the sense that he talked shit and got sunned, but, like, he got sunned skill-wise. Pereira's too good. No one else is doing that to Jiri Prochazka. Ah, fuck, bro. Jiri was so rocked in the first round, too. Pereira dropped him with the left hook and head kick KO is nuts. None of us were expecting a head kick. I was expecting a left hook. That was a fadeaway. That was a fadeaway left hook, the same one he caught Strickland with. Who is saltier right now, Hill or Izzy? I mean, Izzy beat Alex Pereira, so he shouldn't be that salty because he beat the guy that's doing really well, too. They're 1-1. So it's actually, like, even though I'm saying that, yeah, Izzy's win is aging well. That's great. I'm just saying when I talk about who's pulling away from who, it's obviously Pereira because he continues to win. And also beat Izzy too. But yeah, Izzy shouldn't be salty about this. He should be like, I beat that guy one time, you know? That's what Izzy should be doing. He should be bragging about beating that guy one time. What the fuck was he waiting for? It was over. I don't think it was the worst stoppage. I think, listen, it was a little bit late, but the alternative is he drops Jiri with the kick. And the ref steps in while Jiri looks like he's getting back up, and it's a bad look. Pereira is not top 10 all time. Not top 10 all time. Let's see. He beat Jiri Prochazka twice. Jiri Prochazka has nothing but wins outside of Alex Pereira. He's beaten every single other person in the UFC. All good opponents. Former champ. Sean Strickland. Adesanya. Jan Blachowicz. Jamal Hill, former champ. 5 former champions. Only 1 loss. The guy that he lost to, he also beat. Outside of that, really good wins as well, like the king Andreas Michailidis and the champion Bruno Silva. He has a really good resume. I think there's an argument that he's very close to the top 10. I don't think a win over Jiri Prochazka on short notice when he already beat him is going to really catapult him that high. But what I'm saying is this momentum is so good for him, and you have to kind of see that this momentum is going to propel him into another win. Like, Alex Pereira is only getting better. There were no signs of him slowing down or skipping a beat at all. Like, on short notice compared to the last time he had a full training camp. Yes, he looked great against Jamal Hill. The first fight against Jiri was much less impressive than this. And he had a full training camp for that. The fact that he looked 10 times better on 2 weeks' notice, basically a year older, goes to show that, like, who's stopping this guy anytime soon? Why is Alex more likely to beat Aspinall or Jones? Who is more likely? I think probably Aspinall, because Aspinall might entertain the striking and Jones might not. That is such a disingenuous take on Izzy. On the Izzy matches against Alex, your hate. No, listen. I give Adesanya credit. He timed Alex Pereira with a beautiful combination and always has the skill to be able to land those beautiful shots, okay? But it's obvious of who has the better resume and career. The guy that has the wins that Adesanya failed to get. The guy that moved up a weight class and won a second belt when Adesanya got schooled doing so. The guy that has less losses against decent competition. Like, Pereira's resume is just better. That's all I'm saying. But yes, it's not just the weight cut. Adesanya timed him with a really good shot. Rogan was insufferable on this card. He thinks every scramble is an imminent submission, and he might be the only person on earth who doesn't know what Shama means. At this point, right? Like, we've been knowing that Shama means fire for the longest time. Thank you for the $14.99 Australian dollars, Mr. Bean. You could have heard a pin drop in the theater. I mean, the crowd sucked. And as we discussed earlier, this was supposed to be a McGregor card, so a lot of the people that bought tickets don't even watch MMA, aren't even big MMA fans. They just wanted to be at a McGregor fight because it's the cool place to be. And a lot of casuals just like watching Conor, so that's why. Not that many diehard fans compared to what we would normally get. A lot of diehard fans, but the ratio is off. Yeah, I'm happy that I wasn't listening to Rogan that closely. Does Alex lose aura if he gets twisted into a pretzel in one round? By Magomed? Yeah, but he wouldn't. Like, anyone loses aura when they get twisted into a pretzel. I mean, come on, bro. Like, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're on a 30-fight win streak. If you get twisted into a pretzel, like, of course you lose aura. That's like saying if you get flatlined, you lose aura. Of course. Of course he does. But he's not going to get twisted into a pretzel against Magomed. This whole take about Magomed and Goliath could destroy him. Magomed could KO him. He's not going to destroy him on the ground. Magomed doesn't finish shit on the ground. He doesn't finish anyone on the ground. Aspinall could. Magomed's going to need to win a decision or knock him out. Aspinall is going to be the one to sub him. Also, you don't count robberies because Izzy's first fight against Alex was... I don't care about kickboxing. I don't care about kickboxing, dude. But okay, fine. Listen, I haven't watched it. I haven't actually watched the first fight from start to finish. I've watched moments from the first fight. I know that people think that it was a robbery. I haven't actually watched it. If it was a robbery, it was a robbery. I don't really even care about kickboxing. So maybe I should stop saying 3-1, but it's just funny to say 3-1. Alex is above Leon in the pound for pound, just behind Islam. Do you agree? Jiri Prochazka used to be pound for pound. Yeah, I agree. He's been more active. He's had more dominant performances than Leon. Leon's performance against Usman was amazing. The reason why he didn't go above Usman the first time is because he got beat most of the fight. But the Colby win does not do wonders for him. Whereas Alex has been dog walking people recently. 3 KOs in a row. Better at 205 than he was at middleweight. Way better. Dude, this is the best Pereira we've ever seen. 36, 37, and he's getting better than ever. He fucks all of these motherfuckers up. Jan Blachowicz, how good is his chin, as I keep saying, but Jan Blachowicz underrated as heck for not getting finished by Alex. Jamal Hill, no chance. Jiri Prochazka, no chance. Magomed, he's not going to easily out-grapple Alex Pereira. I'm making a video about how Alex Pereira is my most dangerous fighter on the planet. Guys, I'm making a video on how Alex Pereira is the most dangerous fighter on the planet, okay? Outside of Aspinall. Pereira is the second best fighter on the planet. Outside of... Jones doesn't even count at this point. Jones doesn't even count at this point. Literally, who else at heavyweight? Gone? Dude, Gone gets smacked into a fucking orbit. Gone gets freaking flatlined, butchered, face planted into the canvas against this guy. Freaking pillow hands Gone. I don't care if you're beating up fat, tubby heavyweights. That ain't gonna work on Alex. Gone tries to land a single step in knees, getting sucker punched in the face. I can't wait to make this video, dude. Almeida gets fucked up by Alex Pereira, bro. I'm telling you, Almeida gets smoked. You picked Jiri? No, I picked Alex. I picked Alex by KO. I think I picked him by second round KO. I think I picked him by second or first. Oh, I picked him by KO, bro. Another main event win pick for Mr. 57%. I have not got a single main event wrong this year, guys. Every single one. January, Strickland, Topuria, February. March, who was March? Alex March, right? Who was April? Oh, no. Who was March? What was the pay-per-view in March? I'm forgetting the pay-per-view in March. Someone remind me. What was the March card? Oh, Sean. Yeah, Sean O'Malley, March. April, Pereira. May Pantoja. I picked Pantoja. June, Pereira. No, June, Makhachev, and then June, Pereira again. Yeah, I got every single one right. I mean, Usyk did beat Pantoja, but I picked Pantoja. So, on paper, the guys that tally it up are going to count that as a win. But I will admit, I got it wrong. As much as that sucks, I mean, technically, I got the win on paper, but I do think Usyk won it. I think it was a robbery. But I've gotten every single one of my main events right. It's pretty good, man. Wow, such hard picks. I mean, imagine saying that last year. Dude, come on, you're an idiot. You picked every one of these fights wrong. Meanwhile, all the fights that people get wrong are like huge upsets. You'd hate on me if I got them wrong. If Jiri Prochazka won tonight, you'd hate on me. I'm not going to say hating on me, but you would clown me, okay? You could say, wow, such hard picks, okay? Like, do we always get the outcome that we expect? Is Topuria the easy pick? Last time I checked, Volkanovski was the favorite. Last time I checked, most people were picking Volk. Easy pick, interesting. Most people picked Sean Strickland. Interesting. Easy pick to go with DDP, yet it was a super close fight, and it was like 50-50 going into it. Oh, I thought it was an easy pick. Interesting. Pantoja Usyk, easy pick. I mean, it turned out to be very close, and Usyk actually won. So you can't just say easy pick, just because some of them are easy picks. Dude, I'm the best prediction guy in the game right now. No, I'm joking. But main events, I've been doing well. 100% this year. Alex would do evil things to Anthony Smith. Obviously, yeah. Anthony Smith is even worse than I thought. This is the worst he's ever looked. Got sunned by Roman Dolidze on the feet. John would beat him, so how doesn't he count? Because Jones doesn't count because that fight would never happen. Jones doesn't count because he only wants to fight Stipe. Jones is in the Stipe Miocic division. That's it. That's the only division he's in. Yes, Jones could beat Alex Pereira. He could. So, and I've already said Jones is one of the most dangerous people on the planet. But right now, Alex Pereira is arguably the second most dangerous UFC fighter on the planet. Second, third, top 3 most dangerous fighters on the planet. Which means he's a top 3 most dangerous fighter on planet Earth in history. I'll break that down in my recap video. I'll kind of break it down for you guys. Because people don't understand the gravity of that. I'm not saying Alex Pereira is like top 3 most, dangerous fighters light heavyweight. Remember, skill gap, light heavyweights are better than heavyweights, except for maybe the heavyweight champion. If you're top 3 in the UFC in the modern day as a light heavyweight, you're arguably the best fighter ever. Yeah, I can't wait to make that video. I cannot wait to make that video. Like, we can't just talk about this guy as, yeah, Alex Pereira, man, he's racking up wins. He's going to go to the top of the GOAT list. Like, we don't understand. This dude is literally, arguably, the most dangerous striker that's ever walked the face of the earth. That's all I'm saying, dude. We're going to have to talk about it. I'm going to bring up Tyson. Fuck that, dude. I'm telling you right now. There are people that would pick Mike Tyson to beat Alex Pereira. You know how goofy that is? Oh my goodness, man. There are actually people that would pick Mike Tyson to beat this guy. Mike Tyson doesn't beat him. What are you talking about? Mike Tyson had the slickest combos ever. Alex Pereira would time that left hook and knock him into fucking orbit. He would calf kick the fuck out of him. Alex Pereira would scissor flying knee Mike Tyson's head into the freaking bleacher seats. Or he would take him down and twist. That's the thing. Alex Pereira could take Mike Tyson down and easily outgrapple him. Mike Tyson wouldn't eat him alive. Mike Tyson would get fucked up by Alex Pereira. If you're picking a 90s boxer to beat a modern day light heavyweight champion, the likes of Alex Pereira, who's known for being as good as he is on the feet, you just know you're being old head biased, nostalgia biased. Woke up just now, who won? Jiri Prochazka brutally chinned Alex Pereira. Nasty KO. I'm joking. Alex head kicked Jiri. Second round. After dropping him badly at the end of the first. Jiri took a ton of damage. He wanted to fight Alex and people threw a fit. He wanted to fight Alex to get people off of his tail for ducking Aspinall. He just threw that out there. He knows that's never going to happen. He just wants people to pipe down about him ducking Aspinall to get off of his back. Come on. He wasn't really being serious. Magomed versus Alex, so unpredictable. Not that unpredictable. Thank you for the $279 Canadian dollars. I disagree. I think that it's either a Magomed decision with control time, a Magomed knockout, or an Alex Pereira brutal KO. I don't think Magomed would submit him. I don't think Magomed would TKO him on the ground. I don't think he's that good on the ground. I think he's good on the ground, not that good on the ground. I think people overrate Magomed on the ground because he's a Dagestani. He's not that dominant on the ground. Another main event win pick. Thank you. Thank you for the $10, Cade. Poatan is going to be a UFC GOAT, not a single asterisk on any win. True. Not a single asterisk on any win. You're right. Except for the one against Jiri the first time. A little bit of an asterisk. A little bit of an asterisk, but he just wrote the wrong. Not a wrong, but he just put the talk about who's better, him or Jiri, to bed. About what would happen if there wasn't an early stoppage. Well, they fought again. We kind of found out. But Pereira didn't look as good in that fight, so maybe Jiri still would have beat him. But still, Pereira looked amazing in this fight. Jiri, hesitant, too wary of the left hook, and for a good reason. And also couldn't get him down. Never turned to fight down a replacement and saved this card on 2 weeks' notice. Not only did he son Jiri and school him, he took this on 2 weeks' notice and had the best performance of his entire career. Like, this was the best performance of his whole UFC career. Jamal Hill, yeah, fair enough, but dropping Jiri in the first, outstriking him in the first, where there's lots of striking exchanges, where Jiri looks the most locked in ever, and then he chins him in the first minute of the second round. Insane. Never failed the drug test, never had a robbery, not a robbery win. F. John Jones. Yeah, John Jones is ruining the heavyweight division. As I said, I hardly even count John Jones in the conversation for these things these days because he's one of the most dangerous fighters ever, but he's in the Stipe division. Yuri's dead, it's over. Not necessarily. Pereira got flatlined against Adesanya, and look at how he's doing now. But Yuri's style is like a style where he has to take damage, though. That's the issue. He's too fun to be a consistent winner, unfortunately. And his defense just sucks. I mean, we got to just say it how it is. His defense stinks. If Izzy wins the middleweight belt and doesn't go up for double champ and trilogy against Alex, he should forever be clowned for being scared. I don't think so. I don't think so. Listen, Adesanya's going to get shit for moving up. He's going to get shit for fighting Strickland. If he fights Strickland, they'll say he's ducking Alex Pereira. If he fights Alex Pereira, they'll say he's ducking Strickland. They'll say he doesn't want the smoke with Sean. So I actually think it's unrealistic to expect that fight. I think by the time Adesanya fights DDP, if he wins, which he might not, I don't think he will, but if he wins, Alex would already have had a fight booked, maybe, or would already be in talks for fighting Aspinall. Maybe he's already bulking up. And maybe Adesanya is calling out Sean Strickland. And it's like, by the time Adesanya would have beaten Sean Strickland in a rematch, if he even does, Pereira would already be planning to move up. Or maybe he gets KO'd by Magomed, but I don't think he would. I don't think that fight ever happens again. But I think Adesanya should defend his belt against Sean. That's the fight that we want to see. I also think Sean should stop ducking Whitaker. What about you? I think he's kind of ducking Whitaker. Do you use the verdict app? I don't. I had used it at one time, but I deleted it because I didn't really think it was that fun. Hey, cheers from Brazil. Alex is already making sound in our debates of GOATs around here. 100%. I'm with you. I think he has an argument to be a top 10 fighter of all time. And here we just call him Poetan, never Alex, only Poetan because of our ancestors. They bless him. Thank you for the $10. I like calling him Poetan too. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think we're going to have to make a GOAT conversation in our recap video, guys. Izzy whoops Alex at light heavyweight. You're dreaming. You're dreaming. Alex Pereira is so much better at light heavyweight. So much more confident, way more powerful. Adesanya stunk at light heavyweight when he moved up. So it's a bad matchup for him. Bad stylistic matchup. He got outstruck the first time. I think Alex was a little bit chinny in that second fight. Much less experienced in MMA. So, yeah. BSD without Staff versus Pereira next. I think that'd be a great fight. I would probably go with Benoit Saint Denis just because Staff wouldn't affect him and he could take him down and beat him up. No, I'm joking. I think Benoit is going to beat Renato, but obviously I wouldn't want him to fight Pereira. Izzy has fought that man 4 times and he is scared. Yeah, exactly. Adesanya is not scared of Pereira, but he wouldn't want to fight him again because he knows the consequences of losing. And he knows there's a great chance. Adesanya knows he has to either put him to sleep or lose a decision or get knocked out. Like Pereira just has more ways to win. It's like, you know what? I could fight this guy, but I could get knocked out and lose a decision. And I need a KO and it's going to be harder to put this guy away at light heavyweight. Why would I? I don't think he's scared. I think he's smart. I think Adesanya's smart. No, but I'm joking around a little bit. He is actually smart for not fighting Pereira again. He ended on a loss. History tells me it ain't smart for Adesanya to fight Pereira. But in general, if Izzy beats DDP, he does not need to move up. Like, he could just fight Sean Strickland. That's a fight people want to see. Obviously, the Adesanya-Pereira fight is more entertaining. It always is. Sean Strickland brings a boring fight against Adesanya. Pereira is going to make an Adesanya fight interesting. I would much rather see Pereira versus Izzy. But he's not scared if he doesn't move up. I know you guys would rather see Pereira versus Izzy. Just as an entertaining fight, you guys would rather see that. 1-1 versus 0-1 and a boring fight? Come on. Like, yeah, it'd be cool for Sean to fight Adesanya again. But you could also just do a vacant belt with Sean and Whitaker, right? If you would rather see Sean Strickland fight Adesanya than Pereira fight Adesanya, then you got to be like, Strickland's got to be your favorite fighter, essentially. Because then it's all about, I just want Strickland to build up on his resume. I understand that because I'd want my favorite fighters to, even if they had a boring style, which they wouldn't because I would never have a favorite fighter with a boring style. I'd want them to win no matter what and always get the wins and always get the big fights. But I just want to see the most fun fight when it comes to Adesanya every single time at this point. Emmett has a bigger meteor hook than Poetan. Emmett has a meteor hook than Poetan, but Poetan's hook doesn't have to be meaty. Poetan just has that natural sleeper power. That's the difference. Poetan doesn't put his all into a left hook. He has perfect technique. He definitely puts a lot into it, but it's not that meaty. Emmett's hook is like low technique, but all meat, where he's just freaking gritting down and tossing everything into it. That's the difference. Pereira sets it up perfectly, clean. No meat. There's no fluff. No fat on his punch. Josh Emmett's punch has nothing but fat. It's straight up nothing but ugly technique and fat. A boxing coach would lose his mind watching Josh Emmett fight. Alex versus Jones, you got much love. You know, it's hard not to pick Jones because I know Jones would not entertain the striking. And if he takes Alex down, I think he could honestly submit him. If he can't submit him, though, he is actually screwed against Pereira. Why do you always discredit Izzy? I'm not discrediting him, dude. I just said, okay, fine. I like to sneak diss him a little bit when it comes to an Alex Pereira fight night. Sorry. I'm just hyped about Pereira right now, so. I'm not going to discredit him. I actually mean it. He doesn't have to move up to fight Pereira if he wins against DDP. Like, we can't just say, oh, we're going to clown him for being scared. Moving up to fight Pereira, that's great. That's, like, ballsy. But it's also ballsy to fight a guy that's outclassed you. Like, I'm not even sneak dissing Adesanya. I'm just straight up telling you the truth. Like, I can't talk about what's next for Adesanya without bringing up the guy that beat him last time, or this guy beat him last time and he's fighting him again. It just so happens that every single fight that he has is against a guy that beat him. I'm not even discrediting him. I'm just saying how he wouldn't be scared of fighting Pereira because that means that he would have to fight the guy that beat him at middleweight. I'm not discrediting him. It's just funny that that's how it is. Listen, I don't even dislike Adesanya that much. I don't even dislike him that much. I actually think he's, you know, an entertaining fighter to follow in his career because we're all emotionally invested in his fights, whether you want him to win or lose. This was Rakic versus Jiri if Rakic had power. Rakic does have power. Rakic is massive and strong. He has power. It's just that he doesn't have the same technique and timing as Alex Pereira. And he doesn't have the same natural power as Alex Pereira, but he does have power. Rakic was just putting everything. Rakic was throwing arm punches. It's just that Poaton's power is on a whole other level, and if you pair it with the technique, it's like OP. That's the difference. Poaton is more powerful than Rakic. Doesn't mean Rakic ain't powerful, and his technique is better. So therefore, we get a nasty KO. And Rakic wasn't hitting Jiri with the shots he didn't see. That head kick, Jiri was expecting a low kick. His hands were low. That left hook, Jiri didn't see it coming. It's those shots that you don't see coming that end up putting you out. Whereas Jiri freaking saw everything coming in front of Rakic because Rakic was just tossing 1-2s in Yuri's face and Jiri was wide-eyed in front of him, right? I'm not putting Pereira in my top 10 yet until he fights a good grappler. Okay. If he beats Ankalaev, then 100%. I don't mind if he's like number 11 or something. He doesn't have to be top 10. He just beat the same guy over and over again. Like, so beating Jiri is not like, oh, now he's in there. He already beat Jiri. It's good. He moves up, but he doesn't have to be top 10. He's definitely top 15 now. If there was doubt before, there's no doubt anymore. One more win over Ankalaev, he's 100% top 10. Even close to the top 5. A win over Tom Aspinall, top 5, no doubt. He can go from 11 to the top 5 just based on having 3 belts against a solid heavyweight champ. I think Kopylov earned the shot next. I don't think so. Kopylov will beat his next opponent. He's fighting Bruno Silva, and I think that's an easy fight for him. Why do I low-key think MVP beat Gary? I did initially, but I rewatched it, and it's extremely close, and I don't think it's a robbery. Alex has still never knocked someone out cold. Yeah, that's true. But let's not act like the knockouts aren't highlight reel worthy. He's sending Jiri flying across the octagon in the first and second round. He sent Jamal Hill flying across the octagon with that left hook too, right? Or he sat him down bad and then followed up, and you could see his eyes rolling in the back of his head. Sean Strickland was a nasty KO. I mean, just because someone's not snoring on the canvas doesn't mean it's not a great KO. But I understand what you mean. He hasn't had like a Taporia-style snoring KO. I get it. That would be cool to see. But I'm happy that that wasn't the case. I wouldn't want to see Jiri get done like that. Jiri got done badly, but I'm happy he didn't get put out snoring. Benoit staff Curry St. Denis would staff beat Stipe at this point. I wouldn't be surprised. Thank you for the $7.99 Australian dollars, Slickers. Let's imagine Gon versus Pereira at heavyweight. What's your take? I think Pereira would smoke Gon. Gon is not a powerful guy. He's not that big. He is big, but he's not a powerful guy. He doesn't have KO power. He's a guy that needs to land cumulative shots. He's not just teeing off on Alex Pereira like these heavy bag, fat oaf heavyweights. Sergey Spivak is just a refrigerator that's just stuck in the mud, not able to offer anything on the feet. Alex Pereira is not allowing Gon to disrespect him like that. Gon's the guy that needs to land 20 step-in knees to the body, 50 solid jabs, like 15 right hands, 50 front kicks to the midsection, 40 leg kicks to be able to get you close to a finish. So he's not getting that close on Alex Pereira. Fili robbed? I think so. I agree. Thank you for the $2. Alex is better than Volk on the GOAT list? No. Not at all. Jiri Prochazka twice versus Max Holloway 3 times? Nope. Izzy, he beat Izzy? Okay, that's great. But is that better than beating Aldo? No. Is he 1-1 with Aldo Volk? No, he's 1-0. Better than being 1-1. So no. Jamal Hill really good? Okay, well, Jamal Hill got a belt off of a guy coming off of a loss. And only got gifted that opportunity because someone else pulled out. Would Ian Gary do the same thing to Wonderboy? Yeah. I think he would take Wonderboy down too. I think he would beat him in a similar fashion. I don't think he would be as hesitant on the feet because he wouldn't respect the power as much, but he would get outstruck on the feet, and that's clear. Yeah, Ian Gary's striking really disappointed me tonight. He had an underwhelming performance. I expected it to be better, but I was also just wrong in general when it came to Ian Gary's striking versus MVP. I thought it was going to be better. Alex versus Jones. Thank you for the $2. Again, I go with Jones, but if he doesn't submit him, it's over for Jones. Jiri can't afford to leave his defense that open, I know. But he has been able to get past people that aren't Alex Pereira. I mean, he's beaten everyone else in the UFC with that horrible defense. It's just he'll never beat Alex like that, ever. Maybe he could have in the first fight if Mark Goddard didn't step in, because Alex was not doing as well. Alex was on the back foot, looking jittery, getting sort of beat. I mean, maybe it was only a matter of time before he flatlined Jiri, but still. Jiri may have won the first fight. Alex looked a lot better in this fight than he did in the last one. A lot better. Should Mickey Gall get a title shot next? Thank you for the $2. Mickey Gall, he had a great fight last time out. But no, definitely not. All right, let's look at the poll. Let's see who you guys would have winning. Pereira, 77% on the feet. Okay. 7,000 votes. Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. 7,000 people voted on it. Yeah. I thought I was going to be one of the only ones that thought that Pereira could school Aspinall on the feet and knock him the fuck out. That's a hardcore poll. That's a hardcore fan base poll right there. Wait till Magomed Ankalaev gets his hands on Alex. I just think Alex has been doing a really good job at winning that outside foot battle and sort of, out-scheming these strikers, and he's got the big power to back him up in the gunfights. But I just think it's only a matter of time before Magomed Ankalaev gets his hands on him. It's only a matter of time. I just think Magomed's got a better understanding of what people can sort of get away with on the ground, whereas Jiri is, Yuri's going to be able to smother you, but he won't be able to sort of have that understanding of what you can get away with on the ground, and Magomed's not going to let Alex just get away with his hand fighting on the ground. Thank you for the $2. I think Tom will become the heavyweight GOAT. Thoughts? I agree. Nobody gives him a tough fight, not even Gon. Gon would give him a tougher fight than Pavlovich. Gon would give him a tough fight on the feet, but Aspinall still beats him. And Aspinall could take him down. Gon is the one tough fight for him. Just footwork-wise, right? Footwork-wise. Gon is really solid on the feet, but I still think Aspinall beats him. Pereira is the only test. Pereira is the only guy that could beat him, in my opinion. Like, that I would maybe even pick. One of Ian Gary's best shots is the leg kicks, and MVP stance is perfect for Gary to leg kick. Yeah, but Gary then got on the mic and said that he didn't want a leg kick because he knew that MVP was going to try to time him, or he thought that MVP was going to try to time him. Do not understand why he did not go for them. I agree. I was a little bit disappointed in that. He explained why. It was because he was thinking MVP was going to try to counter his leg kicks with the right. But yeah, he didn't throw any of them. And he didn't throw jabs. He didn't throw anything to... He didn't throw front kicks, jabs. I mean, I felt like he could have done a better job throwing straight shots. I don't know why more people don't just sit behind straights when you've got MVP like flying at you down the middle. It'd be a perfect time to jab him up and stop him in his tracks, right? Recency bias? What's recency bias about me saying that Alex Pereira could beat Tom Aspinall? How is that recency bias? Just because Alex won tonight, you think that's the only reason why I think he could beat Tom Aspinall? I've been saying he could maybe beat Tom Aspinall for the past 6 months. It's not recency bias. That's not what you said? What do you mean that's not what I said? I have said that he could beat Tom Aspinall. I've said if they strike, I favor Alex Pereira. How is it recency bias? You don't understand, man. Until Tom Aspinall wins, then you can say it. Oh, so I can only say it when Aspinall wins. Okay. So I can't pick a fighter to beat someone else until that someone else wins a fight, and therefore it's okay and acceptable for me to offer that take since that guy's coming off of a win. Aspinall's coming off of a win. Okay? You're just trying to be super hardcore with it, man. Recency bias, bro. You're not allowed to hype anyone up that just recently got a win. You should know better as a hardcore fan. If someone recently got a win, you're not allowed to hype them up until, it's 6 months down the line and the guy that they're fighting down the line is won recently. Isn't it recency bias to go with Tom Aspinall if Aspinall KOs Blades? So if you pick Aspinall to beat a guy like Pereira, if he knocks out Blades, I can just call it recency bias. Recency bias. Recency bias. Are we getting a Dan Hardy darkroom type breakdown for Nick Diaz versus Luque? Maybe. I think Shamil the Blob Gaziev might be fighting on that card. You guys will see a Shamil breakdown. I'm going to do a Dan Hardy 30-minute to 40-minute to an hour darkroom style breakdown for Shamil Gaziev and Dontel Mays. I'm going to do it. Where would you rank MVP amongst the best strikers in MMA, and how do you think Ian Gary does in the top 5 of welterweight? Listen, I know Ian Gary didn't really surprise us or give us anything good on the feet. He only sort of let us down on the feet tonight, but I think that he wouldn't be that respectful to someone like Usman or Bilal or Leon. I think Leon Edwards has a much more by-the-book, simple, low-output style, more predictable style than MVP. Leon's like the leg kick, body kick guy. He doesn't even let his hands go. He's good in the clinch. He's a better grappler than Ian, I think. But I think Gary would turn up the volume a lot more against everyone else. So I think he could beat guys in the top 5. I think he might beat a guy like Bilal Muhammad. I might pick him to beat Bilal Muhammad if Bilal loses. Jake Paul KOs Pereira stiff. Thank you for the $2.99. Not at all. In a fight, dude, he loses every time. In a boxing match, I mean, maybe he wins once, but we can't just look at it as Pereira versus Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson KOs him. Yeah, in a boxing fight maybe, but not in a real fight. Real fight, Alex Pereira calf kicks Mike Tyson a few times, ruins his movement, teeps him to the body, head kicks him, and then left hook KOs him. Or maybe he clinches up with him, knees him to the midsection, knees him to the face, knocks him out. Gets him in the clinch, takes him down, submits him with ease. Like, Alex Pereira may not be a great grappler compared to Jan Blachowicz, but Blachowicz would submit Mike Tyson easily. Take prime Mike Tyson back in the day, put him on the ground against Alex Pereira, Pereira submits him within a minute. And Pereira's bigger than him. Could you beat Ben Askren in a kickboxing match? Yes, 100%. Do I win 100% of the time? No. But could I? Yes. Yes. Easily. Easily. I know people are going to say, what are you saying, man? I know you guys are going to clown that, but obviously I can. Paul Craig made Ankalaev tap out. Dude got nothing. Dude, Ankalaev's a good grappler, but he's not this finisher that people think he is. Like, the people that are saying things like Alex Pereira is going to get destroyed the second it hits the mat with Magomed Ankalaev. Who has Magomed Ankalaev ever destroyed on the ground? Outside of Anthony Smith, who gets freaking bitch slapped by everyone on the ground. Anthony Smith, he didn't, that was more of like a pity TKO. Anthony Smith was injured and shelling up because he was injured, you know? He wasn't even like knocked out on the ground or submitted. Magomed Ankalaev doesn't submit people. He doesn't brutalize people on the ground. He would do well at controlling him. He could control him better than Jiri, better than Jan maybe, but like, he's not finishing him on the ground. And also, Magomed's claim for a title shot isn't as strong as it was a couple months ago. He beat Johnny Walker. That win has not aged well. Volkan just dominated Walker too. So it's not like Magomed's coming off of a win over Jiri or Jamal or Jan. Although he should have beat Jan before his Walker fight. Oh, man. Feels good to sneeze. That shit woke me up. Woo! Ankalaev is literally a striker. People think he's a light heavyweight. Yeah, I know. He's not a light heavyweight Khabib. Like, that's the thing. That's why I say, thank you for the $5. That's why I say Ankalaev either beats him by decision, where he has some moments of grappling and controlling him, or he knocks him out. Like, I don't think he finishes him by TKO on the ground, and I don't think he subs him. I think he could literally knock Pereira out. With the threat of the takedown, he has slick striking, much better defense than Jiri. He could knock him out. He has power. He is good, but the way that Pereira is looking right now, not even a technical guy like Magomed Ankalaev could come close to him on the feet. I'm telling you right now. I think Pereira is confident enough in his defensive ability on the ground to not care about being taken down and not be like super worried about it being life and death. I can't get taken down, right? Like when O'Malley fought Aljo and he had broken ribs and he was thinking, I just can't be taken down. If Pereira gets taken down, he knows he can survive. He's just going to fight Magomed with confidence and school him on the feet and knock him the fuck out. The leg kicks would be nasty against Magomed. That left hook lands. I think the way that Pereira is looking now, he's not just one. He was countering against Jiri. He was walking down Jan a bit, but now he's way bigger than he was when he was fighting Jan and Jiri the first time, and he's way more confident in his ability to move forward. And his aura is going up. So, like, with every KO he gets, the more scared his opponent is going to be. Like, if Magomed were to have fought Alex last year, he wouldn't be as worried. Now he's going into the cage fighting a guy with 3 KOs in a row. He's glazing Jones again? What do you say about Jones? What are you saying about Jones? What's he saying about Jones? Dude, I want to listen to this Dana White conversation. Alex higher than Khabib now? No. No. He's not even close to the top 5. He's definitely maybe top 10. He's no lower than like number 12 all time. Alex Pereira's 100% top 15. 100%. You can put him in the top 10. I don't think he's a passing Khabib yet. I was so confident in Jiri. Yeah, that's the thing. Being confident in a guy with Yuri's defense. I didn't even celebrate the KO that much. I was gutted to see Jiri get put out. If I was confident in him, I would have been way more gutted. Dana glazing John Jones right now. I'm listening to the interview. It just started. Thank you for the $7.99 Australian dollars. Let's hear what he has to say about Jones. I think people are shitting on Diego Lopez way too much for losing that 3rd round. I'm listening to what he says about Jones. He's talking about Lopez right now. What do you mean he's higher than Alex? I mean, I could break it down. They're close. They're close. I just have Khabib slightly higher. This is why Khabib has never lost. Alex Pereira has. Alex has 8 wins in the UFC. Khabib is 13. Alex has what? 5 good wins. Khabib has a bunch of good wins too. Poirier, great win. Connor, great win. Gagey, good win. RDA, good win. I think there's an argument. I think there's an argument that Pereira's higher. I actually do. I think there's an argument that the Pereira's higher now. Hope Magomed smudges Alex for 5 rounds. It's very close. Hate him now. I would have called you crazy for putting him higher than Khabib after he knocked out Jiri the first time. Now that he's got 2 more wins, go crazy putting him above Khabib. Honestly, it's very close. You could put him above Khabib. Let's hear what he says about Jones. I'm waiting for him to talk about Jones. Dana White's smiling like he's a good promoter these days. I'm listening to what he's saying, guys. He's asked about Pereira. Think he looked incredible? Dude, it was way better than the last fight. Jiri won the first round of the last fight. Pereira dropped him and knocked him out. He's given Alex his credit. Dude, the UFC needs to promote Alex even more. They need to go ham. They're only going to have this guy for like 2 more years, bro. They're only going to have him for 2 more years. This is the craziest striker we've ever seen. Dana found a way to glaze Jones. Thank you for the $2. They're telling me he's glazing him. I'm listening to the interview right now. I'm a little bit behind you guys. I'm listening. He didn't bring up Jones. I didn't hear him bring up Jones. I didn't hear him bring up Jones. Okay, I didn't hear him bring up Jones once, dude. But they shut it off. Okay, wait. Let's look.
It wasn't. But don't you think, like, when you look at it, you go, Alex was 230 today. I saw his thing on the scale. He was 230. He puts on 15.
Wait. I'm.
When you see me standing in the middle of this guy, these guys are fucking.
Thank you for the $2.99. Paulo Costa KO's Chinny Pereira. Yeah. Good luck with that. I don't think so. It's not a fucking whole other level going up to heavyweight. Heavyweights fucking suck. Heavyweights suck. They are plotty. They don't have skills. They're all fat. There's like 2 of them that are actually good.
Even as big as John Jones is, as good as John Jones is, when John Jones was moving up to heavyweight, we were like, this is going to be interesting.
Jones moved up. He did well. Alex is 230 today. Imagine he fights at heavyweight. He's going to walk into a fight at 255.
You're talking about perhaps the
Bigger than Stipe.
in combat sports history, right? Doing what Alex would do if he does that. And,
All right, I'm listening to them ask about Jones.
historic things, and this one you don't seem to have that same fervor for. Not true. If he cleaned out a division, and we were like,
He's about to clean out the division. There's literally one other guy that people want to see him fight, Magomed. After that, he's beat everyone else. There's literally one guy left, and no one really gives that much of a fuck about the fight. Magomed is not that big of a name. Coming off a win over Walker. It is the case. He wants to move up to heavyweight.
he was 230 today, right? Chuck and Forrest Griffin used to walk around at 230.
Chuck and Forrest Griffin are pipsqueaks!
And they would cut down to 205. That's not big. Some of these heavyweights are,
Some of these heavyweights are fat and plotty and don't know how to fight worth shit.
265. They're cutting to 265. It's just a whole nother level.
It's a whole other level. You've got guys like Martin Budai and Arlovski. Chuck Liddell would get fucking flatlined, steamrolled, and ironed like a freaking fucking pancake, son.
That's why I think this is the problem with the conversation that we're having here and why people aren't giving John Jones the respect for pound.
Fuck you! Pound for pound. He beat Gone. Pillow hands fucking Gone, who sucks.
This fucking guy destroyed the best heavyweight.
Gone is a pipsqueak on the ground. Gone beats up fat, tubby tubbies. He ain't the best heavyweight. He's one of them. It's a great win. He's not Tom Aspinall. Gone took Volkov 5 rounds and had a close fight. Aspinall sunned him and won. Okay? I don't want to fucking hear it. Best heavyweight, my ass. Promote your fucking UK champion. Promote your UK champion. How about that? Fucking disgrace.
Nothing. John Jones is the pound for pound best fighter in the world and the greatest fighter fucking ever.
Fuck you! Yeah, son. What up, man? Dude, I'm freaking pissed at this guy. Best guy ever. End of story. Best guy ever. End of story. Buy the Stipe tickets. Dude, shut the fuck up. How about promote your favorite? How about promote the champions that are going to give you more than just one more fight? How about promote the champions that are going to give you one more? Ah, man, I want to pull my hair out, man. How about promote the champions that are going to give you one more fight? I mean, more than one more fight. I can't even speak right now. This guy's pressing him. This guy's pressing him. Respect. He was trying to fight, but they're not fighting. Dana, you're wrong. You're glazing him for no reason. He's literally crashing out. This guy is literally like got his back up against the wall, freaking out, throwing a freaking fit because people don't want to hear it. Oh my gosh! What did he say?
No matter what you think of John Jones, he's the fucking best ever, and he's the pound for pound best fighter in the world. He's the pound for pound best fighter in the world.
Fuck you! He's the pound for pound best fighter in the world. Dude, no he isn't! No he's not, son! He's not! Alex Pereira fucking owns John Jones. Alex Pereira owns John Jones, son. He owns him. We got to comment that on the Instagram page of the UFC. He owns him.
Well, except that he hasn't fought in the last year, so he's not. Because he got hurt.
Because he's freaking old and wobbly and cobbly, son. That's why. Oh, Dana White's pissed. Dana White's pissed. Look at this. Listen to this. Listen to this.
Pound for pound best fighter in the world. Well, except that he hasn't fought in the last year, so he's not.
Boom.
He got injured. If you were coming into a fight,
This is so satisfying to watch.
that means you're not the pound for pound best fighter in the world anymore? How does that even make sense?
Because he's fought once since 2020 and he lost in 2020. What do you not understand about it? He lost to Dominic Reyes. He beat Anthony Smith before that and had a fucking shit fight with Thiago Santos. It doesn't matter if he's number one all time. He ain't done shit in the last 5 years. Alex Pereira, since John Jones lost to Dominic Reyes, has won 2 belts, defended the second one twice, has beat 5 champions, and has fought, 4 times in the last calendar year? I don't want to fucking hear it, son. Kiddo. All right, Dana?
If he was sitting out and fucking getting arrested and running around or whatever, and you're like, well, John Jones is inactive, I'd say.
Dude, if he was getting arrested, it wouldn't even have anything to do with the fact that he's only 1-1 since 2020.
Maybe you're right, but as an educated adult,
Yo! As an educated adult is what he's about to say. Let's listen to it.
who knows the fight business, you cannot deny that while John Jones is
You are wrong. No one buys it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're wrong. You are fucking wrong, son. As an educated adult, I don't know why I promote this guy so much. I mean, he's only 1-1 since 2020 and has done nothing but fuck over our promotion. We're not going to promote any of our other champions that are going to give us 5, 6, 7, 8 more fights. We're only going to promote one old man that only wants to fight one old irrelevant UFC fighter for no fucking reason. Yeah, he ain't. He's not the best fighter in the world. Beating Gon doesn't make you the best fighter in the world. I don't give a fuck if Gon was undefeated. Aspinall has a more impressive resume. He's not even the best fighter at heavyweight. Jon Jones has fought once since 2020 where he lost to Dominic Reyes. Okay? This ain't a competition. Makhachev is better than Jon Jones right now. Alex Pereira is better than Jon Jones right now. Cut the BS. I don't even know how we're in this conversation. Yeah, I know. Because you're glazing this, man, because you're fucking pissed that no one wants to buy your shitty Jon Jones-Stipe fight. Because you don't want to swallow your ego and just own up to the fact that Jon Jones and Stipe sucks and no one wants to see it. No one gives a damn about that fight. And you are going to have to see Jon Jones fight Tom Aspinall, or you are going to have to deal with the people calling out that shit fight that no one wants to see. What the hell? Oh, Dana White was pissed. He grabbed his cup. Look at him grab his cup. He's actually angry. He's actually super mad. Holy shit.
I don't even know how we're in this conversation. Where are the helicopters when you need them?
Where are the helicopters?
Let's change to a better topic then. I was outside talking to you.
Yeah.
So I didn't hear what you said about him. But, what do you think he did for his career tonight, taking this fight and performing the way he did, right? He had a guy that won his last 2 fights in a minute or less, and he performed extremely well, taking it on 3 hours' notice. What do you think he did for himself tonight?
He didn't lose. You can't lose. When you come in like Ige came in and you do what he did, this is not a loss. He was supposed to fight on the 20th. I think he should on the card on the 20th and let him still.
Jones has to have dirt. Jones has to have dirt on Dana White. Why else would he be so gung-ho about this matchup that no one cares about? There must be something like that. Boycott Jones versus Stipe. We might have to. Nah, I'm not going to boycott it. Like, come on. I'm watching the I'm not boycotting it. I will watch Jones versus Stipe, but come on, bro. Dude, I'm really enjoying this. Jones literally has dirt. It's gone too far. He must have dirt on Dana White. Why else would he be this frantic about defending that matchup? Why is he making it about Jones every single post-fight press conference after a pay-per-view? I'm sweating so much right now. It's so hot. Thank you for the months. Thank you for the 9,000. Thank you for becoming a member. Looter 9,000. Booty Looter. Interesting name. Let's hear more people ask about Jon Jones. He will never say Aspinall's name. He does not like Tom Aspinall. Dana White will never say Aspinall's name. It's pathetic. It is pathetic, dude. Alex Pereira should be promoted by Dana White going to a mountaintop with a megaphone. The biggest megaphone the world's ever seen. Dana White should be screaming about this guy and how crazy he is at striking and how he has weird power in his left hook and he ain't even a heavyweight and he can knock out heavyweights. Dana White has the most, incredible fighters that he could promote and he's choosing to promote Jones and that's it. He's like, yeah, good win from Alex Pereira, but you can't tell me he's the best in the world. Why even take a stance on it, man? And if you're going to take a stance on it, don't have a shit take on it. There's 3-4 guys that are more impressive than Jones right now. Straight up. Dude, we cannot. I mean, I ain't gonna say it right now, but you know what? We all have to freaking take our canoes. We all have to take our canoes. And for that November card, I'm going to freaking get a canoe and I'm going to freaking paddle up east. Okay? After I buy that pay-per-view. I'm joking. I'm going to buy the pay-per-view. I always buy the pay-per-views. Okay? Just joking.
Yeah, no, this would have been a hell of an episode. Yeah, that's a one and done. We're never doing that again. It's disruptive at work. And
At work. It's what? We're disrupting you when you film your little documentary? Disrupting you from what? Putting together a freaking Macy Chiasson Mario Bonasilva fight? Are we disrupting you from putting on the worst fight night we've ever had in front of a crowd, Colorado? Disrupting you from putting Umar Nurmagomedov and Corey Sandhagen in Abu Dhabi when Corey Sandhagen's from Colorado and he should be fighting there? Interesting.
you know, it was fun to do one time, and I'm really happy with the response that it got, and so is Roku. But
I thought that documentary sucked, to be honest.
hell of a show.
I thought it was overrated. It's a documentary that you would enjoy if you don't always watch the UFC every weekend, but we already know O'Malley flies around in a private jet. It's not that interesting. Who's higher on the all-time list, Alex or Islam? I think they're very close. I think they're like neck and neck, to be honest. Jones and Dana had a sneaky link? Maybe. Thank you for the $2.99. I mean, what else? Might be some other dirt, but maybe it is dirt. That's the point. Like, maybe Jones has dirt on him. Thank you for becoming a member, Batsy. Welcome to the Lucas Tracy MMA Club. Lucas is never getting a commentary spot. Bro, the thing is, Dana White should be... The funny thing is, Dana White should be offering me a commentary spot after my critiques about him because he should understand that I'm passionate about the sport and that I actually care. All right? That's the difference between me and Dana. I actually care about the sport. I actually care about the UFC, and I want to grow it. Dana White just, he's not actually Dude. The thing is, these companies, it's weird. These companies are giving the UFC lots of money to be able to broadcast the UFC on their channels, but they aren't actually going to grow the sport either. These companies like Disney, they should understand that Dana still needs to promote. Like, you still need to blow this shit up. You need to blow your fighters up in fame. It could be on ESPN. It could be bought by Disney. That doesn't mean that the sport's going to get more popular necessarily. It's just going to sort of flatline a little bit or plateau. They're paying Jones $15 million for that fight. Dana has to recoup that money. It's as simple as that. They haven't made the fight, though. Why can't they just pull back and be like, dude, no one wants to see this. Like, you're either fighting Aspinall or you're done. And that would be better for Jones's legacy. Him fighting Stipe, if he doesn't finish Stipe in the first minute, it's going to be a bad look for him, basically. If he doesn't finish him easily in the first, people are going to critique him. It would be better for Jones's legacy for him just to retire. Noche main card matchup predictions. O'Malley versus Merab, and I would say Topuria and Topuria Max, O'Malley Merab. Two massive fights. Main event, co-main event. I think that does close to $1 million. Crazy, Dana has changed, different person. Yeah, shell of who he used to be. Exactly. Total sellout. It's all about money. It has to be about money. But then again, though, at this point, you're harming your company more than you're helping it. Yes, you'll make more money with a Jones pay-per-view than you would with an Aspinall pay-per-view. But why do we need Stipe, though? It's because Jones won't fight Stipe. So I understand it, but at the end of the day, you'll make more money in the long run if you blow up your current champions that are going to be around for a long time. If you focus on investing in making Alex Pereira a more well-known person, making Tom Aspinall a more well-known person, then people will tune in to the pay-per-views and they're going to have 10 more fights in the UFC maybe. I think that's better for money in the long run. I think it's nearsighted to promote Jones over all these other guys like they're doing. Dana doing all he can not to say Aspinall's name. True. Very true. I feel like it's very possible Alex would eventually catch Plotty Jones early, and Alex is stronger than Gon. He is. He's got to be, and a lot more powerful. Plus the lighter man weight class skill. Very true. I think Jones could still sub him, but he'd be a harder fight than Gon. That's for sure. Definitely. Very true. Thank you for the $7.99. I appreciate that. I think Alex catches Plotty Jones eventually. Yep, lighter weight class skill for takedown defense. He could easily outstrike John on the feet, that's for sure. But guys, I'm going to get going, okay? I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit, and I need to make videos, so I don't want to lose it completely. Yeah. So basically, I'm going to get going. I'm going to post a video, a recap for all these fights. Hopefully, you guys tune in. Maybe not tonight, but maybe tomorrow after you get some sleep. But I'm going to get to work on some videos. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you for tuning in. That is it. See you guys later.